Going live. SACing MAL Eternal. The new worst show I make. MAL Eternal. The new worst show I make. Perfect. Alright. Let's go at everyone. New worst show. SACing MAL Eternal. I'm sorry. This exists. Starting at 1917. Okay, so here we go. This is SACing MAL Eternal. I'm sorry that this is happening. Where I... Let me make sure everything's fine here. No green screen tonight. Because I don't want to hurt my eyeballs. I've been straining them too much. We all know SACing MAL. I go through MAL, and I talk about the latest anime season, and then I decide what I'm going to watch. This is different. I'm going to go through every anime ever made, or at least every anime on the MAL database. We're going to read them all and decide which of these I'm going to watch. This is the worst thing I've ever thought of. Let's start it off. Winter 1917. Dekubo Shingacho Mian no Shippai. Which is not to be confused with whatever the hell this is. This has no synopsis. It's a movie. It is 5 minutes. This is apparently the oldest anime known to man, and I don't know what this is. So, moving on. This here is Imokawa Mukuzo Genkan Bon no Maki. The third professionally produced Japanese animation film made by Japanese animation pioneer Shimokawa Hekoten to be shown in a cinema, in this case in the Asakusa Kinema Kuraba, a theater in Tokyo managed directly by the film company Tenkatsu, Tenin Shoku Katsudo Shashin. This has a sequel, but first time chatter, hey Diggs, what's up? Welcome. I'm sorry that this is your first stream. I swear, normally I do better things than this. How are you doing tonight? Okay. Moving on. Weird reading every anime ever. Basically, that's the stream. And deciding what sounds watchable. If you would like to return to the future, we will be playing Pokemon. Okay, Namakura Gatana. Namakura Gatana, meaning dull-edged sword, is a 2-minute comedy about a samurai who, thanks to his dull instrument, loses every time he attacks a weak opponent. In order to examine the sword, he tries to attack passers-by, but lower-class townspeople fight back and knock him down. You know what I actually should do? I should enable my cursor. That's something I normally do for this, and I forgot, because I haven't done it in 7 years. Please capture cursor. There we go. Alright. Next up, Saru Tukani no Gasen. Is a monkey tricks a crab and steals his food. More crabs arrive and begin fighting the monkey. Okay. I think we can be pretty safe to say we're not going to get much in the early years. Also, there wasn't that much anime back then, so my goal for the end of the stream is to get to the 1980s. Imokawa Mukuzo Chugari no Maki It is most likely a story. I like how it's they don't even know. A story about Mukuzo Imokawa doing the somersault. Oh, because the title is the somersault of... Yep, probably. Fair enough. Yume no Jidosha. It is most likely a story about a great dream-like car. I like though this stuff isn't even like... They don't even know what this is. We're so obscure right now. We don't even know what this is. This is Chame Bo Shin Gacho Nomi Fufu Shikeshi no Maki. Cool. Alright, moving on. Hanasaka Gigi, a short movie produced by the first generation animator Kiriyama Saitaro, based on the Japanese fairy tale Hanasaka Gigi, also called Hanasaka Japan. An old childless couple loved their dog. One day it dug in the garden and they found a box of gold pieces there. A neighbor thought the dog might be able to find treasure and managed to borrow the dog. When it dug in his garden, there were only bones, and he killed it. He told the couple that the dog had just dropped dead. They grieved and buried it under a fig tree where they found the treasure. One night, the dog's master dreamed that the dog told him to chop down the tree and make mortar from it. He told his wife, who said they must do as the dog asked. When they did, the rice put into the mortar turned into gold. The neighbor borrowed it, but the rice turned into foul-smelling berries. He and he and his wife smashed and burned the mortar. That night, in a dream, the dog told his master to take the ashes and sprinkle them on a certain cherry tree. When he did, the cherry trees came into blossom, and Daimyo, a feudal lord, passing by, marveled and gave them many gifts. The neighbor tried to do the same, but the ashes blew into Daimyo's eyes, so he threw him into prison. When he was let out, his village would not let him live there anymore, and he could not, with his wicked ways, find a new home. Well, he sounds like a huge asshole. Interesting. Okay. Neko to Nuzume. It is most likely a short story about a cat and a mouse. Okay. Itsuzura Post. No information. Chamebo Kukiju no Maki. Still no information. Moving on to fall. Kaichi Yama. No information. This is when they had really like Disney-esque art style. Shita Kiri Suzume. This is a short film made in the fall of 1917. It's about a girl asking for rice. The Sparrow with the Slit Tongue. Interesting. Choken no Susume. No information. And we've finished 1917. Man, if only normal SACing MALs would get through years that quickly, huh? Alright. Urashima Taro, supposed title. Urashima Taro is based on a well-known Japanese folktale about an honest fisherman who is invited to an underwater castle after saving a sea turtle on a beach from bullies. The Dragon King castle, right? The latest research has revealed the film identified on this website as Urashima Taro's supposed title, which was so named on the basis that it was believed to be a work by Satoru Kitayama that was originally released in 1918, is actually a different film. Read more. Based on its content and the circumstances prevailing at the time of discovery, presumed to be a work produced by Katamiura at the film studio Nippon Katsuda Shishin Corporation, Nikatsu, in 1918. Recently, however, stills from the film Urashima Taro, released by Nikatsu in 1918, have been discovered in a magazine. These stills do not appear in the film identified on this website as Urashima Taro, so we are led to believe that this film is not the work produced by Katayama at Nikatsu Studio. For this reason, we have decided to exclude Urashima Taro's supposed title from the list of Katayama's work. Okay, interesting. Maybe it was a working title. Who knows? Momotaro, an early anime telling the story of Momotaro and his adventures defeating demons. A lot of fairy tale. Honestly, this is just interesting from a historical perspective. Like a lot of fairy tale were apparently what they did back in the day. Kobatori, based on the tale Kobatori Ji-san, about an honest old man who encounters a band of tengu, mythical bird-like creatures, making merry and joins their dancing. They liked his dancing a lot. They remove an unsightly lump from the side of his face. Oh, good for him. This is Usin Boshi, the story of a couple who prays to God for a child, even if he would only be the size of a thumb. Kintaro. Ain't got nothing here. Yuki Daruma. Filmed by Kitayama Kiyotaru, follows a snowman who comes to life in a fairy tale-like setting. That's really interesting. That's really similar to Frosty the Snowman. I wonder if there's a similar origin to it. Hey! The first season with nothing. Hell yeah! Winter 1999. 1919. I mean. Hell yeah, 1920. 21! Man, we are flying through these years. 22. We're already in 25. 26. Here we go. I like that. I love, man, we just flew by those years. Okay, Baguda Juo no Tozoku. Burglars of Baghdad Castle. In order to win the hand of a princess, a man must defeat an evil dragon and claim its treasured magic stone. Upon his return, Baghdad has been invaded, and he must use the stone to defeat his new enemy. Excuse me. Alright, I'm not gonna lie to you. That sounds interesting and is something I would watch if it came out in recent days. But this came out in 26. I'm pretty sure I won't be able to find it even if I looked for it. And even if I did, it is apparently 15 minutes long and probably isn't very good. We're mostly just going through the old stuff for like a historical reference. I'm not expecting to add anything that came out earlier than 69. Mikan Bune. Also, we've hit 27 now. Somewhat historical tale about a famous Japanese businessman who made his fortune by shipping oranges from the farmlands to the capital city of Edo. Saru Kanigasan, 1927. A Yusuji Murata version of the classic Japanese story Saru Kanigasan. Dao Nao Haoshi. This sounds Chinese. Oh yeah, they decided to add Chinese shit. Alright. Tako no Hone. The Octopus Bone. Based on the Urashimutaru tale, the story is about how the octopus lost its skeleton. Let's see, 28. Shinsetsu Yoshida Goten. No information. Daobutsu Olympic Takai. The Animal Olympics. Animals gather to compete in Olympic Games. This animation was inspired by the 1928 Olympic Games held in Amsterdam. Okay. It seems like in the early days, all of the films were directed by the same person. So it seems like one person would like start making anime and then like everyone around them like they'd start making anime and then no one else would make anime for like 20-30 years. Hanasaka Jisan, The Blossom Man, a short movie produced by Suji Murata, based on the Japanese fairy tale Hasaka Jiji, also called Hanasaka Jisan. A kind old man and his wife dig up the ground where their dog is barking and found koban, oval gold coins formerly used in Japan. Alright, we've already read what this is. So we're going to move on. Actually, there was a background to that. Might as well read it. The 28th of the Athena Film Library educational film series produced by Yokohama Cinema Shokai. A 35mm version and a 16mm version were released. The existing print is a 16mm Sakurograph version released by Koni Shiroku Honten. The 35mm original version is 1:37.5 meter reel and lasts 14 minutes, 24 FPS. This film is considerably shortened version. The outline of the story provided at the time suggests in addition to inner title, several elements are missing from this version, including a scene in which the pet dog chases a black cat and a story about how the Blossom Man earns his reputation. '29. Kogane no Hana. A man has a strange adventure on a hill and he returns from the village festival. Kaoru wa Kaoru. Kaoru. No synopsis available. Taru-san no Kisha. Taru's Toy Train, a combination of live-action, traditional animation, and stop-motion animation. A father buys his son a toy train, which he loves. When the boy goes to sleep, the train comes to life and crawls into bed with the boy, giving him a dream about proper train etiquette. Okay, then. Kobatori. 1929, The Stolen Lamp. In Kobatori, an old man with a lump growing on his face takes refuge in a hollow tree during a thunderstorm. When he awakens, he finds a forest populated by mythical creatures. He dances with the spirits, and as a reward, the spirits remove his deformity. Back at the village, he tells another man who has similar growth on his face. Will the creatures bestow the same boon upon this other man? Ooh. Apparently there's another one in 57 we'll have to read before we get into the real anime. Oira no Yakyu. Our Baseball Match. Movie from 1930 about a baseball game between rabbits and tanuki. Kaomori the Bat. Once upon a time, the birds and beasts fought each other in a war. It was a terrible conflict, and clever bats would side with the birds when the birds were looking victorious, and then they become allies of the beasts when their side was winning. At last, the war comes to an end. The two parties reached an amicable settlement, and a great party of friendship was held. But when it came time for the bats to perform in the program, their fence-straddling tactics were exposed, and everyone refused to associate with them. Since that time, the bats have been too ashamed to show their faces during the day, coming out only at night to flit silently around. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. Oira no Saki. My Ski Trip. Animated short features bunnies and tanuki having wacky hijinks while going skiing. Muramatsuri. Harvest Festival. Minutes long black and white anime which shows the traditional Japanese harvest festival featuring song by Aiko Hirai. Don't know who that is, but probably because that came out in 1930. Okay, 31. Kuro Nyaigo. The Black Cat. A short movie from 1929. Why was this 20? This says 31. About 4 children who dream of having a pet cat. Their wishes are answered when they encounter a black cat who proceeds to sing them a song about he and his tabby brother are descendants from tigers. Saru Masamune. Short movie from 1930. Again, this is in 1931. About a soldier traveling a great distance to deliver a letter. Along the way, he receives a sword from a monkey. The Monkey Sword, Masamune. Nonsense Monogatari Daipon Sarugushima. Nonsense Story, Volume 1, Monkey Island. One of the first films of Kenzo Masoka about a baby raised by monkeys on an island. Okay, so we've clearly entered the new anime guy. There seems to be one every generation, and this one is Kenzo Masoka. Get ready to see more of his films. Coco Kimigayo. The national anthem Kimigayo. The chrysanthemum crest opens as the song progresses and reveals the creation gods Izanagi and Izanami on the Ame no Ukihashi, Heavenly Bridge. They thrust the Ame no Nuboko, Heavenly Spear, into the sea, and the water droplets fall from the spear become the islands of Japan. Because the violent actions of her brother Susanoo, the sun goddess Amaterasu, wow, that was a fucking jump. We skipped like 3 different myths. Because of the violent actions of her brother Susanoo, the sun goddess Amaterasu retreats and shuts herself in the Ama no Owato, Heavenly Cave. The gods gather around the cave, and the goddess Ame no Uzume dances in front of it. As Amaterasu peers out to see what is happening, the gods Taji Kuro pushes open the rock door, bringing forth the glorious light of heaven once again. The gold kite lands on top of the heavenly bow that emerges from among the clouds. The light emanating from the kite repels the evil spirits of Japan. Finally, the 3 sacred treasures, the sacred sword, jewel, and mirror, emerge. So this is just about the treasures, apparently. No! Because one of the treasures is the grass-cutting sword, and that doesn't mention the grass-cut. So this is really just, like, 2 random myths they slid together. Yeah, because the sword is the Ame no Murakuma, right? The Ame no Murakuma. Which is the sword of Susanoo. One of the 3 regalia of Japan. God encountered the grieving family. Yeah, and he removed it from the 8-headed snake, the Yamada no Orochi. What the fuck? Interesting. So this is just like strangely the story of Amaterasu in the cave, and then the creation of the islands, but it doesn't have any of the other creation stories. And interesting. Okay. Weird. Yeah, because if this is supposed to be at the 3 treasures, this doesn't... The spear isn't one of the treasures. The spear's like a billion... a billion miles large. Tanukichi no Onashi. That was harder for me to say than I thought. This is a story about a tanuki. Oh, okay. Yasuji Murata is still making movies. Good for him. Sora no Momotaro. Momotaro's sky adventure. Momotaro has been requested to fight off the wild eagle enemy, which has suddenly appeared. He takes to the skies in his airplane, accompanied by a dog, monkey, and a pheasant, and he heads for an island some 10,000 kilometers away. On the island, people promises to prepare the 2 refuels that the plane requires during its flight to the island. The first refuel will be found on a giant tortoiseshell, and the second refuel station, especially positioned on the back of a whale, will come to surface. Momotaro's plane is attacked by the wild eagle out of the blue as he approaches the island, but after an exciting dogfight in the air, he successfully fights off the enemy. You say exciting. This came out in the 30s. We've hit 32. Umi no Momotaro. No synopsis given. Momotaro's underwater adventure. They're just making Momotaro films. I like how I was like, check this guy out. He's gonna start making films, and then we never saw him again. Oatari Sora no Intaku, the plane's cabbie's lucky day. Short film from 32 about a man who flies a plane taxi. If those are real, I've never seen one. Excuse me. Hibari no Yadoge. The Lark's Moving Day. No information. Kairu San Yushi. Frogs fight crime in a bizarre world. Okay then. 33. Nora Kuro Nitohei Kyorin no Maki. Private Second Class Norakura the Training. The company and regimental commanders engage in idle chit-chat blithely ignorant of the troops forging ahead under the previous forward march command. Nurakuro and his fellow recruits march gamely forward, regardless of the obstacles that may lie in their way. However, a horse stable looms up ahead. Dun dun dun! Nurakuro no Tohei, Inshu no Maki. Private Second Class Narukuro the Drill. Narukuro keeps getting his allies and enemies mixed up while on training maneuvers. What he had thought to be successfully eliminated enemy tank turns out to be a tank carrying the regimental commander. Oh no! Wait, is Narukuro a cat? Narukuro is a cat. Serves as a soldier in Fierce Dogs Brigade. Oh, it's a dog. 4 people's favorite. Chikara to Ona no Yo no Naka. The protagonist is a father of 4 children. His wife is 180 centimeters, 5'9", and weighs 120 kilograms, 260... Fuck! That is very heavy for 5'9". That's like probably in the obesity range. Unless she is just like a brick house, just like muscle on muscle. That is a lot of weight for that height. Due to her incredibly large physique, because he is constantly being henpecked at home, he becomes involved in an affair with a cute typist who isn't 260 pounds. At his company and accidentally tells his wife about it while talking in his sleep. After obtaining additional evidence of the affair, she goes to confront both her husband and the typist at the husband's office. Interesting. Oh, hey, this is Kenzo Masoka. Okay, so he's back. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Now, that actually sounds like an interesting little 2-minute movie. By the way, we've hit 33. Ugoki Kori no Takehiki. Could you imagine if I only did 1 season per episode of this stream? I just do 300 streams. Movie from 1933. Fox Spirit returns into a samurai and picks up a raccoon spirit. The raccoon spirit gets his father and they team up against the fox spirit. Numa no Taisho. General of the Swamp. The story of a gluttonous whale and other aquatic creatures. What the hell does a whale have to do with a swamp? Osaru no Tairyo. Tairyo. Something to do with a monkey underwater. Osaru no Sankichi Totsugeki Tai. Short movie from 1934 about a war between monkeys and bears. Sankichi the Monkey, the Stormtroopers. Oh, only monkey stormtroopers could have aim this good. Corporal Norakuro. The fierce canine army has been given the day off, but Norakuro has no home to return to. After he goes to a yakitori shop for a drink, he goes to the park to take a short nap. Just then, soldiers from Mountain Monkey Army who have stolen some secret documents make their appearance, and Norakuro goes after the team in hot pursuit. When the Mountain Monkey troops appear to have made their escape in a hot air balloon, Norakuro, as his last desperate measure, climbs the tube designed for launching fireworks and blasts himself right into the balloon and retrieves the stolen document, but the plot unfolds in an unexpected manner. It was his allies the entire time. Knowing Norakuro, it was probably his allies the entire time. Let's see. Aduchi Karasu. This is another... Okay, so Kenzo Masoka is the new kid on the block at this point. He is the new animation director. We've hit 34, by the way, everyone. Omocha Bako Series Dai 3 wa Ihan 1936 Nen. Black and white propaganda film. Japanese... Oh, God. We're probably going to start getting into that. Black and white propaganda film. Japanese folklore characters versus evil Mickey Mouse-like creatures. Oh, shit. Oh no, we're gonna get into. Oh, I didn't even think about it. We're getting into World War II era Japan. Oh dear. This is 1936 Nen, but this is in the 1934 section. It even says picture book 1936. Tengu Taiji. Who directed picture book? Whoever I Have a Mal now is, this is apparently the best anime they've ever seen. Excuse me. Genroko Koi Moyu Sankichi to Osayu. Sankichi and Osayu, a Genroko romance. When a samurai witnesses a dancing maiden being kidnapped by ruffians, he rescues the poor damsel and takes her to the spring flower dance. Oh, I almost skipped not seeing it. Okay. Chikachi Yama Ume Yama Hen. A short Kaichi film created in 1934, animated by Ueshi Iko. It's weird that they say this was created in 34, but they only have the key animator. I think some of these old database entries are really messed up. Tai-chan no Kaite Ryoku. Tai-chan's underwater adventure. What the shit is happening in this image? (2007) digital meme, all rights reserved. Oops. Chagama Ando. The first full-cell animated short. A group of tanukis investigate a temple and cause mischief. Isan Boshi, Chibisuke Monogatari. Tiny Chibisuke's Big Adventure. We have a new director here, it seems like. Mitsuyo Seo. Dreaming of rising up in the world, Chibisuke, the little bronze, travels to the city where he becomes a retainer to cabinet minister who takes a liking to Chibisuke, who dances for him in his palm. One day, Chibisuke is accompanying a princess, Shimizu, when a mountain devil attacks her. Chibisuke makes numerous surprise attacks on the devil before finally overcoming him. And using a horn of plenty left behind by the devil, he ends up a strapping young man. Umino Mizu wa naze kirai. Why is the seawater salty? When a poor yet honest man rescues an old man who's fallen off a log bridge, the little people of the forest give him mortar of treasures that will grant any item the person desires. The man uses the mortar to become the richest person in the village, but the man's greedy brother steals the mortar and, determined to enjoy all the luxuries by himself, climbs into a rowing boat and heads for an isolated island. On the way, however, he asks for salt from the mortar, but cannot figure out how to stop it. Finally, the boat sinks under the weight of all the salt, and the mortar sinks to the bottom of the sea, where it is pouring out to this day. Interesting. Okay. So I guess that's a myth about why the sea is so salty. I like how the guy's plan was to be rich as shit, so he moves to an isolated island with no one there. What are you going to do with your money, then? Ari to Kairu. No information. Ninjutsu Hinotama Kozu Edo no Maki. Ninjutsu Fireball in Edo. Short story about a ninja. Izakaya no Ichiya. Over a drink. An unemployed man picks up a flyer which happens to be a notice for investors to put up capital for raising a sunken ship. The sum is 10 yen each. To the man who cannot even scrape together enough money to buy 10 sen shochu, cheap distilled spirits, this notice seems to be completely beyond his realm. That evening, the man passes by a bar and is enticed inside, where he drinks himself to sleep. When he comes to, he realizes that he is in the bottom of the sea. The man meets a samurai who's suspicious of him at first. When he realizes the man is Japanese, they cooperate to hunt for a treasure. Almost immediately, they come upon a sunken ship, Mononai Go. What will become of them? Now we come to an anime I've actually watched. Shinsetsu Kaichi Kachiyama, a 7-minute long short movie directed by Kon Ichikawa in 1936. I watched this because it was the oldest anime I could find. It's I think it's on YouTube. From what I recall, it's just like a bunch of animals like playing instruments and dancing and shit. It's pretty boring. 37. We're getting into World War II era now. I wonder if there'll be less animation or more animation. Naobo no Shonen Koku Suwamono. Moving on. Sora no Aruwashi. Short movie by Noboru Ofuji. Mabu no Kinushita Tokichiro. Boy works hard to please his lord and gain advancement. Short film from 1938. Oh, this is a sequel to something. I don't recall seeing this listing. Mabu no Daikyoso, Mabu's Big Race. Boy competes in various events during the Olympic Games. Short film from 1936. I don't remember. I guess we missed one, maybe. Benkai Tai Ishiwaka. Benkai Tai Ishiwaka is a short animated Japanese film made in 1939 by Kenzo Masaoka. Isn't this... Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. We hit 39. Hey, World War II! By Kenzo Masaoka. It's based on the legendary encounter between Saito Masu Shibo Benkai, who is collecting swords for the Buddha, and Minamoto no Yoshitsune, who was called Ishiwaka in his youth. Kachiyama, 1940. 10-minute film based on the folktale of the same name. The screenplay was done by Masaoka Kenzo. Ocho Fujin no Genso. Butterfly, a faithful Japanese wife, waits patiently in Nagasaki for the return of her American husband, Pinkerton. She sees the stars and stripes fluttering atop... Oh, God. Fluttering atop an approaching ship, and rightly surmises that Pinkerton is on board. However, the feckless foreigner is arriving in the company of his real Caucasian wife, causing the heartbroken butterfly to commit suicide. This masterpiece... Bold. Masterpiece of Japanese silhouette animation makes the best of its source material. Kentaro Taiku Nikki. A young man with a leotard leads a group of animals in a sumo wrestling match. The bear is the final victor of all animals, but then loses when he must fight Kentaro. Kangaroo no Tanjobi. Baby kangaroo's birthday surprise. A baby kangaroo's family and friends try to save him from a bad old wolf. Short film from 1940. Taishan Gongju. Tang Sanzang and his 3 protectors, Sun Wukong, Zhu Baiji, and Sha Wujing, are journeying far to the west when they encounter Fire Mountain. The flames of Fire Mountain are so ferocious no man dares to brave the scorching flames. Unfortunately, there is no other path to their destination. A local villager informs Tang Songzang that Princess Ironfan owns a magical fan that can quench the mountain's fire. However, she is also unlikely to give it to him, as Sen Wukong previously angered her husband, the Bold Demon King. Unwilling to give up their journey, the three protectors must use their shape-shifting powers and formulate a plan to steal the magical fan from the grasp of the princess. So this is a bit of a journey to the west. There's a lot less propaganda, I guess, than I was expecting. Fuku-chan no Kishu, the first film of Fuku-chan trilogy based on the popular newspaper strip at the time. Fuku-chan was reinvented for propaganda use. There we go. There's not a lot of propaganda. And here comes the propaganda. Spy Gekimetsu. A war propaganda film which begins with Roosevelt and Churchill in a secret meeting preparing their spy plans. Western spies in fancy suits and top hats parachute into Japan, disturbing innocent farmers. The Japanese civilians manage to thwart the spies' activities. Homo to Tulip. The spider and the two. I guess it would probably be easier to make live action propaganda films at the time than animated propaganda films. Like, there was probably a lot of comic strip propaganda. But it seems like the Japanese animation wasn't quite at that level yet. Like, I imagine there was a lot of, like, Disney propaganda on our side. Kumato Tulip, the spider and the tulip. A spider attempts to lure a ladybug into his web. When she manages to escape and hide in a tulip, a storm comes and batters the spider while the ladybug remains safe. Kumato Tulip is based on a fairy tale of the same name created by writer Machiko Yoyama, 1895 through 1986. That man had a life. Wow. The original, which compiled as part of the 1939 book Yoiko Su Yoiko, illustrated by Yoko Toyama, 1904-1958. He died pretty young then. Fuku-chan no Zosen Butai. Second film of Fuku-chan trilogy based on the popular newspaper comic strip. Fuku-chan was reinvented for propaganda use. In this one, Fuku-chan tries to rally up the fighting spirit of the troops. Malay Oki Kaisen. War propaganda film by Ofuji Noboru. Aww. The Battle of Malay Sea. 44. Fuku-chan no Sensuikan. Fuku-chan was one of the most popular newspaper comic strips by boy characters in Japan at the time. The film portrays a submarine attack on an enemy cargo ship. Though this, too, was to boost patriotism, Japanese children particularly enjoyed the scenes in which the kitchen crew cooked in the submarine kitchen. Released in November of the same year, the food shortage was quite serious in Japan, and the abundant food supply in the submarine kitchen, vegetables, fish, rice, and much more, were already luxury items in Japan at the time, was prepared into various dishes along with a merry rhythmic song. 45. Momotaro Umi Shinpei. Is that Momotaro in like a military uniform? Oh god. A monkey, a dog, and a pheasant and a bear travel southward after resting in their villages. At the fountain of Mount Fuji, a squadron flies into Onigashima under command of Momotaro. Parachute blossoms in the sky. Momotaro and company will take over the island after a successful mission. The village children pretend parachuting with glee as they run towards Mount Fuji. Oh dear. Momotaro's Sacred Sailors. Momotaro Umi no Shinpai is war propaganda movie considered to be Chan's first feature-length animation work. It is a produced funding of 2,700 yen from the Ministry of the Navy. The movie was considered lost following the end of World War II, but its negatives were rediscovered in 1982. Sho Chiku's digital restoration of the film was screened in 2006 Cannes Film Festival. Wow. Oh my god, 1 hour, 15 minutes. Wow. I mean, honestly, that's kind of impressive at the time, even if it is War propaganda based around a children's fairy tale. 46. World War One's over. World War One's very much over. World War One was over in the first 5 minutes of this stream. Um, World War Two is over. Suteneko Torajan. A family of cats finds a homeless kitten and takes him to their home, but one of the siblings becomes jealous of the attention of the new cat, gets from her mother, and runs away from home. The new member of the family goes looking for her. Can she bring her back home safely and get her to accept him as part of the family? Tora-chan no Hanayome. Little Tiger and Bride. Tora-chan and Mike, it might be Mike, but I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Mike, playing while their big sister prepares for her wedding. Just then, a letter arrives. It's from grandfather, who writes that he won't allow the wedding as long as he lives. Bride and groom rush to the church to get married before the old cat can stop them. But this boat just arrived. Can Tor-chan and Mike keep him distracted long enough for their sister's happy day to go uninterrupted? Our only plan: we have to kill grandfather. Gotta kill it. Honestly, that's a swag looking cat. I'm not gonna lie. Look at that cat. Kaichi Kachiyama no Shobotai. 7-minute short film monochrome produced by Japanese cartoon film company under the request of the Fire Defense Agency to educate children on the importance of firefighting. Original work is Aichi Koisata, a fire history historian. I didn't know that was a thing, but now that I've said it out loud, I guess it makes sense that it would be a thing. Director, artist in charge of Toshiharu Obata, a veteran who was also involved in the feature animation. Momotaro, sea god soldier during the war. Raccoon Tanuki, the main character, organizes fire brigade with fellow animals. A story such as the boldly headed towards to the forest fire that eventually occurred. The fire is anthropomorphized. We're in 49 now. Osama no Shippo. Oh, we haven't seen Mitsuyo Seo in quite some time. The King's Tale. Dobutsu Dai Yakyusen. A game of baseball featuring animals. One team is made up of gorillas while the other is mixed animals. The gorilla team easily overpowers the other animals. We've hit the 1950s. I think when we get into the 60s, that's kind of when anime starts. Whoops. Punsuke no Ida Kurabe. Nothing. Fujira, 1952. Remake of Ofuji's earlier film from the year 1927. Did we read Kojira from 1927? Lost film by Ofuji Nobura that was remade in 1952. Yeah, I don't think we even saw this. I think some of these aren't listed in the seasonal listings. Probably because they're listed for years but not seasons, so we don't see them. Excuse me. So I guess we're not looking at every anime ever, but I don't know. We're close enough for my tastes. Mori to Onga Kukai. During a concert in the forest, the big bad wolf begins to annoy the other animals with his foul smoking, noisy interruptions, and destruction of the grounds. The other animals band together and eject the wolf's poor manners. Fuck you, big bad wolf! That didn't blow it up at all. Alright, Fall of 54, Hanatocho. An earlier color animation. Ooh, we've gotten to color. Ooh, this is the first one I think we've seen in color. Excuse me. Uses color to help tell the story. 3 butterflies save a bird that falls out of the nest during a rainstorm. The butterflies decide to ask the flowers for cover, but the red rose will only help the red butterfly, since they're the same color. What a dick flower. $55. Onbu Obaka. Nothing. Ryuichi Yokoyama. Ooh. And we have a person with a color profile picture. Ooh. Yuri-sen. Yorei-sen. The Phantom Ship. Film about a ghost ship. No dialogue, just music and color. We figured out color. So now we're going to get rid of audio. We don't need audio. Audio's for losers. They had audio in the past. Now it's all about color. Let's see. Koroi, Kikori, To, Shiroi, Kikori. The black woodcutter and the white woodcutter. No information. But we're getting into people with actual, like, profile pictures. Oh, I thought that man had a much sicker beard than he turned out to. Kaneko no Ragugaki. Hey, maid, welcome to SACing MAL Eternal. How are you doing tonight? This is the new worst thing I make. As another explanation, you know SACing MAL is where we go with the latest anime season. Well, this is a show where I start as far back as possible, and I try and work my way to modern times. We started in winter of 1917, and we have made it to spring 1957. So unfortunately, you've missed World War I and World War II already. Let's see. This is Yasuji Mari's short about a kitten drawing pictures on a wall. So far, we have added exactly nothing. How's Apocalypse going for you? I made it to 7-8 moon, and considering the game ends at full moon, so yeah. Oh, moons are used for time in Apocalypse? Weird. Fukusuke. A short movie by Ryuichi Yokoyama. Oh, also we have color now. That's a recent development. We recently got to colored films. Yumemi Doji. An early Toei film directed by Fukuya Koji. Just beat the final bosses of normal SMT4. Okay, alright. This short film is one of the first Toei Doga anime in color, which was made before the first Japanese animated feature film in color, Haku Jaden. Well, we'll get to that in the future. Yeah, oh yeah, we also hit the first feature film and some really interesting propaganda films, like one where they fight Mickey Mouse. Okay, speaking of, here's Haku Jaden. Panda and the Magic Serpent. As a young boy, Zuijan is forced to free his pet, a small snake. Unbeknownst to him, the snake is actually a young snake goddess named Bai Nyang, and she is in love with him. Many years later, when they're both adults, the princess magically transformed into a human and sets out to find her true love. But the local wizard believes her to be a vampire and banishes Zuijan from the village in order to save him. Zuijan's pet, Panda's Panda, interesting name, and Mommy set out to save him and bring him in the process becoming leaders of an animal gang. Pretty soon I'm going to do a side quest that will let me fuse Izanami, so that's fun. That sounds fun. We saw a movie about Izanami. Or I should say read one. Shuma, well actually no, it just had them in there and then the movie was mostly about Amaterasu. I'm surprised you confuse Izanami. Isn't Izanami the goddess in SMT's title? Chuman no Oe Ryuriten, the oldest anime adaptation of the famous short story Chuman no Oi Ryuriten, originally written by Kenji Miyazawa. This stop-motion anime follows two British hunters as they venture deep into the thick woodlands and find themselves lost. Not too long till they stumble across a strangely located restaurant. They decide it's best to take a break inside, though they quickly find that things in this restaurant may not be what they seem. Despite that, she has very little relevance in the game. I mean, you'd assume she'd like come in and be like absolutely busted, though. Hiyotan Suzume, one of the famous Asian animated films of the late 1950s. Kaneko no Studio. Kitty Studio. This kitten from Yasuji Mori's earlier work, Kaneko no Ragugaki, returns, this time putting his talents towards directing a samurai film starring his mouse friends. Shonen Sarutobi Sasuke. I've actually heard of this. The Adventures of Little Samurai. Magic Boy was first ever Japanese animation to be released theatrically in North America. Sasuke, a boy vexed by an evil witch, studies magic and his powers to defeat her. That's probably why I've heard it, is that was the first one with a North American release. And we've done it. We've hit the 1960s. Now I think anime has begun. She's in like every game, but either as a cameo or a demon you can get. Is she? I don't remember her in Nocturne or Strange Journey. Sayuki. Alakazam the Great. Uh, what the shit is this? Up on a mountain, a monkey is born from stone, nameless, parentless, and friendless. That is until one day he encounters a young female monkey named Rinrin, who offers to be his friend. Though Rinrin's encouragement, he becomes king after a test of bravery. However, this personality sours. When Rinrin tells him that humans are the most intelligent creatures on Earth, the monkey vows to become smarter than them. He leaves Rinrin behind and trains in a mountain hermit who gives him the name Son Goku. Following Goku's imprisonment for his newfound powers to steal a celestial fruit from heaven, he's rescued by a monk. In exchange, he is asked to accompany the monk on a journey to India. This journey will prove to be yet another challenge for the monkey to overcome. She's a cameo in Nocturne. In Culpa, you find two tombstones labeled Izanagi and Izanami. Huh. I might remember that, maybe. Instant history. Each 3-minute short feature. Wow! 312 episodes. Each 30-minute short features characters learning about how important historical events that occurred that day. Shown on Fuji television, it often featured photographs and film footage taken from Mainichi Shinbun newspaper, where Ryuichi Yokoyama's comic strip was running at the same time. Instant History was broadcast by Fuji Television and is considered to be the first anime series to air on television in Japan. The series was broadcast 7 days a week when it first began airing, but did not air on Saturday beginning in October 1961. So this is the first anime. So we've hit anime. We've reached actual anime. All right, Izanami. What do we got? Interesting design. I'm not sure why she's covered in 1,000 ropes. Or why she's mostly naked. Let's see. Instant history. Here we go. Arabian Night. Sinbad no Boken. You don't know either? Yeah, okay. Arabian Night, Sinbad's Adventures by Toei Animation. Oh, we're in the shit now. Here we go. This is the real stuff. And it only took, an hour. Izunomi's most plot relevant games are Megami Tensei and Persona 4 Golden. And regular Persona 4, right? Yeah, she's the last boss of Persona 4. Um, this is a work by Toei Animation with screenplay by Tenzuka Osamu. In cooperation with novelist Kito Morio, Sinbad and Boy Ali are stowaways on a transport ship called Boulder, but then they win with their proper places on the ship after currying the favor of the captain. Then beautiful princess Shamir jumps on board to escape a wicked minister who wants to marry her, and Sinbad goes through a series of adventures to protect the princess. The story unfolds with ups and downs full of romantic episodes in the original story, such as a rough and tumble battle with a strange bird that is guarding diamonds. I have to say, this animation style is very much like a lot of early anime looks very Disney-esque, but with like a slight anime twinge to it. And this very much does seem to be like we've gone away from the 1920s like rubber hose style animation, and it looks like it's starting to like really drift into um like like the 50s 60s era Disney animation, like Snow White and Beauty and the Beast and that kind of stuff. Golden just throws the whole, hey guys, remember those books games from 30 years ago? Anyway, we're doing that again with Marie. Marie, a character that everybody loves. Tenoshi Bunmeshi Tatsu Monogatari. Let's see. Otagi Manga Calendar. They also do it worse. A continuation of Instant History. This one also has 312 episodes. Cool. Okay. Mogura no Motoro. Nothing here. Got a very interesting sort of like storybook picture art style though. Otagi no Sekai Ryoku. 7 short films combined in one theatrical movie telling the story of Otogi Studios' voyage around the world. Arumachi Kaido no Monogatari. Tales of the Street Corner. Let's see. On a certain street corner, there live a girl and her bear doll, a mischievous mouse named Kanku Boya, a sycamore tree, an old street lamp, a moth, and posters containing a bar girl, a violinist, and a pianist. All strive for life, but the world may not allow them to flourish. In Arumachi Kaido no Monogatari, will the inhabitants of the street corner be able to maintain their peaceful existence, or will war and tyranny plunge them into chaos? Japan had a war in 1960? With who? Let's see. Osu. Male. A cat just wants some alone time with his girl, but is interrupted by his stressed owner. Can't these stupid humans just keep things like relationships? I just want to fuck my hot cat girl. Can you even watch most of these? You can probably find some of these. I would say probably a quarter of them at this point. A lot of the ones we've already read are pretty unwatchable, but these once you get to the 60s, I believe you can probably find some of these, if not like it. Maybe not, you couldn't find like the whole show for like the TV anime series, but you can probably find pieces of them at this point. We're getting into like when anime was a thing. Speaking of Tetsuwan Atom, Astro Boy. Yeah, now we're in the shit. In the year 2003, I didn't know Astro Boy was set in 2003. Japan doesn't have public domain, do they? I actually don't know. So you can't just find one of those old 100 movie classic box sets, just a bunch of old movies thrown together. Well, we did pass an anime that came out in like the 40s that had a share, like a showing in a film theater as early as late as 2016. So these are like, some of these haven't been lost for sure, especially probably Astro Boy. At 193 episodes, you can probably watch the entirety of Astro Boy. In the far future of 2003, Professor Tenma is distraught when his son Tobio is killed in a car accident. He loses himself in his latest project. I might have seen episodes of Astro Boy. No, probably not actually. You could still buy Astro Boy, yeah. He loses himself in his latest project, creating Adam, a robot boy programmed to be forever good. Upset that Tobio substitute can never grow up, Tenma sells Adam to Ham Egg. Ham Egg! Rikio takes place in 2001. Macross, I believe, takes place in like 2010. Upset that his Tobio substitute can never grow up, Tenma sells him to Ham Egg, the cruel ringmaster of a robot circus. Adam meets the kindly professor, Ochi Ono Mizu, who adopts him and inspires him to become a crusader against evil and eventually builds him a robot sister, Uren. Tetsuan Adam was the first television anime series to air in a 30-minute programming slot. It was broadcast by Fuji Television and aired on Tuesdays when broadcast began in 1963. The first episode debuted on New York's Day with 27.4 viewership rating, with the series later peaking at over 40% rating by the following year. From 1964 onward, the airing was changed to Saturdays. And then someone tried to do a text tag, but they didn't put any text in the middle of it. One American television producer in the late Fred Ladd helped NBC Enterprises adopt the series for broadcast in the United States in 1963. The title Astro Boy was used instead of the manga's English The Mighty Atom. The change was forced because of the similarity to the contemporary American superhero comics Mighty Mouse, which Osamu Tezuka used as the basis for the character Atom. Fun fact, Grandma Sack actually has watched Astro Boy. SAO takes place next year. That's technically wrong because that time skip. SAO starts next year. We have a movie! Wanpaku Oji no Orochi Taiji. The Little Prince and the Eight-Headed Dragon. Susanoo, the youngest child of creation gods Izanagi and Izanami, is a mighty warrior easily able to defeat tigers with his bare hands. After his mother dies, Susanoo is devastated, determined to travel to heaven to find her. He carves a boat out of a tree, along with his rabbit companion, Akihana. I don't remember the rabbit being part of the myth, but okay. He prepares to cross the ocean. As Susanoo does not know how to reach heaven, he first visits his brother, Tsukiyomi, leader of the Night Kingdom, and his sister, Amaterasu, leader of the Light Kingdom. While his siblings can warn Susanoo of the dangers he faces, they are unable to stop him or provide him with the directions to heaven. Susanoo continues his journey to the ends of the earth. Orochi, an eight-headed dragon, awakens to stand in Susanoo's path. So they basically did a Susanoo movie, but Susanoo isn't a dickhead. Which is a shame, because Susanoo has this whole character development. Let's see, just continuing, Otage manga and Astro Boy. Oh shit. We're getting into the interesting stuff now. I'm sure a lot of episodes of these older anime series have been lost, but this is the sort of the period of time where like anime is really becoming a thing. Like, look, we have 3 new TV anime series in the ongoing Astro Boy at this point, so you can probably find at least pieces of these shows now. When people only know Tezuka for Astro Boy, I like to show them Ayako. Gigantor! Dr. Hanade, the developing experimental giant robot warriors to fight the Allies during the Second World War, but before his creations could see action, Allied bombs destroyed the facility and killed them. A decade later, criminals discovered 2 of the surviving prototypes, number 26 and 27, in the series and used the remote-controlled robots to commit a number of crimes. Young Shintaro Hanabe, the 12-year-old son of Dr. Hanade, did some investigating and discovered the mob were hunting for 28th robot in the series, rumored to be the most powerful of them all. Racing the villain, Shintaro discovers the robot first, along with Dr. Shikishima, a colleague of his father who was also believed to be killed during the Allied bombing. Together, the two prevent Setsujin 28, the robot's official designation, from falling into the hands of the bad guys, and decide to dedicate him to peace, then war. Shintaro fought crime for a long time, supported by Dr. Shikishima, who would repair Tetsujin 28 when he was damaged, and by police officer Otsuka. Shintaro even battled the Magmans invaders from planet Magma, who came to Earth late in his career, bringing their own giant robots, Magma X and Gold Wolf, with them. So I believe Gigantor is the first mech anime. I think that's what this is famous for. This is specifically the super robot genre, but this is the first mech. Ayaka is a manga he wrote in the 70s about a girl whose life sucks. He's definitely done a lot of other work. I believe he also did Metropolis, which was an adaptation of the old film, but like done with like his style, sort of. I've seen the movie. It's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. There's a lot of like pieces going there, but it feels too stuffed full of shit. Like there's too much going on in the movie. 8-Man. Nippon Animation. Oh, see, now we're gonna slow down though. Because now we're going into stuff that matters. Not to say, I guess, the earlier anime don't matter, but it is to say that, like, this is the stuff people remember. Like, when you think of anime, you don't think about that time a cat fought Mickey Mouse. You think of, like, Astro Boy and shit. A private investigator working on a routine case involving stolen technology is mortally wounded. His only hope for survival comes from sacrificing his humanity to become 8-Man, a powerful cyborg crime fighter enhanced with a living human brain. Resurrected as the ultimate high-tech vigilante, it is up to 8-Man to bring the lawless to justice and put an end to the escalating cycle of violence. A classic animated thriller that will leave you breathless. 56 episodes. Yeah, like I said, even if some of these sound interesting, finding the full shows are probably going to be a real pain in my ass. So I don't see myself adding anything earlier than 1969. That'll probably be my cutoff. Unless it sounds really good. Let's see. Senin Baruko, Hermit Village. The ancient Chinese town of Taoyuan is populated exclusively by Taoist ascetics. The elder Lao Shi conducts research into magic and alchemy, while his pupil Zai Huang is more interested in the pleasures of the flesh. He fell in love with 3 beautiful sisters who live close by. She discovers a murder within her family. She learns her sister-in-law is actually her mother, and she lives in a basement, and once she gets out of the basement, things only get worse. Yeah, from what I recall, he's like mostly associated with like child-friendly like Astro Boy, but a lot of shit he did, especially like manga-wise, was like really fucked up. Wanwan Chu Shingura. The homeless dog Rock swears to take revenge on a tiger named Killer in the zoo. Maybe don't name your tigers Killer. Who killed his mother. The dogs in town, troubled by the atrocities of Killer, join forces to support Rock, changing the target of revenge to the murder of the main character's mother made it easier for kids to emphasize with the character. I don't know what that means, but okay. Maybe it was based on an original story where a dog just wanted to fuck up a tiger. Osen Hayato. The Adventures of Zero Fighter Pilot during World War II. Shinsoken Oji. We also, worth noting, we missed a pilot movie here for this, because it says prequel, so this should have come out in 85. Oh. No wonder we missed it. Apparently this wasn't released in 85 on VHS and Betamax. Shinsoken Oji, based on a manga by Fujiko A. Fujio and Fujiko F. Fujio. Interesting. Tetsujin 28 Gao Tenjinhin. Recap episodes of the first 11. Was originally broadcast between episodes 11 and 12 in New Year special. This would be an interesting series to get into if I had interest in the history of mech anime, and I don't. But the plot didn't sound bad. Big X. Can I filter out continuing TV anime? I can filter out genres, but not continuing. Darn. Nope. Darn. Was talked into watching Black Rock Shooter. Don't do it, Maid. It's not worth it. Don't do it. Don't watch it. Fun fact about Black Rock Shooter. I finished it now. I have the review sitting on my computer for a future episode of Water. I watched... It was very bored. Yes, you were. Absolutely, you were. It's a well-known thing that I'm trying to never have dropped an anime, which is why I went back to watch Black Rock Shooter. But even so, I only dropped like 50 anime ever. And one of those was Black Rock Shooter. I watched Black Rock Shooter when it came out, kind of. When it was being released, I was like, Black Rock Shooter, I'll give that a go. It's got a really cool art style. We'll see how that works. I watched episode 1. No, I believe I watched the original OVA, and I was like, that was bad. That was boring. And then I was like, well, maybe it'll be better for the actual TV show. Maybe they'll flesh it out more. So I watched the TV show. I watched one episode and was so bored in one episode of the show that I immediately dropped it. I was like, I cannot push myself into a second episode of this. And then recently, sometime this year, I decided, okay, I'm going to, since I have to have never have dropped an anime, that means I have to get into Black Rock Shooter. So I decided to watch Black Rock Shooter. I rewatched episode 1 and got so fucking bored of watching episode 1 of one singular episode of Black Rock Shooter that instead of watching Black Rock Shooter, I made the decision to watch every single episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. All like 150 episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX were preferable to me than watching a single other episode of Black Rock Shooter. That show is so fucking boring. It was barely an hour long, but it felt longer. Oh God. It's so boring. Oh, you're talking about the OVA, aren't you? Yeah, the OVA is only like an hour. Yeah, the OVA is an hour. I was talking about I watched that the first time and was so fucking bored. I was talking about the TV series, which apparently made its way back to a 5 for me at one point. But the beginning of that is really fucking rough. I didn't really have much of a problem with Garden of Words. Big X. Invited to Nazi Germany during World War II, Dr. Asugumo is asked by Hitler to collaborate with him on the research of a new big weapon, Big X. Concerned about the possible effects of the completion of Big X, Dr. Asugumo intentionally delays the progress of the research, conspiring with his co-researcher, the devious Dr. Engel, immediately before Germany is defeated by the Allies. Dr. Asugumo implants a card inscribed with the secret of Big X in his son Shigeru, and is then shot to death by the German army. 20 years later, the card is discovered in the body of Shigeru, who is then living in Tokyo. Soon after, an organization claiming alliance with the Nazis appears, steals the card, and completes the Big X project. Dr. Engel's grandson has joined the Nazi alliance. The completed Big X is then revealed to be a drug that can extend human body without limitation. Recovering a big X from the enemy, Shigeru's son Akira fearlessly challenges the Nazi alliance and Hans Engel, who are plotting to conquer the world. I do have a cat. Why, is the cat audible? Let's see. She gets a little mouthy at nighttime sometimes. Okay, so this is 59 episodes. That's not a terrible plot, honestly. Honestly, this is starting to get to, like, the point where, like, anime sounds completely, like, watchable. I mean, again, this is very old, and I might have trouble finding it, so I'm not even gonna bother, but that sounds like a show that if that was on, like, if there was a modern Big X, that sounds like a show I would watch, you know? Kirin no Otenki Mama-san. Kirin brand stop-motion commercials made by Tadanori Okamoto that aired at the start of the end of Otenki Mama-san's show on TBS. Shonen Ninja Kaze no Fujimaru. Kidnapped and rescued by Ninja, Fujimaru has mastered martial arts over the years. Now he sets off on a journey to find his mother and also locate an old tome containing secret martial arts techniques. Guess who made Big X? Osamu Tezuka? I mean, it probably said that, but I don't know who that is. Like, right off the top of my head, I could not tell you. Oh, shit! Oh, the Lupin guy. Oh, no, he just did... No. I don't know who this is. He did something called Space Cobra. He did Golga 13. Okay, Golga 13 is famous. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was like, I don't know who this is, actually. He also did a Lupin movie. He did the pilot of Ashita no Joe. Did he do Ashita no Joe in general? Oh, Tezuka wrote the manga. I don't know who the fuck directed the anime. Okay. Osamu Tezuka. Yeah, Astro Boy and Dororo. Okay, yeah. I was like, the name sounds familiar. I'm not very good at recognizing, like, famous Japanese creators off the top of my head, to be honest. It's something I've only started paying attention to recently. It's why whenever we, like, look over, like, anime for Dartboard, I try to make sure to read who directed it and what studio did, because it's something I've, like, been trying to learn now, but I went, like, 20 years without giving a single shit. So, Hiroso wrote Ayako and Letters to Adolf. Oh my god, what's the last one about? Ningyo, Mermaid. It's a fictional place where using the imagination is banned. A boy saves a fish, which surprises everyone by turning into a mermaid. The boy is arrested for imagining this nonsense and is robbed of his imagination as a punishment. That actually sounds... Oh, director Osamu Tezuka. That actually sounds interesting. Memory. Osamu Tezuka Works, the experimental films. This is a short, privately produced animated film. While elucidating the memory of fuzziness as well as merits and demerits of memory and idolizing reality, the story develops into a tale of destruction of human beings, turning the existence of the Earth into a memory of the universe. The production, only 5 minutes long, greatly helps expand the viewer's imagination, embodying the enhancement of animation. What the shit did I just read? That actually sounds really fucking interesting. It's a manga about 3 guys named Adolf. It takes place before, during, and after World War II. I kind of want to watch this. You know what? We'll throw it on. Tetsuan no Adam Ucho no Yusha. Astro Boy, the Brave in Space. From the 25 TV series of Astro Boy, 3 episodes were selected for a theater re-edition: Robot Rocket, episode 46, Earth Defense Troops, episode 56, and The Last Day on Earth, episode 71. Of these 3, Earth Defense Troops was the only one originally derived from Tezuka Osamu's story number 7. Its settings were diverted to the Astro Boy series. In this film, the whole scene of Earth Defense Troops and The Last Day of Earth were reproduced in color for the theater version. Huh. Okay. Is this the first TV anime series to get a film? I guess it's a reproduction, so it's not an original. But that's interesting. One is a Jewish currently living in Japan. The second is half German, half Japanese man. The third is Hitler. Well. Shonen Ninja Kaze no Fujimaru Nazu no Aribia Ningyo. Kidnapped and rescued by a ninja, Fujimaru has mastered martial arts over the years. Now sets off on a journey to find his mother, who's also located in an old tomb containing secret martial arts techniques. This has something to do with Shonen Ninja Kaze, which just started airing. You can buy the series in English. Oh, the Adolf letters to Adolf. Uchiho Patrol Hopper. Space Patrol Hopper. After an alien attack, a boy named June is rescued by aliens who give him superpowers and recruit him into Space Patrol. The series was renamed Patrol Hopper Uchiko June for the final 18 episodes. Mirai Karakita Shonen Super Jetter. I think they translated the title differently. Interesting. A time patroller from the 30th century goes back to the 20th century to stop a meteor from destroying the world. Well, thank you. Why did that take you 52 episodes? Supporting Alien X from Ben 10. Let's see. Gulliver no Ucho Ryoka. All right, an adaptation of Gulliver's Travels. Gulliver's Space Travels Beyond the Moon. Ted meets the aged Professor Gulliver in a deep, dark forest, accompanied by Mac the dog, a toy surgeon called the General, and the Crow. Brendan Lee's The Crow. The two set off on a journey to the planet of Blue Hope in their spaceship, the Gulliver. Message to Adolf. Oh, that's not a very large difference in titles. Uchu Ace. Space Ace. Dr. Tatsunoko of Tatsunoko Research Center goes undersea accompanied by his daughter Asari to inquire into some mysterious radiation and discovers there is a giant shell. It is known that the radiation comes from a globe laid inside the shell. Then Asari finds an object in the shape of a compact and a message in it. It says it's a space alien from the planet Parlum, which is on the verge of extinction, is lying in the globe. Suddenly a boy with a strange look appears out of the globe and goes wild. He is the very person mentioned in the message with the name Ace. His source of energy for superhuman power is what is called space food, and he can fly with the help of a silver ring made of energy collected instantly in the aerial environment. He's able to use this as a weapon to fight the enemy, supported by his friends, including Asari, Iba, the robot dog, and Hermit Crab reporter. He gallantly goes in action to settle various difficulties caused by the mystic robots and brutal space invaders. Interesting. Now, here's my question. How many people have Ace as their favorite character? Literally no one. Jeez. I have seen more obscure... Even Kuroneko had some favorites. Uchu Shonen Soren. A classic sci-fi TV anime, The Adventures of Superboy. The Adventures of Superboy! In the 21st century, a human boy is raised on the planet Soren, home of one of the most advanced civilizations in the Galactic Federation. The planet has the gravity 15 times stronger than Earth. People of Soren change the boy into a cyborg so that he can live on the planet. Years later, the boy returns to Earth. He calls himself Soren. On Earth, his physical ability is 15 times superior to normal humans. He uses the power for justice. So he's Goku. Wonder 3. The Amazing 3. Why would they change the name from Wonder 3 to The Amazing 3? That's just so much clunkier. Wonder 3 is Osamu Tezuka manga and a black and white anime series. Wow, black and white and as far as 65. That's weird. It involved the adventures of 3 agents from outer space who were sent to Earth to determine whether the planet, a potential threat to the universe, should be destroyed. The instrument of destruction is a device resembling a large black ball with 2 antennae that is variously called an anti-proton bomb, a solar bomb, and a neutron bomb. Those are like 3 different things. Though the 3 agents, Captain Boku Noko and Puko, were originally humanoid in appearance, upon arrival on Earth they take the appearance of a rabbit, Boko, a horse, Noko, and a duck, Puko. They then captured examples of Earth life forms. While on Earth, they travel in a tire-shaped vehicle capable of enormous speeds called the Big Wheel, which can travel in both land and water, and with modifications through the air. The series tackles a number of issues which were surprisingly progressive for an animated cartoon at that time, particularly ecological concerns and poverty. Okay. Sure. Why not? Yusei Shonen Puppy. Prince Planet. There is a lot of alien stuff at this time, apparently. Apparently that was like the in thing. Tells the story of a member of the Universal Peace Corps from planet Radion coming to Earth on a mission to determine if the world meets standards for membership in the Galactic Union of Worlds and assists its inhabitants during his stay. While on his mission, Prince Planet adopts the identity of an Earth boy named Bobby and gains comrades who work together alongside him, combating evil forces, both alien and terrestrial. Okay. Yeah, it seems to be like a whole like superhero space alien thing going on at the time. Obake no Kyutaro. Kyutaro, a monster living in the Ohara family. He can fly and make his body transparent, but he can't turn his body into other things like other monsters do. He has scattered mind and always makes mistakes and causes trouble. Alright, Fall 65. Shizuko. A man trapped on a raft in the middle of the ocean in desperate need of water. Luckily for him, a few drops of rainwater are about to fall from the raft's mast. Comedy ensues as the thirsty man attempts to drink the small drops of water. US had a similar trend in the 50s. Bunch of really shitty sci-fi stuff came out in the 50s. Oh, you're right. There did. Yeah. Yeah, that was a thing. Everyone was all about like, oh, in the 21st century, shit's gonna be crazy. We're gonna have flying cars and hoverboards and hoverboards that turn into flying cars. Tobacco Tohai. The Osamu Tezuka works, the experimental films. Cigarettes and Ashes, 1965. In the summer of 2000 in Hollywood, Spielberg's DreamWorks Film Corps made the film Chicken Run with Nick Park, the great master of clay figure animation, and it became a big hit. A chicken was a main character, and the story unfolded like the masterpiece The Great Escape. 35 years ago, Mushi Production created an animated work in which a chicken was the main character, and a rebellion between the leaders and the ruled eventually escalated into a great war. Despite the scale of the story, the film ran for only 3 minutes. The ability to depict the endless repetition of war in human history in just 3 minutes is a unique feature of the short animation, relying on exaggeration and great imagination. Interesting. I'm still more interested in imagination than that. Osomatsu-kun. A wacky comedy... What? What? Oh my god! I wasn't aware that Osomatsu-kun was this fucking old. Look, this is the, This is the fucking anime about the, like, 8 brothers that everyone was going fucking gaga for not too long ago. Yeah, Osamatsu-san. You remember this when this came out in like 2015? Everyone was fucking like all about it, and like people were shipping the brothers together. Like that was a whole thing. I can't. I didn't know this was from '66. That's crazy. Can't wait till kids laugh at us because of Valhalla. Yeah, yeah, in fucking 2077, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have fucking robot limbs." That's actually already happening because the original Cyberpunk is already passed. Interesting. Wacky comedy about identical sextuplets causing wild pranks. Each episode features two stories. Osumatsu Kun was Maiichi Broadcasting first entry into anime broadcasting until the broadcast of Magi Magical Labyrinth in 2012. The network did not air anime adaptation of Shonen Sunday manga for 45 years. The series later aired on Tokyo 12 channel after known as TV Tokyo between 1960s and early 1970s. So Sumatsu-kun was never broadcast again because after the 1970s, the original prints were thought to be lost until they were found in storage in Suzuko Studio and Maiichi Broadcasting in 1990. The series was finally released on DVD between 2001 and 2003. You dumb bastards really thought androids would exist in 2070s? Dumb consumers, am I right? Oh, wow, that's nuts. Tatake Osper. On Distant World, people with paranormal powers battle each other. That's it. That's all you get. Rainbow Sentai Robin. Squadron of robots defend the planet against alien invader. Wow. There's just so much alien robot stuff. Kaizoku Oji. Kid was brought on a small island which floats on the Caribbean Sea. He lives a pleasant life with many animals as his companions. However, this changes when he learns that his dying father is not his real father. Before he passes away, his father reveals to Kid that his real father is actually Captain Morgan, the pirate who rules the seven seas. Kid decides to set off in search of his real father, only to learn about his death. Other pirates begin to hunger for the title of ruler, one of them being the notorious pirate Tigerhook. In order to protect the seas, Kid becomes the pirate king of his father's ship. Oh no, One Piece is a is a ripoff of a 60s anime. Harusu no Kaze. This is actually a pretty famous one, I think. A boy known for a troublemaker transfers into new school. Goku no Daikuben pilot. Nothing. We ain't got nothing. That looks like fucking Tom and Jerry shit, though. Look at that. Oh, it looks like Journey to the West. That's why One Piece won't end because it ran out of material. One Piece is almost over, I believe. There's like what I think he said it's 90% done. He said what was it 5 more years? Monoshiri Daigaku Oshita no Calendar. Then again, he said 5 more years before, so who knows? Another continuation of instant history with a new title, this time sponsored by Kirin, a brewery company in Japan. Interesting. You say Common. Is Common Rider? Oh no, asteroid mask, planetary mask. Donning a special mask, a young man defends the planet. Cyborg 009. Original Cyborg 009, 1966 movie based on the manga, features 009's origin in an epic battle against Black Ghost and the other evil robot forces. Now we're getting into some classic shit. Now we're getting into some stuff that's new enough to be considered classic shit. Jungle Tatai movie. The first 2 minutes of this film are taken from Jungle Emperor Leo 1965 TV series, while the rest is all original. Tezuka was very pleased that this film conveyed his story accurately, something he wasn't able to do with the TV series. Jungle Tatai Susume Leo. Jungle Emperor was a hit in Japan that Dr. Tezuka went ahead and produced a sequel to in 1966, known in Japan as The New Jungle Emperor or Onward Leo. The trouble for us in the rest of the world was that he made the series without having to deal with NBC, and he made it more like his original manga story, which means that there are a lot of characters that died, and some of the episodes could be depressing. NBC thought that there was no way they could sell that kind of show, and they were quite happy with the 52 episodes they had. So the new Jungle Emperor series wasn't seen in this country until 1984, when it was given the title Leo the Lion. I like how this is being writ. Source official website. I like how this is that whoever did this just copy and pasted the description from the website itself and didn't bother to mention what country is being referenced here. Like, NBC tells me that this is probably America, but if you were in, like, I don't know, South Korea and you were reading this shit, it would be like, in this country, you'd be like, this aired in South Korea? New Jungle Emperor series wasn't seen until 84 and given the title Leo the Lion. The series was supposed to take place a few years after the original Kimba series. Kimba was an adult with Kitty as his mate, and they had 2 cubs. Most of the series was a story of Rune, the male cub, as he grew and learned to be as strong as his father. For legal reasons, producers of the English dubbed version could not use the name Kimba, so they used the original Japanese names for all the characters. Interesting. Oh, we got another experimental film from Osamu Tezuka. Let's see. A series of short animated segments without dialogue explore major characters of modern society, such as plastic surgeon, the fashion-obsessed woman, the rumor monger, and others, leading to concluding comment on the progress of civilization. Pictures at exhibition. Speaking of not appropriate for TV in this country, Demon Slayer is sure kicking up a storm in Japan. Oh, how so? I know there's a lot of sales, but do you mean like a good storm or a bad storm? Um, I heard like a Twitter thing about that one character having multiple wives, but it was apparently like laughed out of the room. Ribbon no Kishi pilot, an unnamed pilot of Ribbon no Kishi. Bad. Oh, why? Sakai no Oja, King Kong Takai. Recap of the first episode of the TV series. Did we even get to this TV series? It was reevaluated by a ratings board for violence. I could see that. It's kind of violent. Mahotsukai Sally the Witch. Here we are. This right here is an incredibly influential anime. Sally the Witch is the first magical girl anime. I believe it was inspired by Bewitched. Okay, Sally, the kind, mischievous princess of the land of magic, has developed an interest in the human world. Wanting to experience it for herself, she runs away and meets 2 girls her age, Yoshiko Yochan Hanamura and Sumire Kasugano. At a department store, they quickly become friends and spend time at Sally's mansion when she conjured with magic. The 2 girls realize they forgot something at the store, and despite it having closed for the night, they leave to fetch the item. Sally and her younger brother, Cub, who had been sent by their parents to retrieve her, follow them and discover that they've been captured by a pair of thieves who are attempting to rob the store. Utilizing their magic, Sally and Cub drive the thieves away and rescue the girls, who remain unaware of Sally's powers. Attached to her new friends and the fun of the human world, Sally decides to stay, taking up the surname Yumeno, and attending school with Yochan and Sumire. Cub decides to live with her, and together they make a variety of new friends and go on various adventures, all while spicing up their lives with magic. This is interesting. This is actually tempting to watch, but apparently it's like a full-length show, like 25 minutes per episode at 109 episodes. So I'm interested in watching it from a historical perspective, but I'm not interested for watching it for how fucking long it is. So I think I'll probably pass on it. You know what? I am going to add it. We all know my plan to watch list is mostly a suggestion anyway. It's because parent groups are pretty pissed because of all the blood. It's not like gory or anything. Goken no Daikuben, Adventures of the Monkey King. In this film, because of complaints from children that Goku is depicted as too much of an eager student, he is instead portrayed as a very naughty modern boy. It has then received so many complaints from the PTA about bad language that it forced out of the show after all. That's fun. Cyborg 009 Kaiju Senso. Organization Black Ghost attacked around the world using Paleosaur type giant robots, and the team of 9 cyborgs launched their quest for the Black Ghost hideout. 009 meets a girl, Helena. Ninja Bugai Cho. Also known as Manual of the Ninja Martial Arts, the only animation from Japanese new wave maestro Nagisa Oshima is as provocative as one would expect from such a remarkable filmmaker. The film follows Sanpei Shiroto's classic comic story about the son of an assassinated feudal lord in the Muromachi period who attempts to avenge his father's death and meets Kagemaru, a renegade ninja, helping peasants and farmers rebel against Oda Nobunaga's regime. Controversial opinion, Japan would be a better country if Nobunaga had won. Shonen Jack To Mahotsukai. Demon Slayer in Japan is weirdly popular with small children, like pretty small. We're talking like early elementary school. Oh, like kindergarteners. Okay, all right. Okay, I get it. Young Jack and the Witch. Jack is a boy who lives with his animal friends, Barnaby Bear, Denai Dog, Squeaker of Mouse, and Phineas Fox. He's challenged to a race with Allegra, who turns out to be a witch. She takes Jack to the Queen Witch, Orania. She plans on turning all her slaves into evil harpies. Hung Kildong. A special boy is born on a day when hurricanes and wicked spirits struck medieval Korea. The citizens and family learn that the infant has superhuman strength and cunning intelligence. As the boy grows up, he makes a vow to his family, the Emperor of Korea, and to the high deities to rid Korea of the chaos and disorder caused by the wicked beings. Subarashi Sekai, Ryoko, Alaska no Tabi, Daigo Hyokaki. In the near future, Earth is engulfed in an ice age as snow falls ceaselessly in summer and glaciers advance on an uncharacteristic speed. In this SF spin-off of live-action Wonderful World Travel series, humanity must decide whether to use science to fight the ice or to adapt to it. That's interesting as a debate, actually. The fence that is made for teenagers, but parent groups are like, well, then why are characters used to market stuff for young children? Got a fucking point. Yeah? Mecha Go Go Go. The Mecha 5 is one of the fastest, most technologically advanced race cars built by man, equipped with various gadgets. Man, back then everything got 300 episodes. Oh my god, this is Speed Racer! Japanese marketing is fucking weird. With an average score of 666, we have Speed Racer. The Mach 5 is one of the fastest, most technologically advanced race cars built by man, equipped with various gadgets and powerful engine. It provides a challenge for anyone who would dare race against it. The driver of this amazing vehicle is Go Mifune, a teenager whose dreams of breaking into the world of professional racing. In spite of this, Go's father and creator of Mach 5, Daisuke Mifune, does not want his son anywhere near a racetrack. Undeterred, his girlfriend Michi, younger brother Kuryo, and Kuryo's monkey sidekick Senpei become Go's biggest fans as he sets out to become the greatest racer of all time. However, Go soon learns that becoming a professional racer is not easy. From the underhanded pilots of corrupt businessmen to stiff competition in the form of his rival Racer X, Go faces many obstacles on the road ahead and has a lot to prove before he can cross the finish line. A few years ago, Sailor Moon was used to advertise condoms. Isn't she like 15? She is, if we're talking about 90s Sailor Moon, she is 14 for the majority of the show, because in the final season of Stars, she enters high school, which makes her 15. But she also canonically has a child, and she is dating a college student. So, again, in the 90s, it's different in the manga and in Crystal, but in the 90s she's like 14 for the most of it, and then 15 in the final season. For the record, Sailor Moon has definitely had sex with Mamoru. 100% confident about that. And I'm not talking like Queen Serenity. I'm talking like I'm talking about Usagi Tsukito. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch Speed Racer, but it is interesting that we finally made it to Speed Racer. Ribbon no Kishi, Princess Knight. Princess Sapphire is a girl raised as a prince. Through the mischief of an angel, the princess is born with both a girl's body and a boy's mind. Since there's no boy successor in her kingdom, Sapphire is raised as a boy, but evil ministers try to reveal her secret. Unable to put up with the kind of vicious conduct prevailing in the kingdom, Sapphire disguises herself as Princess Knight and wields her sword of justice. This animated version of the girl's manga featuring Sapphire's romance and adventures, which is marketed the first made-for-TV animated program geared towards girls in Japan. Speed Racer dub is something else. Oh god. I've heard of it. It's, like, incredibly mocked. Oh! That's fun. Herman! After Mitsuo receives a mask from a retiring superhero, he becomes Paman! Ogon Bat. This Golden Bat had a different adaptation recently. Golden Warrior wearing a cape and scepter, Ogon Bat was a protector spirit from Atlantis, reanimated by a scientist and his friends, especially the Sweet Marie, from his tomb covered in hieroglyphics. His entry was heralded by Golden Bat and a sinister laugh. He would put good use his superpowers to combat the evil forces of Dr. Zero. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Golden Bat came out recently, didn't it? Nope. Nope. Interesting. I don't know why I thought that was true. Huh. Well, okay. I guess I'm wrong. There is a character called Golden Bat in One Punch Man. Boken Gabotenjima. It's about children who are shipwrecked on a deserted island, the Adventure of Gaboten Island. King Kong 01-7 Tom Thumb. Let's see. Professor Bond. Professor Bond is doing research on an island on the Java Sea when his son discovers the giant ape and befriends him, and together they fight to protect Kong from Doctor Who. Good fucking luck. James Bond versus Doctor Who. Now that's a show. Did you know Fist of the North Star had a dub? I did know that. Who has a sinister design on Ape Each episode consisted of King Kong story, a Tom of Thumb, then another King Kong story. Tom of Thumb is a gag cartoon about a secret agent and his oriental sidekick. Animage Pocket Data Notes credits Mori Yasuji and Kanishi Takao as either character designers or animation directors, the latter, differing from the credits for King Kong portion of the show. This first cartoon TV series animated entirely in Japan expressly for American television. American sources state Rankin Bass commissioned the work from Videocraft International. Japanese sources state that it was produced by Videocraft and Toei Doga. Oh, okay. I'll check this out. I did know about the Fist of the North Star, though. Alright, to be fair, the scream is really fucking stupid in the Japanese version, too. Pyun Pyun Maru. The ninja Pyun Pyun Maru and his brother Chibi Maru are working at an office that accepts anything. They solve unexpected happenings caused by other ninjas. Everybody could use that clip in life, fair enough. Hopiwa Chadolbwai. Oh, it's Korean. Okay, 1967 Korean historical movie. Boken Shonen Shadar. Adventure Boy Shadar. When Earth is threatened by... Of course. What else would it be about? Invading Ghost Star, a young boy with nerves of steel and strength of 50 men, appears from a cave on Mount Fuji. He is Shadar, a boy of unknown origin, who with his faithful dog Pinboke fight to save the world. Granted, it's nowhere close to that violent Jack stub where he just goes fucking shit, fucking shit, fucking shit. All right, now see, I didn't know there was a violence jacked up. Skyers 5. Science fiction action series about the future battles between a planetary police force and an international crime syndicate. The series plays out as a mix between sci fiction and old western. That actually sounds interesting. I'm not going to watch it, but it sounds interesting. Oh, there was only 12 episodes. That sounds interesting. I'm not going to watch it, but it sounds interesting. Don Kiko. Comedy about a mischievous adventures of a young boy. Each episode contains 2 stories. We've made it to 68 now. Gage no Kitoru. Okay, now see, this is an anime I'm familiar with. Kitoru, a ghost, spends his afterlife helping humans in need of his skills. He thwarts the plans of evil spirits who live to torment humanity. Wanpaku Tenteidan. A group of young boys plus a token girl plus a token girl and her little brother, the obligatory brat, form a detective club, pooling their talents for brain, brawn, and investigation and driving skills to solve crimes in Tokyo. Much to the consternation of the police chief, Nakamura, they often succeed where the professionals fail. Source, the Anime Encyclopedia. Wasn't biased at all. Dororo Pilot. I'm not gonna read this. Actually. I've talked enough about Dororo. There's a reason for this company. It's just Funimation UK branch now, because back then they ended up with stuff like this. Delightful. Subarashi Sekai, Ryoko no York Tabi, Computopia, Siriki, Nisenin no Monogatari. A sci-fi documentary about the way New York might be in the distant year 2000 using real photographs of computer innards as backdrops for the cell animation. I would love to watch that. I guarantee you I can't find it, but I would love to watch it. Cyborg 009 TV. They fight against evil. They help those in need. They're cyborg fighters, together with scientist Dr. Gilmore. This team of 9 cyborgs use their special body modifications to fight against a seemingly endless barrage of enemies, including robot crabs, aliens, fellow cyborgs. Each cyborg has its own special power, which they use in their fight against evil. Titular character 009, aka Hurricane Joe, the famous race car driver. I did not know that about Cyborg 009. Leads the team with his superhuman strength, resistance to bullets, ability to accelerate through time. That doesn't sound that useful. Doesn't Cyborg 009? Oh, kind of. It's a very old manga series. I believe it was yeah, it was Shotaro Ishimori, and they still do adaptions of it. Yeah, this guy's an OG here. Yeah, Common Rider, Cyborg 009, um, probably like a bunch of other shit. No one had a crossover with Devilman a few years ago. Yeah. Each cyborg has his own special powers when they use. Well, also like we just did like Gege and that also like that had an adaptation not too long ago. I think that had like what a 2018, 2016 adaptation, something like that. Each cyborg has its own special powers, blah, blah, blah. The team Cyborg 09 faces many enemies and stops countless threats to their hometown and even Earth, no matter what will be served. This only has 26 episodes, interestingly enough. So if you wanted to get into Cyborg 009, it would be a lot easier. It was covered online as 2 old ass anime you've never heard of crossover. Joke's on you. I've heard of them. Kyojin no Hoshi, the story about Hyoma Hyoshi, a promising young baseball pitcher who dreams of becoming a top star like his father, Itetsu Hoshi, in the professional Japanese league. His father was once a third baseman until he was injured in World War II and forced to retire. The boy would join the ever-popular Giants team and soon realize the difficulty of managing the high expectations, from the grueling training to battling the rival Mitsuru Hanagata. On the Hanshin Tigers, he would have to take out on his best pitching magic to step up to the challenge. Kaibutsu-kun. The prince of Kaibutsu land, Kaibutsu-kun, decides to go to the human world as part of his training to become the king. Akane-Chan. A country girl. Akane was new to a prestigious school. She's full of vitality and everyone likes her. Hidemaru, the rich and arrogant boy, likes her too. With everyone's help, she solves problems that come their way. Animal 1. Ichiro Azuma, a young amateur wrestler, wants to participate in the Olympic Games in Mexico. Fight da Puta. A young boy uses scientific skills to fight enemies. I'm now weary of old manga getting adapted into anime because Dororo 2019 and Devilman Cryberry sucked ass. Dororo 2019 is not an adaptation of the original Dororo manga. It is an adaptation of the redone manga from 2016. Taiyu no Oji, Horus to Daikoben. Daibokin, the Little Norse Prince. This is actually pretty famous. I've heard of this. Horus is a young boy that one day, hunted by silver wolves, found the Sword of the Sun. The day his father died, he left his home to find the people from town his father told him. Together with a small bear named Kuro, he starts the journey and runs into the great adventure fighting against Grunwald and his subordinates who want to rule the world. It's an adaptation of some other dickhead's interpretation. I believe so, yeah. Dororo. See. No. No, this is wrong. It's not an adaptation of the 20. It is an adaptation of the 2016 manga. Yeah, here we go. Adoro to Hyakimaru Den. The Legend of Dororo and Hyakimaru. By Satoshi Shiki. Who did... Oh, no. Did I click art? Oh, no. Story and art. Story by Osamu Tezuka. No, because he died in 89. Yeah, so it was by Satoshi Shiki, it looks like. Oh, it also says that this is still ongoing. So I guess the shitty ass ending was an anime only one. I've actually read X-Blade. Oh, but he just did the art for X-Blade. Right, that's what X-Blade is. Yeah. Well, anyway, moving on. The only old manga getting readaptation is Akira because Katsuhiro Otoma is the one behind it, and he wrote the damn thing, also directed the movie. Excuse me. Umihiko Yamahiko. This looks claymated. Excuse me. Long ago, there were two brothers named Umihiko and Yamahiko. The older brother, Umihiko, made his living catching fish in the sea. The younger brother, Yamahiko, made his living hunting birds and animals in the mountains. One day, Yamahiko said to Umihiko, "Why don't we exchange my bow and arrows for your fishing tackle and trade places?" After bothering him enough, Umihiko agreed. The next day proved treacherous as they were unskilled. Umihiko hurt his arm, and Yamahiko lost the fishing hook. Umihiko was extremely angry by Yamahiko's trade because it caused him to lose his prize hook. So even when his arm heals, he'd never be able to fish again the same. Yamahiko strives to right his wrongs. On the ending where they make a peaceful village in a time era that would get you conquered by a tyrannical shogun. Yeah, no, the ending is where that really is like, what the fuck are you talking about? We'll use money to keep them away, or they'll just kill you and take your money. What their plan didn't make any sense. I think the worst part is that like 3 characters just die because they just don't want to leave the building for some reason. Just walk out of the building. Why are you jackasses standing there burning to death? Fuck that anime. They somehow made an anime even worse than the one from the 69. Sabu and Ichi's arrest warrant. This I've actually heard of. The series follows the adventures of Sabu, a young Edo Bakufu investigator traveling with the blind swordsman Ichi. Oh, I think the reason I know about this is because there's a crossover between this and Dororo, right? Isn't it? Isn't that a thing? Isn't this a reference to the Dororo thing? The manga ends pretty much the same as the 60s anime. Hyakimaru kills his father, says goodbye to Dororo, and leaves. Yeah, no, that ending's not that great either. In their travels, they assist the common people in solving mysteries and righting wrongs, usually committed by bandits or corrupt officials. Sabu is engaged to Midori, the daughter of his boss, who works as a police officer for the Tokugawa shogunate. That doesn't sound terrible, I'm not gonna lie, but it's also 52 episodes. So I'm not watching it, but I believe the reason I think I know about that is I think it has something to do with Dororo. To be fair, the manga was canceled. I didn't know that, and that explains a lot. Yokai Ningen Bem. 3 monsters: Bem, who looks like a gangster, Bero, who looks like a boy, and Bera, a witch who acts as agents of justice, hoping that they will be allowed to become human. Several episodes involve them protecting a young boy. The style of animation is fairly distinctive, and the storyline's not without interest. And by fairly distinctive, I mean it looks a shit ton like an American show from the same time period. Actually, it looks like an American show from 20 years later. Never mind. Sasuke. Sasuke is the son of a very skilled ninja whose name is Ozaru. After the defeat of their lord, Yukimura Sanada, Tokugawa and Hattori's ninjas begin to persecute all of their enemies still alive. That means Ozaru, Sasuke, must leave their house and start a violent struggle for their own life. Danger, vengeance, anger, loyalty, pain are the basic elements of this story, where the worst aspects of the human soul are described together with the growth of the main character, the young Sasuke. This one I think is actually fairly famous. It isn't. Only 200 people have seen it. Okay, well, it's something I've heard of, believe it or not. Yayuyake Bancho. Transfer student only just arrived and is confronted by a school gang. One by one, he defeats the gang members and challenges their leader to a fight. Each 10-minute episode aired Monday through Saturday. The intention, if I remember, was that after a point it would focus on Dororo and she's run into Hyakumaru later, but it was considered too violent and they pulled the plug. Huh. Johnny Cypher in Dimension Zero. Square-jawed super agent Johnny can travel through inner space, Dimension Zero, and he uses his superpowers to combat evil all over the universe. He's helped by the beautiful blonde Zena and a tiny alien Rom from the Black Star, an early Japanese-American co-production, former Disney animator Joe Aurelio for Warner's 7, a company formed by merging of 7 Arts Production after its merger from Warner Bros. It started airing a year after its release in US. That sounds completely watchable. Honestly, that sounds good. 5-minute episode. One. I'm not gonna lie. This is tempting. I don't think I'll be able to find it though, so I'm not gonna add it. But that sounds interesting. Baka 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 Nasaka. Crazy World. This is an absurd film by Kori Yoji. Only thing Sasuke related I know is a bunch of stories focusing on a ninja named Sarutobi Sasuke. Yeah, I did know about the anime. Soseki, The Genesis. This short film parodying major Hollywood film The Creation, directed by John Huston. This film has the look of a tongue-in-cheek production done on a small budget by animators who wanted to make fun of great works that cost enormous sums. Osamu Tezuka funded an animated film just to make fun of another American film. That's peak petty right there. Kyobe. Kyobi no Kitsune to Tobi Maru. Seso Seki. Interesting. Okay. The film was adapted by novel by Okamoto Kido, based on the legend surrounding the sterile patch of land at the foot of Mount Chasu, an active volcanic location located in Tochigi Prefecture. Since the Heian period, the spot has been known to exude poisonous gas, hydrogen sulfide, sulfur dioxide, and arsenic that has killed animals and people who happen to wander near the area. Oh, we actually know what causes the Soseki? Oh, that's so disappointing. I like that an evil fox lives in it way better than the real answer of poison gas. The legend arose at the time long ago when China Kitsune transformed itself into a beautiful maiden, seduced the empire, and caused numerous misfortunes to befall the kingdom. Then found her way to Japan, transformed herself into a beauty maiden called Tamomo, and seduced the emperor, etc., before finally being unmasked and killed. Upon her death, she cursed her killers and transformed herself on the spot into a poisonous stone called the Sesuseki. So much so that Naruto just straight up stole the name. The third Hokage's father's name is named Sasuke Sarutobi. Naruto steals a lot made. It is not a subtle series. It is so like like all of the Sannin are stolen, for example. There's a famous story of a samurai named Sasuke. One of the main characters of Naruto is Sasuke. Sarutobi is the name of the third Hokage. Like, you could just keep going. Like, Naruto stole literally fucking everything. Naruto has stolen so much that I kind of respect it. 1969. Now we're getting into the shit. Himitsu no Ako-chan, Secrets of Ako-chan. This is already on my list. Atsuki Ako-chan Kagami, known variously as Stilly, Caroline, Julie in Western versions anime, is an energetic elementary school girl who has an affinity for mirrors. One day, her favorite mirror, which was given to Ako by her mother, or some versions by her father, as a present from India, is broken, and she prefers to bury it in her yard rather than throw it to the trash can. In her dreams, she is contacted by a spirit, or in some cases, the queen of the mirror kingdom, who is moved that the little girl would treat the mirror so respectfully and not simply throw it away. Ako-chan is then given the gift of a magical mirror, taught an enchantment that will allow her to transform into anything she wishes. So, Ako-chan, the reason this was already on my list, is famous for one thing and one thing only. This was the first magical girl series with a transformation sequence. Well, not with like an entire dedicated sequence, but this is the first transforming magical girl. Like Sally was the first magical girl. This is the first transforming magical girl. Well aware, I learned that from the page in P4 manual that explains the lore on Persona's backstories, and I read one as a toad summoning wizard named Jiraiya married to a slug witch named Tsunade, and he trained a snake wizard named Orochimaru who later betrayed him. That's not true. Jiraiya did not train Orochimaru, I believe. Orochimaru was already around, and Jiraiya was a bandit who trained against Orochimaru, who wanted to kidnap and marry Tsunade, if I recall correctly. I'm pretty sure he didn't train Orochimaru. I don't think that's true. Go blame Atlas. Oh, Atlas's shit is super wrong. Ninja used the shape Mifty Magic Giant Toad as the heir of the mighty Ogata clan, fell in love with Tsunade, young slug. His arch nemesis was his one-time follower. Okay, alright, I missed that. Okay, maybe, well, his one-time follower, but he was also a bandit for most of the fucking series, so one-time follower might have meant, that Orochimaru was also a bandit. So, okay, maybe you could make an argument for it. Alright. Yeah, I wasn't aware of the one-time follower thing, but I still don't think he taught Orochimaru, because Orochimaru is a snake sorcerer. So I guess it's more of a reinterpretation than anything. But the version I heard, I was not aware that Orochimaru, like, I know Orochimaru kept trying to kidnap Tsunade. Can I actually... This specifically, can I actually get the story itself? Because I don't recall this part of the story. Jiraiya the hero, I believe. Nope, that's a play. Ah, well, who gives a shit? Or maybe I'm thinking of the novel version, and maybe that's my fuck up. I might be thinking of a different adaptation. This is like a full-grown Himitsu no Ako. Did she grow up throughout the course of the... She actually did. Wow. I didn't know that. Oh yeah, she also has a magical compact. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, yeah, Himitsu no Ako-chan. Very, very famous series. Um, anyway, yeah, Naruto is very derivative, but I can kind of respect how derivative it is. And Persona, like, Atlas fucks up a lot of descriptions. So, Hitori Boshi. So the thing I mostly know for Hitori Boshi is that it is, I believe, an adaptation of Puss in Boots, and it is famous for creating the Toei Puss in Boots mascot. If we haven't already passed it, but yeah, that, like, Toei's mascot was a real anime that did exist in the past. Kaite Toshi no Dekoru Made. Nothing here. Alright, moving on. We haven't seen an anime without a description in quite some time. Kibitsu-kun, Suna, Majin wo Yatsukero no Maki. Kibitsu-kun to Hinawa Kaishin no Maki. Wonder-kun no Hatsu Yume Ucho Ryoku. This is a story of friendship between a boy named Taro and the mysterious Wonder-kun, using the first dream of the new year as a motif. Guided by Wonder-kun, Taro departs on a spaceship searching for adventure. This work combines live action and animation and was broadcast on NHK for kids staying home watching TV over the New Year's holidays. The program was 20 minutes long, but the story portion was roughly 11 minutes. As such, MAL will reflect the duration of the anime itself rather than the program was shown in. The dudes who claim they love SMD because it's mixing mythology while being mythologically accurate. No, it wasn't wrong until SMT4. It was probably more wrong. Have you seen the original Megami Tensei Cerberus? Is what I would say to them, because I know you've seen it. Oh. New shows, Dororo to Hyakimaru. I'm not going to read this because I've already reviewed it. Nimpo Kamui Gaiden. Kamui is a ninja from the Edo period who has decided to leave his clan. After doing so, he's pursued relentlessly by members of his former clan who consider him to be a traitor and therefore wish to kill him. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the person who said that you're parroting. Have you seen their fucking... Yes, but in their defense, Loki is a shapeshifter. Let's see. After doing so, he's pursued relentlessly by members of his former clan who consider him to be a traitor and therefore wish to kill him. Kamui wanders around Japan to escape from them by using his intelligence and great abilities to survive. In the course of the series, Kamui begins to suffer from paranoia because his status as persecuted man. Kamui then decides to believe that everyone wished his murder and became to trust everyone he came across. Interesting. That actually sounds interesting. I'm not going to watch it. But it does, because even 69 anime can be really hard to get a hold of. But that does sound like it would be worth watching. Here's someone talking about English sub. Is it available anywhere? There's only 2 episodes that are subbed, and it was subbed by an infamous group, so that subs are likely machine-translated garbage. That's what I thought. Like, this sounds interesting, but it also sounds completely unwatchable. Kurenai Sanshiro. Judo Boy. The famous judo pose of this. Arachne in Greek mythology is a woman who Athena hated and turned into a spider. Yeah, I love that story. There's 3 versions of that story, and my favorite version of the story is, to me, the only version that makes sense, which is that Arachne won the weaving contest, because why would Athena have gotten so pissed off otherwise? Young Sanshiro Kurenai is the proud heir of the judo dojo. One day, he finds his beloved father dead and a glass eye not too far from the corpse. Ready to avenge his father and take his honor back, Sanshiro and his friend Ken start searching for the mysterious one-eyed murder. That actually doesn't sound bad. Alright, so 1969 is the year where anime starts sounding not bad. Arachne in SMT1 is a reference to the movie Wicked City. Her design is straight stolen from Wicked City, and you fight her in a tunnel. I mean, they had to come up with a spider design somehow, I guess. Yeah, honestly, this doesn't sound bad. Again, I don't think I would be able to find it. This girl just has a sword. I wouldn't be able to find it, I'm sure, but that actually sounds kind of interesting. The year anime became good, 1969. Umeboshi Denka. The goofy tales of a king and his family who make their way to Earth after the planet fucking explodes. Renparu Yobere-kun. Short story featuring the legal profession, the first anime to be broadcast on the new Nagoya television network, NTV, based on a story by Sega-sen. Her compendium entry is the Greek myth, but her design in the game story shit is just a Wicked City reference. Movie, Senya Ichiya Monogatari. I'm not going to read this because I will review this on an episode of Water soon. I already have the audio recorded and on my computer, so we're not going to read this. But this is part of the trilogy of films. It's Senya Ichiya Monogatari. Cleopatra, Queen of Sex, and Belladonna of Sadness. It was just part of like a trilogy of films. I'll talk about this on an episode of Water that's coming out though. So, of those three movies, by the way, Cleopatra, Queen of Sex was the best one. In case you were wondering. I believe it is also the one with the least amount of sex in it. Sarutobu Urisen. Flying Phantom Ship. Hayato City is devastated by a giant robot. His parents are killed in the massacre. The only friend left to him is his dog Jack. The only things left are his mom's shoe and a picture of a man and a woman who his father tells him is on his deathbed are his real parents. Now Hayato wants revenge on the one who is said to have sent the robot. Watto wants revenge on the one who is said to have sent the robot, the terrible ghost ship, which threatens ships and is rumored to exterminate everything. But then Hayato stumbles on the secret underground factory of Mr. Kurosio, owner of mostly everything in the city, and realizes things are not as Mr. Kurosio has been telling him. Someone terrible lives in the castle under the sea. Hayato is trying to tell the people the truth, but his life is now in danger, and the one who does not wish to be known. Then Hayato is saved by none other than the captain of the ghost ship. Hayato is about to uncover more than one secret he's been searching for. That doesn't sound bad, actually. 1 hour long. That doesn't sound bad. That sounds watchable. Fuck it. Throw it on there. Why not? The whole point of this is to blow up my plan to watch list to impossible levels. Actually, it's to see what anime has ever come out that is worth watching. Kyojin no Hoshi Chizume no Keshoshin. The first Kyojin no Hoshi movie. We have two baseball players just crying in each other's arms. I'm guessing they didn't win, or someone died. Hong Gildong Jangun. It's a sequel to the 1967 movie Hong Gildong. Oh my god, we passed that movie like 8,000 decades ago. Alright, 1969 fall. Hell yeah. Tiger Mask. This one's already on my list. Tiger Mask, whose real name is Naoto Date, was feared heel wrestler in America who was extremely vicious in the ring. However, he became a face after returning to Japan when a young boy said he wanted to be a villain like Tiger Mask when he grew up. The boy resided in an orphanage, the same one that Tiger Mask grew up during his childhood. Feeling he did not want the boy to idolize a villain, Tiger was inspired to be a heroic wrestler. The main antagonist of the manga and anime was Tiger's Den, a mysterious organization that trains young people to be villainous heel wrestlers. On the condition that they gave half their earnings to the organization. Tiger Mask was once a member of Tiger's Den under the name Yellow Devil, but no longer wanted anything to do with them, instead donating his money to the orphanage. This infuriated the leader of the organization and sent numerous assassins, including other professional wrestlers, to punish him. Hell yeah. Alright, moving on. Saze-san. Saze-san is... Do you know why Saze-san is famous? Saze-san is famous for being the longest running anime because it is still ongoing. You see how it says episodes ? This fucking show is still happening. The main character is a mother named Saze-san. She lives in a house with her husband, her kids, and her parents. The show is the ultimate family program and tends to follow traditional themes. Think of this show as the Japanese equivalent to the Partridge Family, and you'll get a good feel for this show's atmosphere. Don't expect to see things like violence, swearing, kung fu action, or magical girls. The plots are more Today, Saze-san goes to a new mall and gets lost. Such boring plot lines and simplistic art are often a turn-off to non-Japanese audience, but most Japanese find the show incredibly good. As a result, it continues to be one of the top ratings grabbers on TV and is one of the few anime that is considered acceptable by adults. Oh, wow. For coma style. Yeah, this is still happening. How many episodes is Saze-san up to? Let's find out before we move on from Saze-san. Let's try Wikipedia. No, this is about the comic strip. Apparently, in Japan, there's a term called Saze-san syndrome, which refers to a depressed mood on Sunday night after the series is finished on TV, reminding people that the weekend is coming to an end. Wow. I just want to know how many episodes. Saze-san episode count. Saze-san is currently at 7,332 episodes. Atlas is doing one of those product pull things. Oh, cool. I'll have to do it and be like, hey, you know what I really want? Persona 3 Definitive Edition. Fucking make the game. Make it. Okay, Moomin. I only know about Moomin because Elise watches not this version, but the, like, redone, I think, 72 version. Nope. She watches one of the versions. I think it's this one. The 90 version? She watches the 90s version. Very loosely based on the Moomin books by Finnish author Tove Jansson. Jansson, however, never really approved of the series due to dramatic changes in the plot, atmosphere, character, personality, appearance, and names. The series was directed to adults rather than children. I just want SMT 1, 2, If, and the original Devil Summoner in English. That would be good too. Official English releases. Excuse me. Yeah, actually, you know what? Just English releases would be good too. I think I would care. I think I'd probably care more about P3 Definitive, but it's probably I would I'd be like, oh, okay, English releases are good too. Maybe like a collection. Maybe like bundle all of the like classic SMTs into one, call it like SMT Classic. Just like they do with like Metal Gear. Hako-shun Daimo, Bob in the Bottle. One day, Kanchan finds a magic bottle in the attic. Whenever someone sneezes, a genie named Hakushan Daimo is brought out and must grant any wish of whoever sneezed until he or she sneezes again. Sometimes, however, he accidentally fails and only causes trouble instead of granting any wishes. Shin Megami Tensei Classic Collection. Perfect. Yeah, make that. That's a good idea too. Otoko Ipiki Gakai Daisho. TV anime adaptation of Motomiya Hiroshi's manga Otoko Ipiki Gaki Daisho, about a young gang leader and all the trouble and fights his gang gets into, serialized in Weekly Shonen Jump. I will never watch this show because I can't fucking say its goddamn name. Pinch to Punch. This is a comedy about two goofy twins in the armed forces. Kyojin no Hoshi Ike Hyonuma. Oh, this is yeah, you know what? I have heard of this, I think. I just forgot. Ashita no Joe Pilots. Pilot episodes. This I probably won't watch. Maybe I'll watch it, but if I do, it'll be after I watch Ashita no Joe. Okay, this takes us to 1970, where I will be not ending the stream, but taking a piss break. The only problem is which versions of the game. I'd want PS1 versions because of the tweaks made to them to get rid of some of the NSNES bullshit, like how slow you move an SMT and one with the poison inflicted. No, probably it would probably be ports of I would say probably the latest versions, but it might be easier to do an SNES port. I don't really know. If there's a mobile version, they'll do the mobile version. I'll tell you that right now. All right, I'm going to take a piss break. I want to get to at least the 80s, and then we'll see if we go past the 80s. Because I feel like the 80s is like, when we get from like, the 70s has some decent anime, but it's very light. But then when we get to the 80s, that's when you get into the shit. That's when things start popping off and getting crazy. So, quick bathroom break, and then I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Let's see. Mobile versions, there were Game Boy versions with PS1 soundtracks. The thing is, the PS1 versions, though, is that they're the only ones in 3D. If there are mobile versions, they're gonna port the mobile versions over the PS1 versions. I can almost guarantee it. The real hope is that Atlus actually listens to anything people say in that poll, since Atlus is known for ignoring everyone outside of Japan. Sega's their parent company now, so maybe they'll actually listen. I wouldn't be surprised if Atlus tries to push further into the West anyway, just because that's where the money is. But I wasn't aware they got bought out by Sega. Okay, attack number 1. This is about girls playing tennis. Kozue is a middle school girl and volleyball. I thought it was about tennis. Volleyball player. Her dream is to play in Japanese national volleyball team. During the series, she makes it from school district league up to Japanese volleyball final, step by step, till the international volleyball champion. But the faster and higher Kozue climbs the career ladder, the more she gets confronted with the dark side of success. Too high expectations, self-conceit, and envy are progressing towards serious problems. This show is actually something I was aware of, and it actually looks pretty good. And more to the point, this show is actually being translated. Like, I'm aware of a fan translation effort for this show. So I think I'm actually going to add this, because I might watch this at one point. I don't think it's done yet, though. Norakuro compilation OVA. Man, we haven't seen Norakuro in, like, forever. Recap compilation of the Norakuro series. Nurakuro series. Yeah, when was the last time we saw something from Nurakura? Like 60s, maybe? I mean, 50s, I mean. Yeah, because we just went through the 60s, and I don't think there was a single Nurakura... I don't think there was a single Nurakura movie in the entire 60s. Let's see. They got bought out a while ago because the original parent company got shut down for some shady shit. Like, people freaked out and thought P5 was canceled. Oh, interesting. That might... that might explain the golden port, actually. It might be Sega took over and was like, why the fuck are you just sitting on these IPs? And the Strikers port. Attack Number 1, 1970. The first recap film of Attack Number 1 covers the first 6 episodes. Kozue is a high school girl and enthusiastic volleyball player. Her dream is to play in the Japanese national volleyball team. This is the same shit we just read. I'm not reading that. Sega took a more hands-off approach with Atlas for a while until recently. Atlas stuff on PC you can thank Sega for. That's what I guess, yeah. It seemed like Sega was like, why the shit are you just leaving all this money on the table? Let's see. Chibi Kiko Remy to My Ken copy. Honestly, I would be shocked if they don't push for more PC ports, because when Persona 4 Golden came out, it was like the most played game on Steam. Let's see. Based on Sans Famille by Hector Malat, this is a faithful, if compressed, adaptation telling the story of Raimi, who sold off to Vitelis, the traveling musician, and his band performing Animals. It has a music number typical of the era of Toei films, some awkward slapstick, plenty of scenes tailored to pull in the heartstrings, and very smooth animation. Overall, a pleasant film that's interesting to watch for the technical aspects, but the story leaves much to be desired, being on the melodramatic maudlin side. The later Denzaki Sugino version is very different, with 52 episodes for the story to breathe air and far more compelling story. From AniDB. I love how this isn't a description of what it is. It's just a review. The description of this anime is just straight up a review. The SAT Mogo game is all Sega Atlas had. Sega Atlas had next to no involvement in it. Mimikosik was even composed by one of the Yakuza composers. Yeah, usually if they can port the mobile version, they'll port the mobile version. For example, the Steam version of Chrono Trigger was a direct mobile port, with the weirdest glitches possible, because you have to walk into save points to save Chrono Trigger, but for whatever reason, when it was ported to PC originally, it had collision, so you couldn't save your game. It was like the stupidest. Tiger Mask movie. This is a recap of episodes 9 and 10 of Tiger Mask. I don't know why you needed an entire movie dedicated to that, but here you go. Kyojin no Hoshi Dai League Ball. It's the third Kyojin no Hoshi movie. Ashita no Joe. Let's see. This is a very famous boxing anime, in which the main character dies at the end. Haha, get fucked if you didn't know that. Joe Yabiki is troubled youth whose only solution to problems is throwing punches at him. What he lacks in manners and discipline, he makes up for with his self-taught fighting skills. One day, while wandering the slums of Doya, Joe gets into a fight with a local gang. Although greatly outnumbered, he effortlessly defeats them, drawing the attention of Denpai Tenge, a former boxing coach turned alcoholic. Seeing his potential, he offers to train Joe into Japan's greatest boxer. At first, Joe dismisses Denpai as a hopeless drunk, but after the trainer saves his life, he agrees to live with him and learn the art of boxing. Unfortunately, Joe's personality makes him an unruly student. He often falls back into his old ways. To survive the harsh world of his new career, Joe needs to trust his mentor and master techniques taught to him. However, the road to becoming a professional boxer is rife with struggles that will test his mettle to the end. I've heard good things about this, but if I'm being realistic with myself, I kind of don't care. Like, there's so much anime out there that I don't feel the desire to watch Ashita no Joe. And I don't think it's enough of a classic to draw me into it, so I think I'm gonna skip it. Konshu Monogatari Minoshigo Hutch, The Adventures of Hutch the Honeybee. Hutch is a small honeybee who got separated from his mom when his home was destroyed by invading wasps. Now he desperately wants to find her back. It's the beginning of an adventure that will make him meet all kinds of friendly insects who try to help him out. But unfortunately, for most of them, they will not survive to the end of the episode. That took a dark turn at the end. Unfortunately for Hutch, all his friends are dead. Akakichi no 11. At Shinsei High School, soccer is almost a combat sport, and the new team coach, Tenpei Matsuki, is fully paid-up sadist who will punish his team as hard as necessary to win. Headstrong school bad boy Shingo Tamai and his friends Ohira are determined not to be bullied by joining Matsuki's team. Instead, they set up the squadron of their own, at first play just for fun and struggle to keep up with Matsuki's team. As their skills progress, they play other teams and get stronger and craftier until they face the crack Asakase High School squad and its star player Misugi Yan in the school's final, and a tangle of subplots involving old rivalries and injuries, and mixed-race players seeking his identity and his lost mother, who turns out to be in jail. Shingo develops his skills in center forward and looks forward to playing visiting Brazilian squad. He is seriously injured in a game, but his talent, which even the legendary Brazilian Pele recognizes, is equaled by his determination. With the help of his old rival Matsuki, he recovers to help the team to victory. Definitely melodrama rather than sports series proper. This is the first in the line of Japanese soccer soaps that stretch to Captain Tsubasa and beyond, based on a manga by Iki Kujiwara and Kosei Sonata. I feel like I just watched it. I feel like that was every single arc of the fucking show, back to back. Bakuhatsu Goro, the non-athletic head of the school newspaper department, participates in various club activities, including a number of sports clubs, with disastrously hilarious results. Let's see, 623. What am I looking at? I mean, they'll probably get rid of the phone chords. They normally do. Usually they change the overlay and stuff. Otoshime Anime Gaikicho. Based on the original story by Studio Zero. I assure you, everyone, SACing MAL Eternal will become a much more interesting show once we get to the 80s. Manga Jinbatsushui, a documentary series. Each 5-minute episodes aired Monday through Saturday. Episode 2 is going to be a lot more interesting than episode 1. Mainly complaining about the 2D first-person dungeons. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Nippon Tanjo, History of Japan with main characters as animals. Why? I don't know. Kids love animals. Cleopatra, Queen of Sax. Tiger Mask Fuko Menen League Sen. Episodes 23 to 26 for some reason. Attack number 1, recap film of episodes 7 through 14. So I could probably watch most of Attack number 1 just entirely through movies. Which might be the best way to watch it. Kaiten Sanman Mile. I'd be lying if I said I'd rather play the PS1 version. I mean, look at this. That's not bad. Wouldn't rather play. Right, yeah. Returning home from an ocean trip, young Ismail meets the beautiful sea dweller Angel on a volcanic island. Attacked by a fiery dragon, Ismail and Angel Isamu must escape on the observation boat See-Through. And Angel invites Isamu to her undersea kingdom of Atlas. Sure. Um, Eventually, this series will probably get to the point where it's just one episode per year for the SNES soundtrack, but the PS1 definitely makes it easier to play and navigate. Kyojin no Hyoshi Shukume no Taiketsu. Have you played both versions? Maho no Mako-chan is a young siren and her daughter to the king of the sea. In the stormy day, she rescues the young sport Akira from a wrecked ship, but ends up falling in love with him. So, with the help of the Witch of the Sea, she's transformed into human and becomes the high school student who helps everyone with her strong sense of love and justice and her magical pendant tear of mermaid. This is a famous magical girl. Well, it's not a famous magical girl series, but it's an influential magical girl series. I think. Don't quote me on this. I think this is the first magical girl series where the girl fights crime. Wow, her eye is dangerously off center. Did the kingdom fuck up the lore description? iOS was delisted and Game Boy version wasn't translated yet. Gotcha. Probably not. Kick no Oni, Demon of the Kick. An arrogant karate master named Tadashi Suwamura enters the kickboxing ring to prove his superiority, only to be beaten into a coma by a practitioner of the new art. After recovering, his trainer, Endo, convinced Suwamura to study kickboxing in order to regain his honor. The series is loosely based on the real-life exploits of kickboxer Tadashi Suwamura. One would assume, then. Inakabe Taisho. General Inakabe, comedy about a country boy that travels to the city to study judo. He ends up meeting daughter of a prominent dojo and her judo skilled cat. Each episode features 2 stories. Judo skilled cat. Not a thing I expected to read. I watched videos of the PS1 version, but it was getting translated, but they quit. That sucks. Norakuro. Wow, I haven't seen this little bastard in a while. Black Dog enlisted in the Moken Rentai Fierce Dog Brigade, an imperial army of dogs fighting in a war against the enemy monkey army. Nurakuro is a stray black and white dog, and an army of black... I like how they just made him black and white, because fuck it. Who blundered his way being a private second class. The series is relatively faithful to the comics. One big change, however, is the addition of the enemy army nurse Miko, whom Nurakura had a crush on. For this series, Nurakura was voiced by Nobuya Oyama, who would later become noted for voicing Doraemon. Ooh. Otoko Doho Koshin. Story of a dim country boy who dreams of making it to high school baseball championship in Koshin. Each 10-minute episode ran Monday to Sunday. Ijiwaru Basan. Based on the 1966 manga by Saze-san creator Hasegawa Machiko. This is another slice of everyday life tale centered around a spiteful old woman who causes trouble for the neighbors with her constant bumbling and grumbling. This one is not still ongoing. This is a very similar art style to My Neighbor the Yamada. My Neighbor the Yamadas. It did Machiko Hasegawa also do My Neighbor the Yamadas, or no? Maybe it's just an influenced art style. What a description! Yeah, it was a show ran from the state. Let's see. Warera Salaryman To, Fuji TV series of short 4-minute animation based on a 4-panel comic by Suzuki Yoshiji. Let's see. Another Attack Number 1 recap movie. This covers the championship arc in New York where all Japan team plays against the Soviet Union. Did they win? I don't know. I'll have to watch the show to find out. Kabatoto. Thomas is a cunning bird who sponges on Hippo, the good-natured hippopotamus. Although Thomas... I like in this story, the hippo is the good guy. Although Thomas is dependent... is a dependent living in Hippo's big mouth. He always acts lordly and tries to outsmart the simple-minded host. However, their basic friendship and cooperation endures despite their frequent quarrels. The two play a prime role in the comic series, short yet full of originality. 300 episodes. Shingo Muchabi. A goofy comedy series with various stories featuring the same set of characters. Oh shit, here we go. Dobutsu Tarakajima, Animal Treasure Island. Jim is working as an innkeeper together with his friend Mouse Grand. One day, a mysterious man visits the inn, leaving a map behind. The map shows an island with treasure, so the duo sets off in their own little boat, trying to fulfill their dreams and leaving the inn far behind. But it seems more people know of the map as they cross paths with Captain Silver and his band of wild pirates. Jim, Grant, and their new friend Kathy try to beat them in the treasure hunt that ensues. How do you make 300 episodes of these guys? I don't know, man. Old anime was crazy. They'd be like, this is a simple anime about a kid that really has to go to the bathroom, but he just can't get in the door because the line is too long. Episode count, 192 episodes. Runtime, 25 minutes per episode. Old anime was nuts. Attack number 1, Namiyeta no Fuchiucho. Fourth and final recap of Attack number 1. Now set in high school, competes in the Inter-High, but tragedy strikes. No! Now I know that tragedy's gonna strike in Attack number 1. Ninpo Kamui Gaiden Tashikage no Maki, a theatrical edited release of episodes 21 through 26 of the old-ass Kamui Gaiden story. Is it still running? No, God, no. It's not even close to still running. Sorisai no Tayu. Two baby girls were born in the same hospital. One of them is the daughter of an aristocratic family, while the other belongs to a deprived household which lives in the slums of the city. However, the nurse in charge, Machiko, secretly switches the two babies due to a personal grudge, resulting in a change of fates of the girls from then on. Many years later, the lives of the two girls continue to be entwined with each other, with the rich Maki ill-treating the poor Nozomi, yet both of them hold similar dreams to become a singer. 26 episodes. See, okay, I like... The best part about it is when you hear about a story that sounds like it could go on for 300 episodes and it has 5. And then you hear the one that's like, yeah, that'll have 5 episodes, and it's like, here's 300. Anna Mentari Ketsudan. This is a strict retelling of the Pacific side of World War II. Oh, shit. That's gotta be unpleasant. No new anime aired except for this. Alibaba 240 Hiki no Tozuku. Film produced for Toei's 20th anniversary. A boy who is a descendant... Oh my god, we've already hit 20 years of Toei? Wow. God, I feel like we've read 50 years of anime already. A boy who is a descendant of the leader of thieves who met a grisly fate in 1001 Nights, bands together with 38 cats and a mouse to get back the rightful treasure from Alibaba the 33rd, the descendant of Alibaba who now rules the kingdom with an iron fist. This reversal of good guy, bad guy roles in the original story, perhaps not surprising for being a film in which Hayao Miyazaki was involved. This film is one of the most rollicking and action-packed films made by Toei and is an outrageously cartoonish style breaking with Toei mold. It's a spectacular lineup of animators including Yasuji Mori, Akira Daikibura, Hayao Miyazaki, Yuichi Kotabe, and Reiko Okayama. The original story about Alibaba and the 40 Thieves is recounted at one point in the film in an unexpected and interesting way using shadow puppets. Zero fucking way Hayao Miyazaki directed this. He just did, key animation. It doesn't say who directed this, though. Fall 1971. Lupin the Third. I'm not reading that. Okay. Gegege no Kitaro, 1971. Hitaru, a ghost, spends his afterlife helping humans in need of his skills. He thwarts the evil plans of spirits who live to torment humanity. This one, I think, is a little more fucked up than the original version. But still not, like, peak fucked up. People credit Miyazaki with shit that's been done for fucking decades. Yeah, because I believe Lupin the Third Castle of Cagliostro is actually the first Miyazaki film. Genshi Shonen, which is why most people have seen that movie. And not, it has nothing to do with Lupin the Third being an absolutely legendary series. It is because most people want to jerk off to Miyazaki. Actually, from what I've heard, it's actually a pretty good film. Then again, it was made by Miyazaki, so who knows, really? Isn't fucking Lupin the Third Castle of Cagliostro a movie where fucking Fujiko Mine is barely in it, though? Yeah, like, he has some, like, girl, like, Clarissa Cagliostro, and, like, I think Fujiko is barely in this movie. I haven't actually seen this, but I hear Fujiko plays a bit part in this, which sucks, because Fujiko Mine is, like, my 18th favorite anime character of all time, and easily the best fucking character in Lupin. Okay, 20th, but still. Fucking that film, if that film needs more Fujiko. Anyway. Genshi Shonen Ryu the primitive boy. Hilariously, he called this out. He did an interview with Roger Ebert, and Ebert was praising Miyazaki for things that have been done in anime long before Miyazaki, and he told Ebert that. At least he's self-aware. When Ryu is born, his tribe tries to sacrifice him to a Tyrannosaurus named Shirano because of the color of his skin. He, however, is saved by a monkey who raises him as his own son. This is like a weird Tarzan story. Meanwhile, Ryu's mother has left the tribe and is out on a quest to find Ryu. 16 years later, Ryu meets a girl named Ran who is sold to the tribe Ryu originally came from. The tribe is not happy to see Ryu alive, tries to sacrifice him again, this time burning him alive. Before they can get the deed done, the tribe is massacred. Along with Ryu's adoptive mother by Shirano, Ryu sets out on a quest together with Ran to find his mother and Ran's brother Dawn. I hear this isn't very good. Fushigi na Melmo. After 9 years old, Melmo loses her mother in a car accident. She's left to care for her two younger brothers, a task far beyond her age or means. However, in the midst of grieving, Melmo is visited by the ghost of her deceased mother, who gives her a bottle of miraculous candy, capable of transforming her either into an adult, blue candy, or an infant, red candy. Combination of the two can reduce her to a fetus and then change her into any animal she imagines. Drawing a seemingly inexhaustible supply, Melmo uses her candies to solve various problems thrown her way, aided by her younger brother Toto, who accidentally morphs into a frog in episode 7, and her cantankerous mentor, Dr. Nosehairs. This is an old school magical girl show. Tensai Bakuban. Tensai Bakuban is the tale of a child prodigy and his philosopher's father. Bakuban's father has his own philosophy, and he leaves no stone unturned in his quest for answers, despite his ability to trouble for some reason. Papa Bakuban is regarded as the great philosopher and is sought after for advice, which of course ends in disastrous results. Tensai Bakuban joins his father in philosophical quests which drive the people in their town crazy. Getting a little rough in the voice area after reading decades of anime. Fucking weird looking back in many of his movies were in English by the 90s, but no one knew or gave a fuck about Miyazaki until Princess Mononoke was coming out in the media circus marketing for it was an animated feature by genius inventive Japanese animator Hayao Miyazaki. I actually mostly remember Miyazaki's films for Spirited Away, which I think was nominated for an Oscar, was it? Academy Award. No, wait, the Academy Award is... No, the Academy Awards is not the Oscars. But yeah, it was a Academy Award for Best Animated Feature. No, wait, the Academy Awards is the Oscars, isn't it? Am I crazy? Yes. Okay. Yeah. 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 I mostly heard about Miyazaki when Spirited Away won the Oscar. Mononoke is a bad movie. Like most Miyazaki films. Okay, Apache Yakyugan. Apache baseball team. I know Miyazaki because my aunt had a VHS copy of My Neighbor Totoro, like an old tape. My Neighbor Totoro is boring and nothing happens in it, like most Miyazaki films. A former baseball star who suffered a career-crippling injury takes over as coach of a team of misfits in a poor village high school. All right, so I'm not going to watch this, but I want to point out that this baseball show has a bunch of thugs and a guy in a cowboy hat with a fucking knife right on the cover. Sekai Monoshiri Ryoko. Educational documentary series that depicts a variety of real-life places around the world in 5 short minute shigans. The series aired Monday through Saturday. This has 1,006 episodes, but at least you understand how they made so many episodes of this. Because this is a premise that could last episodes. When 20th Century Fox owned and dubbed it before Disney pushed Miyazaki as Japanese Disney, Tezuka fits that bill more. Shin Obake non-Kyutaro. The New Adventures of Dim-Witted Ghost Kyutaro. We haven't seen Kyutaro in quite some time as well. Kinematsu no Urotodai, a comedy about a group of kids forming a school baseball team with the leader very stubborn and argumentative. This is a very similar to design to, Oh, yeah, it is. Harasu no Kaze. Okay. This is like a redone Harasu no Kaze. The new version? We already read about Kutaro like 8,000 years ago. Yeah, back in 65. Shin Skiers 5. We also read about Skiers 5 before. Science fiction action series about the future battles between a planetary police force and an international crime syndicate. The series is sometimes denotated with 26 episodes in case episode 1 is colored version of the original monochrome episode 1 of Skiers 5. No changes to the dialogue and story remain. As such, this episode will be accounted for in the original entry. My face is itchy. Winter 72. Moomin 72. Remake of the 69 or 70 Moomin series. This version is more closely based on the books by Finnish illustrator and writer Tove Jansson. Kashi no Kikoku. Kimoku. This version of Pinocchio tells the story of an extremely gullible, naive, and morally confused wooden doll brought to life by a mystical blue fairy. Pinocchio, Moku, is categorized as having many characters' faults, which he must learn to overcome in order to be worthy of being granted humanity. Some of these characters' faults include selfishness, rudeness, insensitivity, indolence, obstinacy, overtrusting, self-pity, stupidity, disobedience, compulsive lying, arrogance, greed, cowardice, recklessness, cruelty, foolishness, and an inability to learn from mistakes. Throughout the entire series, Pinocchio, Moku, partly due to his own delinquency and repetitive disobedience, must undergo other costly ordeals of hardship and pain in which he is continuously tormented, persecuted, bullied, humiliated, tricked, ridiculed, ostracized, beaten, downtrodden, subjected to degrading and inhuman treatment. Its plain depiction of the austere reality of what it would be like to be literally subhuman, growing up in a world of danger and hardship, makes another a good example of traditional Japanese stories which teach moral observations through tough endurance. Okay. That took a fucking turn. When do we get to fucking Rumiko Takahashi? I assume 80s? Like I said, we're not gonna get through... my goal for this is to get to the 80s. And I feel like the 80s, like, there's some good anime in the 70s, but it's few and far between. It's the 80s where I feel like we're getting into the shit. Like, the 80s is when we're getting into actual, like, continuously watchable shows that you'd hear and be like, okay, yeah. That's where we're going to get most of it. Like, 80s, 90s, 2000s, that point onward. Okay, moving on from Pinocchio torture porn. Um, let's see. Fun fact: you can buy the anime Wizard of Oz on Blu-ray. Fun. Seigo wo Aishiro Mono Gakko Kamen. Moonlight Mask. Okay. Moonlight Mask's identity has always been a mystery, which is why the Moonlight Mask persona is credited as being played by question mark in the original series. Decked out in white tights, white cape, white and red cape, white scarf, yellow gloves and boots, dark glasses, and a face cloth and an Indian-style turban pinned with a moon ornament. Moonlight Mask is armed with a whip, 2 6-shooters, a shuriken, moon-shaped boomerang. He also rides a motorcycle. However, only audience knows that Moonlight Mask could very well be Detective Juro Iwai, who seems to disappear from his friends before the Caped Crusader rides to rescue in his motorcycle. Even his comical assistant Goro Hachi Fukuro and his friend Inspector Matsuda and children Shigeru, Kabuko, and Fujiko are oblivious to Iwai's secret identity. This, first off, seems like this inspired Moonlight Mask from like 3 episodes of Sailor Moon. But also seems like it's inspired by Moon Knight from like Marvel Comics. When did Moon Knight come out? No, when did Moonlight originally come out? 75. Maybe Moon Knight is a complete fucking ripoff of this. Gono Guy likes this series, and as a joke, he pitched a parody of it as a joke to his editor, and his editor loved it. Look up Kekko Kamen. Um, because we'll get to it in 99, but here we go. Here it is. Oh, that's kind of cute. Yamakagashi. This work, the title of which refers to a species of venomous snake, focuses on interactions between troops and sex workers near Naval Air Facility at Sugi. Excuse me. Oh, you meant the manga? Oh, well. We'll get to it when we get to the 99, which will be in 17 streams. Kanagawa Prefecture, animated from a children's perspective, Aihara's works of this period often incorporate a documentary viewpoint of Japanese society at the time of his childhood. This sounds really fucked up. Genre avant-garde, mild nudity. Umi no Triton. Triton of the sea. 5,000 years ago, the Triton family was living peacefully in Atlantis until the Poseidon family destroyed them all. Triton of the Triton family line embarks on an adventurous life in the sea fighting the Poseidon family. Isn't Triton the son of Poseidon? Yes. Triton is the son of Poseidon and Amphitrite, god and goddess of the sea, respectively. I'm unfamiliar with Amphitrite. Sea goddess and wife of Poseidon. Interesting. Let's see. Moving on. Akudo Suno Suke. Girl who's a superhero wearing nothing but a mask, gloves, and boots. She fights a perverted gesture principal, Nazai dominatrix. You know, something Go Nagai. Something very Go Nagai, yes. A young sort... Fun fact, I'm pretty sure... Oh, okay, minus the mask. Just gloves and boots is also the costume of Invisible Girl in, Hiroaka. A young swordsman finds himself involved in a plot to overthrow the shogunate. I love how it was a joke and it became a full series and got an anime adaptation. Anime document Muchen no Ino Michi. This is a short series based on volleyball at the Munich Olympics. The series features a mix of live action blended with animation. I love how we can tell when the Olympics come up because every time there's an anime dedicated to the Olympics. According to my brother, her power isn't even invisibility, it's some other bullshit. I believe she can redirect light. Devilman. Devilman features Akira Fudo, a shy and timid teenager who has gone mountain climbing in the Himalayas with his father. While in the middle of the expedition, both father and son are killed in a tragic accident. Akira's body is found and possessed by demon soldier Devilman. He uses his new human form as a disguise in order to fulfill his mission of causing chaos on Earth in order to pave the way for the demonic invasion of the planet. Before his mission can begin in earnest, Devilman meets Akira's childhood friend Miki Makimura and quickly falls in love with her. Devilman resolves to protect Miki and humanity as a whole, battling against his fellow demons. Demon tribe leader Zenon becomes greatly angered at Devilman's betrayal and is quick to send Devilman's former comrades to destroy him. The other demons soon learn that Miki is as precious to Devilman and must now work to protect her, as well as protect himself with the power of love, be able to overcome the true evil. From what I understand from Devilman, it started off trying to adapt the original manga, but the manga wasn't done yet and hadn't fully gone in its full direction, so it just branches off wildly and becomes a superhero show. That's what I've heard. Just gonna quick by stats, and Maid gave it a 7. There we go. She's a prism. Yeah, I believe her ability is light, like reflection and refraction. Is that wrong? I thought I'd heard something like that. Let's see. Well, luckily, we have the Devilman expert in chat. Let's see. Toro Higakure. Her quirk. Devilman was started because Toei wanted to adapt Nagai's other manga, Demon Lord Dante. Ah. In addition to stealth capabilities granted by her invisible body, Toro can refract light that passes through her, allowing her to intensify light into blinding flash. After her hero work studies with Yoro Musha, Toro has further refined this application of her quirk, achieving the ability to manipulate and redirect light-based attacks such as Yugo Oyama's naval laser. Part of her training, she worked improving her stealth prowess and remaining undetected from the sensory effect Mezzo. Here's a quick clip of her shooting a fucking laser out of her fucking body. Yeah, she manipulates light, which is actually a way more busted power. Mon Chéri Coco. A young woman aims to become a famous fashion designer. Maybe it was Demon Lord Dante that they did that to, then. Like, maybe it was a combination of both stories. When was Demon Lord Dante running? 2002, Mao Dante. 71. Okay, it might have been a combination of the two stories. Like, they might have wanted to adopt Mao Dante, and that hadn't finished running yet. And then they turned it into a dumb superhero thing. Meanwhile, Satanist will fight the hierarchy of the church to obtain... Did he make 2... goddamn guy turns into devil stories in the same year? When the fuck did Devilman come out? He did. He made them back to back. That's crazy. Demon Lord Dante was deemed too violent, so they made Devilman, and Nagai wrote Devilman manga that came out the same day as the show and was completely fucking different and better, however, years later. Which we just addressed. Fun. Makin Liner 0011 Hanshin Seiyo. Or it's entirely possible the story I heard was completely wrong, but... Let's see, a medium long anime, 50 minutes, released. I don't know if 50 minutes is a medium long anime. Uh, Go Nagai wrote a manga called Devilman Grimoire. Hmm. I mean, is it related? Is it a sequel? Or a medium long anime, 15 minutes, released as one of the programs of Toei Manga Festival, screened with a live action film, which is pretty much Go Nagai's version of the 70s anime. Is it better than the 70s anime? Screened live action Kamen Rider versus Ambassador Hell and others, a near future sci fi mecha anime featuring 4 cyborg dogs, an original story based on the concept Hiroshi Sasagawa's manga Makin Goro, serialized in the magazine Weekly Shonen King 1963. Oh, yeah, because Weekly Shonen Jump didn't exist yet. A boy named Tosumu and 4 cyborg dogs, Queen, Ace, Jack, and Joker, coalesce and transform into a spaceship liner, fight against aggression by insect-type aliens from planet Devil. Directed by Takashi Tamiya, music by Takeo Yamashita. Grimoire is better, but I never finished it. What I have learned as I've watched more Go Nagai anime is that Go Nagai is a real mixed bag of a creator. Sometimes he'll make something good, and then sometimes you'll be like, this is complete dog shit. Kagaku Ninja Tai Gatchaman. I didn't know Gatchaman was this old, honestly. Due to the dangers of decreasing resources and growing population on the International Scientific Organization, ISO, established to improve environmental conditions throughout the world. But an international crime group, Galactor, tries to achieve world domination by taking control of the ISO. Galactor was created by a mysterious being from outer space known as Generalissimo X, who gives orders through its chief commander on Earth, the masked Berg Katis. It might be Generalissimo Ekis, isn't it? Isn't that how you say it in Spanish? Ekis? To fight Galactor and robot monsters. The ISO's Dr. Nambu enlists 5 brave youths into a combat squad called Gatchaman. The Science Commandos, special scientific powers, and dramatic bird-like costumes make Gatchaman squad a match for Galactor. Wherever on Earth it may strike, Ken, the Eagle, is a wise leader assisted by some foolhardy Joe, the Condor. Pretty June, the Swan, eager little Jinpei, the Swallow, and strong Ryu, the Horned Owl. Each has individual scientific weapons, but their main power lies in their aircraft, the Phoenix, which can transform itself into a fiery arrow capable of piercing most massive threats. Gatchaman is a series of dynamic action and tension as Ken, Joe, June, Jinpei, and Ryu hold themselves in constant readiness to meet the new threat by Galactor to conquer the world. I love that it doesn't turn itself into a gun or into a robot or anything. It turns itself into a fucking arrow. That doesn't sound terrible, but there's a 105 episodes at 26 minutes per episode, so I will not be watching that, because you couldn't get me to watch 105 episodes of it. Apparently, Grimoire follows Miki Makimura, a Chunibo girl who thinks she's a witch. She drags her wimpy friend, adopted brother Akira, into summoning... Perfect. Don Konjo Geru. Holy shit. I have been reading anime non-stop. Once we hit the 70s, it was like a brick fucking wall. I was hoping to do the 80s in one stream. I don't know if that's possible. When Hiroshi was fighting against his rival, Gorilimo, he stumbled over a stone and fell on a frog. To his surprise, the frog was still alive, and he named itself Pionkichi. There was an explosion of anime in the 70s, is what I've learned. Astro Ganger. An alien woman named Maya crash lands on Earth. Her homeworld was destroyed by the Blasters, a cruel alien race who steals the natural resources from other planets. She falls in love with a scientist who gives birth to a human boy named Kentaro. When the Blasters invade Earth, Kentaro must defeat them by fighting Astro Ganger, a robot made from living metal. Unlike 70s anime, Grimoire is violent as shit and has a lot of nudity. Classic Go Nagai. Ryuchi Manga Gakujo Onbu Obake. The mischievous antics of a ghost in an ancient village. So I don't know anything about this, but I want you to look at how fucking creepy this looks. Mazinger Z. Oh shit. We're getting into it now. The villainous Dr. Hell has amassed an army of mechanical beasts in his secret hideaway, the island of Bardos. Located in the Aegean Sea, he is capable of controlling mechanized beasts with his cane and instructs them to unleash devastating attacks. However, Dr. Hell doesn't do all the dirty work himself. He and his loyal henchman Baron Ashura to carry out his devilish plans. There are also those that see to it that evil does not prevail. Koji Kabuto, the young and feisty teenager with a score to settle. His goal is avenging the murder of his grandfather by Dr. Hell. He might just be able to pull it off, as he is the pilot of Mazinger Z, a mighty giant robot made of indestructible metal known as Super Alloy ZZZ. Mazinger Z boasts several powerful special attacks by channeling photonic energy through its eyes. Photonic energy, I think, is just light. Just say light. Just say it has fucking lasers. And unleashing Koshi Ryoko Beam, it can cause great destruction, but things are really cool when Mazinger Z launches its Rocket Punch attack. Dr. Hell and his minions have just found their man. I feel like they called it photonic energy to sound cool, but it just makes me think, like, why the shit don't we just call it laser? Miki's surprised it works. Akira dies. Amon kills him, takes his body. Amon wants to go around and kill and rape and shit, starting with Miki, but Akira's love for her holds him back. In like 70s anime, Amon becomes more human as it progresses. Here's Shinobu Miki. Oh, that's cute. I want to assume she just walks around like that 24/7. Mazinger Z is a famous mech series. Babel Nisei. Babel 2. Let's see. Life for it seems simple for Koichi, a young student, until he learns that he's the reincarnation of an alien protector who crashed onto the mantle of responsibility as defender of Earth. Koichi Babel teams up with a trio of superpowered alien companions to battle the dark forces of an evil cult leader. Man, we can really see anime trends at the time as we progress through this. This is just fascinating from a historical perspective. The war to save humanity takes Babel from the deserts of southern Asia to the upper east side of Manhattan and ultimately to the final showdown with the Master in a hidden base nestled in Swiss Alps. Well, thanks for ruining it for me, Mal. Now I know where we'll fight the Master. Skip. The action is fast-paced and deadly. The fate of the world rests in the ability of the courageous youth to tame his Latin psychic powers and use it to defend the enemies of mankind. I'm not going to be honest. That doesn't sound interesting at all. Apparently they did another, like, Babel 2 adaptation that seems a lot more modern. Here, this one's in 92. And then there's one in 2001. So apparently they, like, redid this later on. People were really upset, would probably like Grimoire because Miki is basically the main character. Namu Ichiyo Sakusai. Stop motion animation cutouts by Tadanari Okamata. Song narration by Kohei Okiwa. Koya no Shonen Ismo. The Adventures of Ismo, a young boy living in the far west searching for his real father. This is a cowboy anime? She also fusses with a demon and doesn't get killed like in the original. Good for her. Wansa-kun. Little Wansa. The hero of Wansa-kun is Wansa, a puppy who's sold for a pittance and then escapes and spends much of the rest of the series looking for his mother. It's 26 episodes of him looking for his mother. Looks like he gets laid in the middle of it. Yeah, boy. With a cat, maybe? Maybe a dog? Something like that? Microid S. This work focuses on the environmental issues from the viewpoint of insects. In a refreshing twist, the central character miniaturizes, unlike the conventional hero who grows larger. From this perspective, the world looks different and unfamiliar. The work enables the reader to see that the world is quickly moving towards destruction. Shigo Isuge wrote the mainline SMT games from 1 to Strange Journey. Fucking love Devilman, and it really shows. Let's see. Jungle Kurobi. Didn't we pass a... No, it's based on a manga. was thinking of the other bee thing where everyone dies. Urobe was the son of great chief Pirimi Africa. One day he hung on the airplane and came to Japan. Because of the cold hunger, he fell on the yard of Shishio's house. Shishio nursed him. Kurobe was very thankful and began to repay for his kindness. Kurobe dug a big hole in the yard. Every time he returns the favor, he threw a stone in the hole until the stones would fill the hole. There's a lot of dude fuses with a demon in the games he wrote. Yeah, fair enough. Belladonna of Sadness. Hosenka. Not reading Belladonna of Sadness. Fairy Flower. Photographs of the artist's grandmother superimposed with the animation that traces her life, and the work ends with a memorial photo displayed at her funeral. Since the tranquility pervades this documentation and animation work. That sounds really, really fucking sad. Oh my god. Mazinger Z Tai Devilman. Mazinger Z versus Devilman. He wrote One If Nocturne and Strange Journey. Okay. The heroes of the series, Mazinger Z and Devilman, fighting against the evil Demon Clan. Other related stories include Cyborg 009 versus Devilman. All of which have a dude who fuses with it. Yeah, fair enough. He's really into the motif. Here we go. Fall 1973. Cutie Honey. One day, Honey Kisaragi, speaking of Gonagai, Cutie Honey's a trendy class-cutting Catholic schoolgirl. The next day, her father's been murdered by demonic divas from a dastardly organization called Panther Claw. When his dying message reveals that she's an android, Honey uses transformative power of the atmosphere element solidifier, the very thing Panther Claw wanted to steal, to seek revenge against the shadowy clan. Can Honey fight her way up to Panther Claw's ranks to defeat its leader, the sinister Jill, while managing to escape the watchful eyes of Miss Tissler, her school's headmistress? Aided by journalist Hayami Seiji, his ninja father, and his lady-loving grade school brother, Honey sometimes appears as a race car driver, sometimes as a glamorous model, and sometimes as a beggar, but her true identity is none other than the warrior of love, Cutie Honey. Now, Cutie Honey didn't necessarily invent transformation sequences. It's often misattributed to that. But what Cutie Honey did do is it managed to compile a lot of other magical girl tropes from the earlier series into one specific location and had a lot of influence on later magical girl series, especially Sailor Moon. So, very, very old school classic anime as far as magical girl anime goes. Chaos Hero, Akira, pretty much everyone in Nocturne, Jimenez. Funny thing about Cutie Honey, it was not made for girls and has Guy's typical perviness. However, it was very popular with girls. Yeah, fun thing about Cutie Honey is, first off, I've seen at least 2 different adaptations of Cutie Honey. The best of which is Cutie Honey Universe. But there is a scene where 2 women are just straight up fucking. People didn't like this show. I don't know why. It was fucking great. It was very depressing. Everyone dies. Ace Wo Nare. Okay, this is an 80s art style right here. We're getting into the and there it went 60s. Never mind, I bet this was a redone cover. I bet this was a clearly 70s art style and then they redid the cover in an 80s style later on. On her first day at Nishi High School, 15-year-old Hiromi Oka is inspired by top player Rika Ochi-Fujin Ryazaki to take up tennis. Shortly after joining the school tennis club, she encounters Jin Munakata, the club's new coach. Munakata puts everyone under rigorous training that even puts Oji Fujin to shame. Despite the hardships, Hiromi's determination prompts the school to select her as part of the club's main players. Because of this, Hiromi must endure the peer pressure from her seniors to become the ace tennis player. Cutie Honey OVA and 90s fucking Akira from a Devilman is in it for some reason. Fuck Marvel, go to Guy Cinematic Universe. Shinzo Ningen Keshurn. This is the original Keshurn. Neo-Human Keshurn. This isn't the popular one, though. That, I believe, is Keshurn Sins. The brilliant Dr. Izuma created many robots to aid humankind. However, during a thunderstorm, his lab was struck by lightning, corrupting the program of one of his robots, BK-1, who renames himself Bright King Boss and declares that instead of serving mankind will now serve him. He brings other robots together into an overwhelming army bent on enslaving the human race. Tetsuya, Dr. Izuma's son, asks his father to turn him into indestructible android so that he will have the power to destroy the threat his father inadvertently created. Shortly thereafter, Bright King Boss captures Dr. Izuma and his wife, Tetsuya, now renamed Keshurn, sets out to turn the tide of war and rescue his parents with the help of his girlfriend Luna and the robot dog Frendir. Keshurn has never sounded interesting to me, so I don't give a shit. Also, this image is from Keshurn Sins, I believe. Doron Enmakun. Let's see. Monsters are coming to the human world from hell in order to get human spirits. As monsters' minds are getting dirty by being attracted to the dirty spirits, the monsters break the rule to go to the human world. Tetsumu. This is a boy? A boy who goes to Yokai Elementary School is suddenly assaulted by monsters. Those who save him from the monsters are Enmakun, the son of Enma, Yukiko, Snow Woman, and Kaperu. They're members of the Monster Patrol that are sent to the human world to arrest monsters. A lot of robots in the 60s and 70s anime. Oh, yeah. Oh, it'll get worse. It'll get worse before it gets better. Everyone says Shogo Isugai left Atlas, but his credit as confident planner in P5, so there you go, proving series experts wrong yet again. We haven't even hit the military robot boom brought on by 1979's Mobile Suit Gundam. Karate Baka Ichidai, Karate Master. Failed kamikaze pilot Ken Asuka becomes a rough and tough hooligan who settles all of his problems with karate, till he learns about the legendary swordsman Musashi Miyamoto in the novels of Eiji Yoshikawa. Resolving to live his life like Musashi, he begins to take karate more seriously, based on a manga by Iki Kujiwara and Jiro Tsunoda, itself inspired by the real-life Yasunobu Oyama, the founder of Hard Knock Kyokushin Karate School. Just waiting for Gundam and all its sequels. Gundam was a 1979 series. It will be one of the last things we arrive at in this stream. Assuming my voice survives long enough to get to Gundam. Samurai Giants. Bon Banjo is an insolent wild boy who is raised in the rough sea Tosa, southern Japan. He's joined by Tokyo Yumuri Giants. I think we have added exactly 3 things to my list this entire fucking stream. We have. This is it. We added Sally, the one ghost ship thing, and attack number 1. Nope, 4. We've added 4 things. We need a break before all the Gundam sequels. I have been streaming for 3.5 hours, and I have added 4 anime. Bon Banjo is an insolent wild boy who's raised in the rough sea in Tosa, southern Japan. He's joined Tokyo Yumari Giants in Japanese Pro Baseball League. Such baseball pitcher knows for blazing fastball and the worst control. He fights hard battles against his rival batters, developing incredible pitching magics. To be fair, we'll probably hit bigger strides in the 80s. Miracle Shoujo Limit Shan. As a result of a traffic accident, Limit Shan is reborn as a cyborg and is given 3 types of superpowers. However, there's a catch. If she uses too much of them, her life will come to an end. I might have heard of this before. Maybe. When I watched the documentary on History of Magical Girls. Zero Tester. A series of space accidents turn out to be the work of Armanoid aliens who plan to conquer Earth. Professor Tachiban gathers his team around him at the Future Science Invention Center and prepares 5 state-of-the-art vehicles for Shin, Go, Lisa, and Captain Kenmotsu. 3 of the tester vehicles combine to make a giant Zero Tester robot, which successfully sees off the Armanoid invasion in 38 episodes. The rest of the series, retitled ZT Save the Earth, was aimed at a younger age group and featured an attack by the new Gallos aliens. Rokin Kurobakuru. The Adventures of Human and Three Little Gnomes. Why can't anime go back to having one-line descriptions like that? Alps no Shoujo Hide. After becoming an orphan, Hide is forced to live with his grandfather, Ohi, who lives in the Alps. She learns he's a very bitter man who only accepted by force to take her in, but Hide's kindness may be able to open his heart. Together with the shepherd Peter and invalid Clara, she has lots of adventures. Hide. Hell yeah, 80s has City Hunter. Yeah, it does. Like I've been saying, the 80s are when we're going to get into it. The 80s is when we start adding things. We might need to do. I was hoping to do all of the 80s in one stream. We might have to. We might only do like 5 years of the 80s. We'll see how it turns out. Also, I debated whether we were going to go into the 80s in this stream. No way in hell. I don't know if I can make it through the 70s at this point. 80s has shit like this. And when we get to the 90s, I think the grenade went off too quickly. Yeah, grenades don't go off in 5 seconds. More anime than you thought. Honestly, yeah, there was more anime I thought between the years 20 through 50, to be honest. Yeah, I believe grenades don't go off for 10 seconds, right? Or 9 to 10 seconds? How long do grenades take to explode? It's like 9 to 10 seconds, right? Oh, anywhere between 2 to 6 seconds is what this website says. That seems like a lot. When the spoon is released, generally within 4 to 5 seconds. Okay, no, never mind. I guess I was wrong. Okay, a worker is fired from a factory for demanding a wage increase. His mother, worn thin by poverty, is caught by her own spinning wheel. Then a strange storm buries the town it's known, freezing rich and poor alike. Another short film by Kachiyama Kuwamoto. This is called A Poet's Life. I don't know what the point of that is, but okay. This one kid is miserable, and then everyone dies. Getter Robo. From deep within Earth's surface, the dinosaur kingdom make their move to wipe out mankind and conquer the planet with their mechanical dinosaurs. Excuse me. After a prototype, Getter Robo is shot down by a mechanical dinosaur. Then Satomi Research Institute decides to use the real Getter Robo, which is a combat capable, due to a lack of pilots in the institute. Ryo Nagare goes to his college to pursue martial arts. Mushi Tomoe and the outcast Hiyato Jin to join them in the pilot Getter Robo, Getter machines to combat the new threat and protect mankind. God, that was so... Getter Robo is famous, but I couldn't fucking make it through that description. It was so fucking boring. Charge Man Ken. Yes. Okay, here we go. We're getting into some shit here. You're complaining about the realism in one of the grenades, but not the massive Hummer Psycho whacks him with. Oh, I didn't even notice that. I was distracted. Charge Man Ken. Ken Izumi is a kid who can charge his powers from surrounding light sources and use them through a laser type gun. Okay, so you might have noticed this was already added to my plan to watch list. Charge Man Ken is a famous and popular anime series in Japan. The Japanese love this show, and there is a reason for that. It is fucking dog shit terrible, and everyone knows it. It is sometimes credited with being one of the worst anime ever created. And there are even Japanese plays related to like how bad it is. I think there was a like in like several episodes during the animation, you can just see someone's hair stuck to the actual frames. And I believe, let's see, Charge. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the like play version of Charge Man Ken like had a fucking hair in the poster. Um, yeah, here we go. Check it out. Uh, uh, if you this is the live action like Chargeman Ken poster, and if you notice, there's a hair in the corner of it because the fucking Chargeman Ken anime was so shitty that there was constantly hairs in it. Chargeman Ken file photo. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I wanted to watch it because apparently it's famous in Japan for being fucking terrible. I think it just ran out of budget at the end. Oh, it is gonna be delightfully terrible. No, I didn't notice the 100,000 ton hammer, but I wasn't looking. Majuko Magu-chan. Honestly, this is a really cute image right here. This is a cute design. What the hell is this? Magu is sent to Earth in her early teens. She is adopted by Mami Kanzaki. Oh, I know what this is. Kanzaki, a former witch who gave up her royal missions to wed a mortal. Mami bewitches her husband and their two children, Rabi and Appo, into believing Magu has always been the eldest child of the family. Under Mami's tutelage, Magu learns to control both her abilities and impulses in order to pursue her worthiness for crown. This rite of passage subtext is continued throughout the series. Yeah, I know what this is. This is like an old school magical girl series. I'm gonna skip it because it's 72 episodes, and I'm not down for that. You ever seen that legendary animation fuck up in Transformers? I have not. Probably. Maybe. I might have. You know what? Probably, but I don't remember it. Shin Manishigo Hutch. The sequel to Konochi Monogatari, Manishigo Hutch, where Hutch struggles with married life. Oh, this is about the dumb bee where everyone's friends die. Where all of his friends die. Hoshi no Ko Choban. Starchild Choban. Choban is a cute little alien prince from another planet who crash landed on Earth looking for his mother, his magical bracelet that will help him on his quest. You don't see too many alien anime anymore. Hoshi no Ko Poron. This one has 260 episodes. Polon is an alien child who comes into a flying saucer from distant reaches of space. There, he soon discovers the native life forms. Although the new arrival, he is unaware that he has ignored humans and instead befriends a rabbit, a bear, and a fox. The little-known science fantasy is not to be confused with Choban the Star Child, which started in its TV run a month earlier. Judo Sanka, based on Hiroshi Kanzuki's manga, the last TMS sports-themed anime series, Star of Giants was the first. Because of low ratings, the series was pulled off the air before later episodes of the original manga could be adapted. Dama Oyaji. Dama Oyaji is the story of Damasuke Amano, a hapless office worker who faces tremendous amount of bullying on the job, especially at home, where he has, contrary to traditional Japanese notions of family, absolutely no power or say in the runnings of his household. Amano lives with his wife, Onibaba. Subtle. His beautiful teenage daughter, Yukiko. Subtle. And his grade schooler son, Takubo. I don't know anything about the name Takubo, but if I had to guess, it probably was also very subtle. Onibaba is an imposing, violent heifer of a woman who regularly braids and even physically assaults her husband, who enjoys nothing more than making his life miserable. Yukiko and Tokubo frequently join in physically and psychologically abusing their father. The original manga is said to have been quite shocking in the early 1970s, in which the father was still often traditionally regarded as the head of the household. I love that he just has a fucking nail hammered into his head and is bleeding everywhere. This seems very unpleasant, frankly. Tonari no Tamagata-kun. The Adventures of a Witless Boy Who Finds the Time Machine Hidden in a Cave Near His Household. 5-minute episodes aired during the morning. Television show Oya Kodomo. Zero Tester Chikyo wo Memore. No synopsis given. Click here to update this information. Click here? Oh, okay. No, I'm good. I'm good, Mal. I don't. Mazinger Z Tai Anako Daishogun. Koji and his friends have defeated Dr. Hell and are now enjoying a break, but suddenly a strange prophet appears and warns everyone of an oncoming danger. Mechanical beasts never seen before start appearing all around the world, wrecking up havoc. It's up to Koji and his Mazinger Z to stand up to the threat, but it seems he's vastly outnumbered and outmatched. This film served as an alternate link between Mazinger Z TV series and Great Mazinger TV series. It basically introduces Great Mazinger to the audience as well as his enemies from the Mikene Empire. Okay. Absolute classic anime. Ucho Senkan Yamato, Star Blazers, The Quest for Iskander. Often called Japanese Star Wars, which is funny because it actually predates Star Wars. On the year 2199, Earth is a mere shell of its former glory. After a vicious bombardment by the Gekimetsu Empire, the inhabitants have been forced underground to escape the irradiated surface, but the deadly radiation inches closer and closer to the retreating population. With only 1 year before complete and utter extermination, time is fast running out and hope is in short supply. So far, any attempt to escape or retaliate has been constantly annihilated by the alien empire, until an emergency transmission from the planet Iskander and a neighboring galaxy offers a glimmer of hope to save the doomed planet. Convertly, Earth's self-defense force constructs a faster-than-light engine for the journey to Iskander. Armed with new weapons and determined crew of fearless Navy men, the World War II-era battleship Yamato is reborn as Space Battleship Yamato. She and her crew set out on a perilous journey across the stars to save their home and the entire human race. Fucking classic right here. Great Mazinger. A manga, comic book, and anime television series by manga artist Go Nagai, made as a direct continuation of the successful Mazinger Z series. It was aired in Japan in 1974, immediately following the end of the first Mazinger series. Calimero. Calimero is a small black bird and a shell on its head. His dream is to fly like other birds. When he tries to fly, he screws up. He's teased by other birds, but his girlfriend Priscilla is able to cheer him up. Despite his appearances, he's quite smart and thinks up an idea to fly. How long are these episodes? 25 minutes. This plot somehow got 45 episodes at 25 minutes per episode. How did they manage to do that? Barba Papa. Barba Papa and his family can turn into anything they want. Each member of the family has his or her own personality. Very good show for the youngest children, as each episode deals with another problem they will recognize in a way that is morally correct. Wink. Found it in some other video, 1933. Okay. Interesting. All right. It definitely looked goofy. I thought it was breaking for a second. Hurricane Polymar. Wow, that is a fucking description, isn't it? Yaro Takeshi is a carefree and somewhat naive youth who works as an assistant to the bumbling detective wannabe Kuruma Joe. They just didn't give a shit names. Who frequently proclaims himself the heir apparent to the title Greatest Detective, Sherlock Holmes. From their rundown and shabby office, they run a humble, if not failing, private investigation service. Wasn't there another great detective after Sherlock Holmes? Yeah. Yeah, Hercule Poirot. Created by Agatha Christie. I was like, wasn't there another famous detective after Sherlock Holmes? How did that end up on TV? To be fair, even modern TV has animation errors. They were probably like, whatever, run it. Kids don't care. From their rundowns and shabby office, they run a humble, if not failing, private investigation service. The spunky and cute Nanabe Teru, whose father owns the building, excuse me, when Joe and Takeshi reside in, frequently interferes in their affairs by threatening eviction. Joe continuously months behind in back rent. Since they rarely get any clients, they must resort to eavesdropping and spying on the secret International Police Department headquarters, located in the building across from theirs, in order to get their assignments. Unbeknownst to Joe and Teru, Takeshi has a deep secret. Not only is Takeshi the son of International Police Department chief, but in times of peril and danger, mild-mannered Takeshi uses his trusty polymer helmet to transform into superhero Hurricane. Polymer is a red-suited masked man with incredible fighting abilities and superhuman strength. The only one who knows Takeshi's secret is his lazy Saint Bernard Daisaku, who always likes to provide cutting commentary to the audience using his inner voice. Together, Joe and Takeshi, as Polymer, confront a myriad of evil organizations, criminal gangs, mutants, monsters as they fight crime in the future city of Washington, Tokyo. That sounded like they took two different ideas and just stapled them together. But not that bad. That's actually a super cute design. I mean, the outfit is fucking terrible, but you know. You know what? It's less cute the more I look at it. Okay, that's from Shin Hurricane Polymer. I thought that looked way too modern of an image. I remember Edgar Allan Poe is credited as the writer of an early detective fiction, but was it a popular ongoing one like Hercule Poirot and Sherlock Holmes? Tento Mushi no Uta, Song of Ladybug, the adventures of seven orphans who live in poverty, although they have very rich grandfather. The murders in the Rue Morgue. Hmm. I've never heard of it, actually. Hajime Ningen Gaio Toruz, comedy of the wacky adventures of Gaitoris and his tribe of the first human beings on the planet. Ah, yes, the first human beings on the planet. Pink people. To be fair, I don't know that that's not true. Flanders no Inu. Uh, it's so much longer of a description than it looked. A dog of Flanders. Nello Tarth is poor but happy orphan who lives with his grandfather Yehen in a little village named Antwerp. Nello has a talent for drawing pictures and has been fascinated by it since he saw one of the Rubens, a famous artist, pictures as a little boy. Helping Johann in the daily milk delivery to Antwerp, Nello one day discovers Patrice, a working dog who's been mistreated and abandoned by his former owner. He treats the exhausted animal, and after a while, a little close to a dependable friendship develops. Aloise Kohes, the daughter of the rich richest and hence most influential man in the Blackened Village, is Nello's best friend. When Nello decides to become an artist to experience firsthand the ignorance and cruelty of the villagers, especially Eloise's father thinks of him as a slacker who cannot earn his living by drawing pictures. Nevertheless, Nello preserves and never gives up his dream and to win their appreciation and respect while continuously struggling with his poverty. Fuck, that's boring. He wrote other stories about C. Auguste Dupin. Apparently, he created the character before the word detective existed. Huh, interesting. I think I've heard C. Auguste Dupin before. Manga Nippon Maku Shi Banshi. This series anthology of old Japanese tales. Little Mermaid or something? Let's see. Anderson Dua, Ningyo Hime. Hans Christian Andersen's The Little Mermaid. It is Little Mermaid. Marina, the most beautiful mermaid in the royal mermaid family, is curious about the human world. One day she sees a handsome prince on the boat. Suddenly a storm comes up, throwing him into the sea. Marina saves her handsome prince and guides him to the shore. Marina falls deeply in love and desperately wants to become a human. Despite the hazards, she's willing to risk it all for love. He's in 3 stories. That's not that many. Great Mazinger Tai Getter Robo. Is this a cross-off between Getter Robo and Mazinger Z? It is. Go Nagai crossover film. Koraga UFO Saratobu Inban. That is a UFO, the flying saucer. UFO and aliens from beyond the stars are common themes in media, entertainment, and other forms of science fiction. However, many individuals have sworn they've seen UFOs and have been abducted in real life. Sit back and watch as the makers of Mazinger take you on a journey through history of UFO lore. Could it be that UFOs are real and that aliens watch us from afar from Anime Planet? Murders in Rue Morgue, the murder of Marie Roget, the Perlinoid letter. Okay, that's a word I've never heard before. Perlinoid? Steal. Oh, okay. The stolen letter, basically. Interesting. We are in the trenches of the 70s. Getter Robo G. Takes place after the final defeat of the Dinosaur Empire and the death of Musashi Tomoe in the original Getter Robo series. Dr. Suzume, creator of Getter Robo, fears that the piece of the Getter Robo team has won will still be short-lived, and that even greater enemies would appear. Dr. Sutome's fears are justified when the militaristic Hayaki, or 100 Demon Empire, appears. But Dr. Sutome is prepared with the creation of an even more powerful Getter Robo, the Getter Robo G. And the new Getter Robo base, along with Musashi Tomoe dead, Dr. Sutome needs a third pilot, which he finds in the baseball player Benkai Kiruma. They predate Sherlock Holmes by about 40 years, almost 50. Huh. Well, Sherlock Holmes, I don't even think was the first, mystery novel. I mean, I know it wasn't the first mystery novel. It wasn't... What am I trying to say? No, because the creator of Sherlock Holmes, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, had another mystery series with another character that he preferred to Sherlock Holmes, but Sherlock Holmes just sold better. Let's see. Professor Challenger, yeah. But Professor Challenger wasn't as popular as Sherlock Holmes. So we went back to making Sherlock Holmes. Let's see. Yusha writing. God, there's so many of these fucking robot stories at the time. Poe also died before Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was born, yeah. After a number of 12 millennia, the Demon Empire returns to seize control of Earth. Reading the giant robot-like protector of the lost continent of Mu, senses the evil presence and awakens within its golden pyramid, revealing young Japanese boy Akira Hibiki that he is the one descendant of the ancient Mu people who must help Reading save Earth. Anyway, no, what I was trying to say is that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle had another mystery series that wasn't Sherlock Holmes related. La Seine no Hoshi. I can't tell if I like this design or I hate it. I think I hate it. I hate it. Okay. Let's see. The story is set in Paris on the night of the French Revolution. The civilians have been suffering under the tyrannical rule of Louis the 16th. In order to release the people from their suffering, Simone, a young girl whose parents were killed by the aristocrats, decides to challenge the corrupted aristocrats, covering her face with a red mask and leaving a red carnation as a mark of her presence. Simone is La Seine no Hoshi. Ugh. Shonen Tokugawa Ieyasu, a historical tale of the early life of Tokugawa Ieyasu, who would eventually become shogun and establish the Edo period in Japan. Tokugawa Ieyasu, history's biggest hypocrite. Moving onward. Ucho no Kishi Tekamon. Tekamon is just an average bright boy in his everyday life. However, modern science can turn him into a mighty space warrior. This becomes a reality when the aggressive aliens come from space to invade our planet. Armed with Space Lance, Tekamon gallantly goes into action against the grotesque space creatures. During his battle, he encounters a mysterious young man from another planet who helps him out whenever he is in danger. Great Mazinger Z, Robo, G, Kuchan, Daikotsu. This is another Go Nagai crossover movie about Mazinger Z. Mazinger G. Uchan Inban Dai Senso, pilot movie of Grand Desire. It's about Duke Fleet, a fugitive of the planet Fleet who was kicked out of his planet by the armies of Vega. Fleet and the daughter of the King Vega were in love before the war between their planets. The armies of Vega continue their fight and Duke fled. Oh, there's so much fucking anime now that we're in the 70s. UFO Robo Grandizer. Duke Fleet is a survivor of the Fleet planet who escaped to Earth on board the mysterious spaceship where he's raised by Dr. Uman, his adoptive son and known Daisuke Uman. Years after his arrival, he's faced with the threat of King Vega and his armies who want to conquer the Earth. With his friends Kyoji and Hikaru and his later younger sister Maria Grace, Duke decides to fight back using his best weapon, the almighty Grandizer. I think I've heard about this one, but only in the histories of like the Super Robo genre. Arabian Nights Sinbad no Boken. Based on the famous tale of 1001 Arabian Nights, this takes place more than 1,200 years ago. The story hero is an impish Sinbad, a mischievous boy full of curiosity. One night sneaks into the royal palace to watch the acrobat performances and learns that a wide world awaits beyond Baghdad. Hearing the travels of his uncle, Captain Ali, Sinbad decides to become a sailor and travel around the world, leaving behind notes to his father. Young Sinbad boards Captain Ali's ship and is accompanied by Minya, called Shelia, sets out for the greatest adventure of his life. Kotetsu Jig. Let's see. Hiroshi Shiba is an outstanding car racer whose father is assassinated upon the discovery of the bronze bell from an ancient civilization. Didn't we already talk about something like this? This bronze bell is coveted by Queen Himika, who comes from the ancient era, the Yamatai kingdom, whose ambitions are to seize the bell and dominate Earth. Hiroshi is left with a few items from his father, which would enable him to morph into full-size Mega Warrior, the Steel Jig. With these abilities and the help of his father's brain implanted into a computer and his assistants Miwa, Michi, Uzuki, they set out to neutralize Himika's plan of world domination. Nope, we just already read something that was very similar to this. That's actually a pretty cool design, though, I ain't gonna lie. It's very. It almost looks inspired by Go Nagai, honestly. Like the one like Devilman lady. This is 46 episodes though, which is enough to put me off. Interesting. See Augustin Dupin as a character in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, a series I never read, and I couldn't stop laughing at how stupid I thought the title was. What I know about the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen is at some point the Invisible Man rapes a woman, and so he ends up getting captured and killed by Mr. Hyde, who rapes him to death. Thanks, Alan Moore. Pretty sure that's Alan Moore. Like 90% sure it's Alan Moore. Alan Moore. Yep. Thanks, Alan Moore. Time Bokan. Time Fighters. Dr. Keita, the inventor of time travel machine, is lost on a test run of his machine to the prehistoric past. That's how it gets in the cave in that other anime we read. When the time spacecraft returns to the present, his young assistants are surprised to find only a parrot in the cockpit. In their hurry to find the missing scientist before it's too late, the youngsters set out on a time space hunt without any clear destination. Ugh. Andes Shonen Papero no Boken, Adventures of Papero the Andes Boy. This is a quest of Papero and his friends in search of the Golden Condor, or El Dorado. Alan Moore wrote a book called Lost Scrolls, or as I like to call it, Alan Moore wanted an exercise in drawing fairy tale characters. Fucking. Indeed. That sounds like Alan Moore. Ganso Tensai Bakuban, comedy about a former genius who's now become very eccentric and senile. His family deals with all the crazy problems he and his old friends cause around the neighborhood. That sounds like an interesting idea. 103 episodes. Sogen no Shoujo Laura. Anime based on the same work as the American live-action TV series Little House on the Prairie? Interesting. Sekai Misaku Dowa, world famous fairy tale series, another Toei's world famous fairy tale series consisting of 20 stories, 10 minutes each. Shout out to Wizard of Oz with Dorothy in the background. Shout out to Dorothy, by the way. She will feed you to a lion. Dorothy's hardcore. Let's see. Haha, whoa, Tazunate Sanzenri. Based on the short selection of the novel Corre by Italian Edmondo de Amics. Marco is a boy living in Genoa, Italy, together with his father Pietro, but the family is not complete, for Marco's mother left for Argentina around a year earlier in order to find work. Letters from her arrive regularly. One day they suddenly stop. Worried for his mother that might have happened to her overcomes the young boy. Marco thus decides to embark on a journey to Argentina in hope of being reunited with his mother. At first, Pietro is opposed to Marco's plan, but moved by his son's enthusiasm, he eventually allows the boy to go. So begins Marco's long journey to the heart of the heart. Marco encounters many people throughout his travels and finds maturity and self-acceptance as a result of experiences. I'm not going to lie to you, this actually sounds good. But it's also 52 episodes. I have a feeling this might be a hidden gem. You know what? I'll add it. I probably won't watch it for 8 billion more years, but I have I have a feeling about that. I bet that's good. I bet that's like actually good. Huckleberry no Boken, based on Mark Twain's well-known masterpiece about Huckleberry Finn, the bright and merry orphan. This film is full of life, laughter, and will be loved children around the world. Huckleberry runs away from his orphanage, teams up with an escaped slave. Together, they travel to the Mississippi on a raft, encountering all kinds of people and adventures. So, excuse me. Fun fact about Huckleberry Finn: I've never read it. What is it? It's Haha wo Tanzunute San Zenri is what I was talking about. Manga Nippon Mako Binashi, 1976. An omnibus format TV series consisting of an anime adaptation of Japanese folk tales. This is one of Japan's longest-running TV series and group text second TV series. The first was Road to Munich, a documentary about the 1972 Olympics. The governance rule of the series was that creative staff changed from episode to episode, while later other anime series like Nippon Animation's famous work of Japanese literature would attempt the same. None would be as long-lived or as successful. The rotation was that the director Shuigi Gasiburo, a visual visionary unequaled in Japanese film history, who has revolutionized anime several times in his career, being the 1967 T-series Goku's Big Adventure, in which was sought to shake anime free from the dominance of story development by yanking it back to the more cartoonish form, or Belladonna of Sadness, where he broke the Disney full animation mold, creating a full-length animated film in a completely new style. There was a hybrid of still drawings and animation. The reason for rotating staff each episode was so that each episode would have a completely different look and feel from its predecessor, and in this it was eminently successful. This is a series that is genuinely rewarding to watch and is visually one of the richest in anime history. While this series may have meant that the quality varied, there were also occasionally superb episodes, as on staff there were many veterans like Group TAC founder Suigi Gasiburo himself, Shikibiyama Totsumu, Furuzawa Hideo, Rintaro, Hikone Norio. Old episodes started being repeated more and more frequently as years went on, and production of new episodes finally ceased in 1995, but the series is still widely broadcast. Source, Peleus. This description sounds like someone was literally jerking off while reading it. I love the line, sought to shake anime free of the dominance of story development by yanking it back to a more cartoonish form. That's not a good thing. That's called being regressive. Also, Belladonna of Sadness isn't very good. Fell asleep watching Belladonna of Sadness. I've seen the entire trilogy. Weirdly enough, the best one is Cleopatra, Queen of Sex, which is kind of worth watching. Also, has less sex in it than Belladonna of Sadness. Yeah, the 25 episodes, yeah, this 1400 episodes. This is fucking long and sounds unwatchable. Despite how hard this person seems to be jerking it off, this sounds completely unwatchable. UFO, Robo, Grandizer, Tai, Great Mazinger. Oh my god, you know why I think I've heard of Mazinger Z? Because Mazinger apparently crossed over with every single thing on the planet. Granted, maybe I shouldn't have watched it at 3 in the morning, but hey, no, that's the only time to watch it. 3 in the morning, when you don't have to sit through it so you can fall asleep. Alien invaders take over Great Mazinger, who's at the entrance of the museum next to Mazinger Z as symbols of peace. Mazinger fights the evil invaders, and Great Mazinger is recovered. When the evil vegan empire dispatches a new general to oversee the takeover Earth, he quickly manages to capture Kyoji Kabuto, and learning of the Great Mazinger through interrogation, quickly commandeers it from a museum where it was kept as a symbol of peace. It is now up to Duke Fleed aboard Mazinger to stop humanity's former defender from becoming its destroyer. Mazinger Z was Go Nisakai's moneymaker. Clearly! This thing has so many crossovers, it's absurd. Feng Shen Bong, Story of Chinese Gods. Wait, is this the one made by that cult? No, I'm thinking of a different one. Based on traditional Chinese novel of the same name, bewitched by the concubine Daji, who is actually a vixen spirit in disguise as a beautiful woman, King Zhao of Shang opposes his people, persecutes those who oppose him, including his own subjects who dare speak to him. Ji Fa, King Wu of Zhao, assisted his strategist Jing Xia, rallies an army to overthrow the tyrant to restore peace and order. Throughout the story, battles are waged between the kingdoms of Shang and Zhao, both sides calling upon various supernatural beings, deities, immortals, and demon spirits, and humans with magical abilities to aid them in the war. Yashio Taizen bestows upon Zhang Xiao the Fengxing Bang a list that empowers him to invest in the gods of heaven, the heroes of Zhao, and some other fallen enemies from Shang, eventually endowed with a heavenly ranking, essentially elevated to the role as gods, hence the title of the novel. I'm going to be honest, it's a plot that sounds like it's cool. It's just told in the most boring possible way. This is a straight-up statue of Mazinger. Yeah, the plot sounds like it could be good, but Jesus, is that a boring description. I'm not going to watch it because it seems unwatchable, frankly. That's a Mazinger Z statue in Spain. Oh, shit. I didn't realize that was in Spain. Chao Denji Robot. Oh, thank God we've made it to 76. Wasn't even paying attention. We're almost through the 70s. They love it in Spain. I didn't see that one. Chao Denji Robo Combatter V. Okay, this looks terrible. This was by Sunrise. Interesting. Sunrise and Toei. The first of Tadao Nagashima's romance super robot trilogy. Thousands of years ago, the people of the planet Campbell decided to leave their planet and seek out new worlds to inhabit. One group, led by the scientist Orenia, landed on Earth but was delayed for their mission. In the early 21st century, Orenia's group reawakens and begins their plan to conquer Earth. The only effective defense against Campbellian's giant biomechanical slave beast is super electromagnetic robot Combatter V and its pilots. Wow, that looks so terrible. Okay. Daikyu, Mario, Gaiking, Dino, Mecha, Gaiking. Earth is still in danger. Aliens from planet Zerez are willing to invade our planet because theirs is being swallowed by a black hole, led by Great Darius and his 4 generals. They begin seeding death and destruction. When an ESP warrior is killed by aliens, Professor High-Tech understands the danger and builds the huge space dragon, Daikyu Mario. Oh no! Clearly an anime created by Yokotaro, piloted by Pete. And the Gint robot, Gaiking, whose pilot is Sanshiro Shiwabuki, an ex-baseball player. Daiki Maru is a big dragon-shaped spaceship, and his head is the Gaiking torso. When Gaiking enters the action, Daiku Mario launches other Gaiking components and then reunite the neck with the tail, becoming unbreakable. God, why did they explain the process of the robots combining? Just say the robot combined, ANN. The story chronicled the battle between the crew of the semi-transformable carry Daikyu Maikyu and the super mecha Gaiking against an invading race of aliens from planet Zella, whose home planet is forcing destruction by a black hole. The robot Gaiking was piloted by baseball player star Sanshiro Tuabaka. Sanshiro's name is changed by the Ares Astronopolis for the English version of the show, with the carrier being called the Great Space Dragon. Is a literal translation of Daikyu Maikyu. Gaiking was notable for being one of the first super robot series to take place in real places outside of Japan, and for being the first super robot series to have a mobile carrier for the chief robots. Interesting. Also, don't give a shit. Holy crap. Yokotaro was born in the 70s. Now we know where his desire for space dragons comes from. I associate space dragons the most with the Bahamut Zero summon from Final Fantasy VII, which, to give my voice a break, I will now display on the screen because of the reason I just said, and because it's also sick as shit. I don't care who you are, that attack is sick. I swear every Final Fantasy has a guy named Sid. I think it's most of them. It's one of the things that's in, like, most Final Fantasies, along with, like, chocobos and shit. I want to say Final Fantasy 2. It was either Final Fantasy 1 or Final Fantasy 2. I think Sid is actually one of the first reoccurring themes in Final Fantasy, along with crystals and chocobo. Yes. Final Fantasy 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Yes, it is in fact, and Type 0. It is in fact every Final Fantasy with Sid. If I remember, Sid is the first reoccurring, like Final Fantasy always has, like, reoccurring motifs, and I believe Sid was the first one. Well, I guess Crystals and Sid are, like, the first big ones. Anyway, moving on from, whatever, Dino something, who gives a shit, I don't know if I can get me out of here. Excuse me. Must remember Sid in 6 and 7. Yeah, he's temporarily your party leader in Sid. He's an antagonist in 12. And he is a boss fight in 13. He's also in 9 somewhere, and I did a full stream of 9, and I don't remember where he appeared in that game. UFO Senshi Dai Apollon. The story is 16-year-old boy Takeshi recently formed an American football team at Blue Sky Orphanage. One day, the game is interrupted by a light in the sky. Takeshi discovers he's the son of the king of the planet Apollon, spirited away to Earth by his father retainer Robbie to avoid death at the hands of General Danzan. He turns out to have special energy abilities which can control UFO saucers from under the ocean floor, in which can become robots that are synchronized to their movements. Okay. Sure. Machine Hayabusa. Because of the appearance of the villain team Black Shadow, the international racing was ruined. To compete with Black Shadow, Saionji Racing Team was founded. They developed a racing car, Hayabusa. It was a super racing machine that carries hyperpower engine, Chevalier. The Chevalier engine. The main driver of the team was Hayabusa Ken, whose big brother was killed by Black Shadow. Isn't Hayabusa Ken a Tekken character? No, I'm thinking of Ryu Hayabusa. Although there is a Ken, also Ryu Hayabusa is a Ninja Gaiden character, but there is a Ken Hayabusa. It's Ryu's father. He dies in 6 and you can save him, but it's recommended you don't because him dying leads to one of the most remembered scenes in the game. I don't know, but Ryu Hayabusa is Ninja Gaiden and Dead or Alive character. Yeah, I was thinking of Ryu Hayabusa, who's Ninja Gaiden, not Tekken. I've never played either game, so. Let's see. Yokaiden Nekome Kozu, Cat-Eyed Boy. Story is told by a cat-eyed boy hated by humans and demons who engages in tales of terror, including monsters and children. He's probably hated because he does that. Galloper 5 Gordom, Goliath the Street Fighter. They made an anime of this? Of which one? Machine Hayabusa, the Cat-Eyed Boy, or... Cat-Eyed Boy, right? Is it Go Nagai series or something? No? Kazuo Uemezu? Wait, who the fuck is Kazuo Uemezu? I don't know who this is. Who is this? I don't think he's done a single thing I've ever heard of. Maybe Heavy Shoujo? Nope. I have never heard of this person in my life. Famous manga author? Is he? Huh. Yeah, no idea. Famous youths from Edo City explore a strange rocky island and discover the mecha that Dr. Horihai had been creating in order to resist the impending attack of a race of subterranean rock people. He wrote horror manga and science fiction. Huh. Yeah, no idea. Dr. Horihai was ridiculed by the scientific community for his predictions that such an attack would take place, and he probably should have been. It sounds ridiculous. The youths decide to join the doctor, who is dead but had transferred his mind into a computer, in piloting the vehicles and protecting Earth. The Goa Super 5 Gordam team is born. With the aid of a giant robot Gordam, the Goa Upper team and leadership of Yoko Misaki must face the hordes of the inhuman subterranean people. That sounds like a Power Rangers plotline, and it looks like a Power Rangers plotline. That is a stupid robot. That might be the stupidest robot we've seen so far. You know, the best part about this, though, is when we do catch up to modern day, picking Mal will no longer involve me having to go back in time to find descriptions of what an anime is about, because I'll have already read it. Blocker Gundam 4th Machine Blaster. The peace of the world is suddenly threatened by Mongol, which is located on the bottom of the sea. Hell Queen, the tyrannical master of the Mongolian Empire, sure, attempts to conquer Earth with her faithful companions Guroseki and Zangak. In order to frustrate their ambition, Dr. Yuri, who predicted this horrible occasion, organizes 4 powerful robots to form Blacker Corps. He also gathers... Honestly, Blacker Corps sounds kind of sick, I ain't gonna lie with you. I specifically wrote them for children, but they were notable for being really graphic. Perfect. In order to frustrate the ambition, Dr. Yuri predicted this horrible occasion. I love how so many of these old school anime have a doctor who specifically predicts the most left field, batshit crazy thing possible and was like, don't worry, I predicted that celery would rise up and create a giant celery army, and I already built a robot to combat the Solarians. Organizes 4 powerful robots to form the Blacker Corps. He also gathers 4 members to have super ability known as L-Path, a talent for maneuvering giant robots. A fierce battle begins between the Blacker Corps and the Mongol at the risk of their lives. A series of fantastic and fabulous battles unfolds. You know what would actually be really cool? Is having a giant robot, like, tabletop game. Where, like, the players have to, like, collectively pilot, like, a 1970s, like, Super Robo. But they have to get along with each other. That could be fun. Like, add in, like, some slice of life and stuff. Like, really focus on, like, character backstories and shit. And, like, almost use, like, Vampire the Masquerade, like, touchstone system. That could be really cool. You could do a lot with that. I like how this looks like crisp TV box animation. Like, that's like very clearly redone, and then this is very clearly what it looked like in the 70s. Grozire X, which is, I swear, a ripoff of Mazinger Z. He also has a crazy house. How crazy. The Gira aliens hidden in the Arctic plan to conquer Earth. Captured and forced to work for the aliens, Dr. Yan creates the ultimate weapon, a transformable airy robot called Grazier X. Entrusted by his daughter Rita, Grazier X escapes the clutches of Goria and lands in Japan, where pilot Joe Kisaka meets a wounded Rita. Taking up controls of Grazier X, Joe and Rita fight against the Gira invasion. Has a style, okay. I love how the shit is so old that I'm not even giving anime recommendations based on what I'm watching. Delightful. He looks like a DC character. A great sea monster known as Dragonsaurus has emerged out of nowhere, terrorizing the depths of the oceans. Great Mazinger, Grandizer, and Begetter Robot. This is another fucking crossover. Join forces to compete a new threat, but their task becomes more complicated when Dragonsaurus swallows up Boss Barat and makes its way towards Tokyo. Here's him now. Please just be the exact same image in the same pose, but and wearing the same clothes, but like 50 years later. Nope, but that's still delightful. I love how that this is. I love how that there's a Sony picture image on there. He always, and I mean always, wears red and white stripes. Robot Takuan V. Okay. Voltaire the Invincible. Dr. Koff, or Dr. Kops in Korean, an evil scientist bent on world domination creates an army of giant robots to kidnap world-class athletes and conquer the world. To fight off this attack, Dr. Kim creates Robot Taekwondo v. Kim Hoon, the Taekwondo champions. Sorry, I'm so burnt out I didn't even read Taekwondo properly. Champion Eldasin, Dr. Kim pilots Robot Taekwondo either mechanically or through his physical power by merging his taekwondo movements with the robot. Comic relief is provided by Kim Hoon's younger buddy, elementary school student Kim Chul. Okay, I've gotten to the point where I've read so many anime titles and so many descriptions that I can look at an image and tell you if it sounds interesting. Like, I can literally judge an anime by its cover at this point. I've just evolved to that point. Okay, well, that's just great. I love that he lives in a candy cane with a little face on it. That's a pretty cool house. When you said like crazy house, I was thinking like Winchester. Candy. Okay, right off the bat, I'm gonna say this is an absolutely adorable design. This has 115 episodes. This story is about a girl named Candy who's an orphan. She's a nice, optimistic girl, and she has a warm heart. When she was a child, she lived in an orphanage called Pony Home. She had a good friend called Annie, and she met the Prince of the Hill, who was an important person in her life on the hill behind the orphanage. She was adopted by the Legan family. What's awaiting her are bad-hearted Neil and her sister Eliza. One day in the Rose Garden, she met a boy who's identical to the Prince of the Hill, who she'd met in childhood. The boy's called Anthony. Thereafter, a fantastic story that she never expected begins. This sounds like this could be interesting. Or I could watch the summary movie. And in 1996, and probably it would be a lot less fucking painful for me. I love that he's so proud of it. This is adorable. Oops. Don't look at that. There you go. That's great, actually. His house really pissed off his neighbors when he did it in 2007. So, such a hoity-toity stick up their ass crew. Cornwell Archibald. Honestly, this looks. Here's what I might do. Here's what I'll do. I'll add the summary movie to my list. And if the summary movie looks watchable, then I'll go back and watch the 1976 one. Even though the 76 one seems better regarded. I was hoping for reviews being like, the original was better, fuck this shit. But nope. Manga Sekai Muko Shinbanshi. They tried to make him paint it back when they tried to sue him to be forced to do it, and he showed up in court with a full red and white tie, and he fucking won the case. Great. That's great. Each episode of the series tells the story of a famous fairy tale all around the world. Some are adapted from famous books such as the Iliad. Frankly, I never understood why, like, there's such strict housing regulations. I guess because they're worried about property values in the area going down. You know what? Now, I totally understand. Never mind. Manga Fairy Tales of the World. Monero Bo Gakin. Dr. Kazuki, who's perceived an invasion of Earth by the Izuru people. Why does this keep happening? It's just like, Dr. Jude predicted the invasion of the light bulb people from Light Bulb Planet, and he built a giant robot. Later, when the celery people arrive again, he already built a robot to counter the celery people. But when the giant robot people come, he didn't predict that, but luckily his daughter did, and she built a giant robot, giant robot, giant robot. Like, gee, that's like every super robot plot. Dr. Kazuki perceived the invasion of Earth by the Azure people, builds a robot based on the science of magnetism and sphere joint theory. The fuck is sphere joint theory? Undergoing a dangerous augmentation process, Dr. Kazuki's daughter Mia becomes the pilot of Mighty, Magnet Man Minus. Takeshi Hyojo becomes the pilot of Perusa, or Magnet Man Plus. The pilots would hold each other and then physically transform their joint bodies in a metallic plate, locking itself on Gakin, short for Gathering Keen, robot's frame, enabling Super Robot to move and fight. The sequence was notable to an adult's eye for its almost sexual connotation. Oh, that's him with the cat eye boy thing. He seems like a fun guy, honestly. If this wasn't 39 episodes, I'd want to watch this. Do you think I could get an image of these two, like fucking? I'm gonna see if I can't find an image of the if I can't find the transformation sequence. I can find... Oh, here's an episode of it. Okay, here we go. Here, I can put this up on stream because I'm commenting on it. That doesn't seem sexual at all. Here's a page from this delightful old man's books. That's pretty metal, I ain't gonna lie. You want to read the craziest plot ever? Look up his manga 14. I kind of don't, but okay. A sci-fi horror manga that takes place in the year 2200 at a chicken manufacturing company. A certain chicken transforms into a super mutant named Chicken George, and so a nightmarish journey through a twisted version of the future unfolds. Sure. What the fuck? Alright, that's not the craziest plot I've ever read. But it's not crazy. Is this just a chicken with a fucking, like, cheek piercing? Okay, Dokoben. Taru Dokuben Yamada, who was a judoist while at junior high, enters Meikun High School and is talked into joining the baseball club. He displays his superb athletic abilities in the baseball and becomes well known as a hard hitter. He and his unique teammates establish Meikun a solid position as the number one high school baseball championship game. That sounds like such a... It's an anime where they baseball. That's it. That's your pitch. Anime where they baseball. Koryu Tan Kentai, born free. When a meteor crashes on Earth, it briefly changes the climate, and dinosaurs once again roam the planet. It's up to the newly formed expedition team to relocate the dinosaurs to a safe environment. What an interesting plot. Oh my god, it looks like shit. You can tell when something is bit like when they've redone the cover for DVD, because the DVD cover will always be slick and sleek, and then you see the other image and it just looks like complete dog shit. Hoka Hoko Kazoku, a short comedic story about events of the daily lives of members of a large multi-generational family. The Affectious Family. UFO Senshi Dai Apollon 2. This is the second season of UFO Senshi Dai Apollon, which, if you will remember, is about the guy who can control UFOs from under the sea that can remotely control giant robots. Hana no Kakirocho. A whack comedy about a man from a noble ancestry long ago who is in modern times just a lowly salaryman that is constantly being humiliated by his families and coworkers. Robot Taekwon v Woojo Jakeon Jakjeon. I don't know, it's Korean. I'm not very good at Korean. I'm not very good at any language that isn't English, but the second movie in the popular Korean movie robot series, Robot Taekwon v. We've done it. We've hit 1977. Time Bokan series Yatterman. A mysterious gem called Skull Stone is said to be able to reveal the location of the largest vein of gold in the world. The legend has entranced many people who wanted to get their hands on fame, power, and wealth, including a trio of villains in the show, the Dorombo Gang. However, their hunt for the Skull Stone is not easy as they imagine, mainly due to the faulty information they receive from their leader, and most of all, a justicial duo of pursuers called the Yattermen. Araguma Rascal. Life in Bransford Junction, Wisconsin is simple. It was not what I was expecting. For Sterling North, who spends most of his free time caring for animals with his mother in a hospital and his brother fighting in the Western Front. The boy lives only with his father and his dog Hauser. On weekend, cutting away from the usual chores, Sterling and his friend Oscar and Hauser head off for a fishing trip. On their way, the river has a dog catches the scent of a base tree, unearthing a raccoon's nest. The two boys find an orphan kit. A passing hunter has killed the kit's mother to make a fur hat, to leaving Sterling to adopt and care for the orphan raccoon. Torn by fracturing family, a brother in the trenches, along with the ailing health of his mother, Sterling's bonds with life and the world around him are kept together and strengthened by life with his new friend, the ring-tailed wonder and scoundrel, whom he names Rascal. That sounds like that could be an interesting anime for someone that it's targeted to. It's clearly not something I would be interested in, but I could see someone being into it. Also, 666 people have seen this anime, so there you go. I want to know, for like old shit like this that no one gives a crap about, when was the last activity related to it? Suicidal Z completed this yesterday. You'd be surprised how often you like click on this and someone's like, yeah, I watched this. Jetter Mars. This has a very Astro Boy-esque style to it. Directed Rintaro. I've heard of Rintaro before. Didn't we address him earlier? Yeah, this guy's famous. Yeah. He does like... My god, he does a lot of shit, actually. He did Doomed Metropolis. He did Final Fantasy. He did Galaxy Express 999. He did X 1999. Did Metropolis. This man has done a lot of anime. Wow. No wonder I was like, I vaguely remember this guy. Okay, Jenner Mars. In the year 2015, Dr. Yamanoe, the Secretary of Science Ministry, devoted himself to assemble the android robot in an artificial island. He intends to live together with him as his own son, but the robot has a deficiency in his electric brain. He comes to the conclusion that Dr. Kawashimoto's help is essential to correct his defective brain. Although they're friends, they're rivals not only in private life but in scientific study. Dr. Yamanoe is very jingoistic and only thinks of the robot as one of his strategic arms. On contrary, Dr. Kawashimo is a pacifist and devotes his affection to robots. This sounds like the plot of Mega Man. Dr. Kawashimo hurries to an island on the request of Dr. Yamanoe, taking his pretty daughter, Miri, with him. Arriving on the island, Dr. Kawashimo sets the electric brain into Jet Mars, a robot boy. Thus, Mars comes into the world. Everything is new to Mars, and he doesn't know what is good or bad. On the next day, he lifts Dr. Kawashimo and Miri onto the building. When he sees a glint of moisture in Miri's eyes, he has a mysterious feeling in his mind. Then he asks Dr. Yumanoa what it is. He's taught that it is a tear. A weak girl sheds, but a strong man never does. Wow! Wow! Okay. One day, the electronic brain of Phanton, another robot, is put out of order, so Phanton goes on a wild rampage, and the island is plunged into crisis. Then seawater runs to the facilities from a big hole made by Phanton. Only Mars stands in amazement and is at quite a loss what to do. Just then, Mari exhibits her ultra ability and covers the big hole. Led by her, Mars also carries a sheet of iron and makes repairs. At last, they rescue Dr. Yamanoe and Dr. Kiwashimo from being washed away by seawater. Mari is a robot made by Dr. Kiwashimo. Mars learns how to cry, and he learns how to perform a kind deed. Interesting. Okay, so it kind of sets you up on, like, damaging philosophy before reverting it and being like, maybe there's other ways. Okay, that sounds kind of interesting. I'm not going to watch it, but it sounds like an interesting idea. Let's see. Sekai Maisei Ku Dowa Hako Cho no Oji. When a widower king loses his way in a dangerous forest, he's forced to take a witch's daughter as his second wife in order to escape. However, the newly crowned queen Greta quickly becomes jealous of the time the king spends with his children and vows her revenge. In the middle of the night, Greta sneaks to where the children are sleeping and turns the 6 of the king's sons into swans, leaving only daughter Alyssa to find for herself. Alyssa travels far and wide in search for her brothers and finds them living in a remote cave, where she rejoices at the reunion. She sees how terribly the curse has affected her brothers and promises to set them free at any cost. I like how it says swans, but this image shows her with rabbits. Ashita Attack on Tomorrow. This drama tells the story of girls in high school. Girls who love to play volleyball form a team in their school. Although the team starts as a weak, unorganized sport club, over time the girls' extraordinary passion and endeavor enables their team to become one of the best organized and highly recognized teams at school. Now they aim to win the championship in the National High School Volleyball League. Although it's painful and hard to achieve such a goal, it's nice to have friends to share the feeling and joy, especially the joy. Though volleyball, the girls learn, they experience many lessons as they grow. Let's share their laughter. Wakusei Robo Dangard Ace. Dangard's Ace. In order to explore the newly discovered planet, Promethe, there are many projects are running all over the world. Here in Japan, under the direction of Dr. Oedo, space carrier Jazudem and planet robot Dangard A are being built. Ichimonji Takuma is a candidate for the pilot of Vanguard A. His father, Ichimonji Densetsu, was a famous space pilot. However, Densetsu went missing on a mysterious accident, and the people blamed him for the accident. In order to clear his game, Takuma is trying to become a space pilot and succeed the project. Will Takuma become the pilot? I don't know or care. Alright, Shogatai Manjutsu Robot Gings Geyser. 20,000 years before the creation of mankind, two tribes, Plasmans and Sorizons, came to Earth. The bellicose Sorizons tried to conquer the peaceful Plasmans using the dreadful power of the Scorpio in outer space. 20,000 years later, at some time in the future, Dr. Godo, the only survivor of the Plasmans, secretly prepares Ging Geyser, the combined magic robot troupe, to defend peace. In the event that Sorizons are revived, Dr. Godo commands 4 brave young men to acquire occult superpowers. Each episode of the series features a sequence of fabulous and fantastic battles. These scenes cannot fail to arouse the interest and excitement of the audience and will certain to catch every eye. Wow, I don't believe you, Nippon Animation, the creators of the show. Gasan Sentai Mechander Robo. The Doran Empire, combining Squadron Mechander Robo. God, the super robot boom was gigantic. The Doran Empire from Ganymede system discovers Earth, an ideal world for them to conquer. The interest of expanding the empire came as a result of the power-hungry General Osmel, who overthrew the current reigning Queen Medusa of the Ganymede system as a start to their universal conquest. Almost completely succumbed to the empire, Earth is sat at its last days, and one scientist, Dr. Shikishima, had only one hope in restoring Earth from the alien conquerors. A massive mecha known as the Mechander Robo, especially programmed and designed to battle these invading aliens to complete takeover of Earth. Along with the awesome fighter machine, Dr. Shikishima also recruited 3 pilots to be placed behind the Mechander Robo's controls. The mysterious Jimmy Orion, the scientist Ryusuke Shikishima, and Kojiro Hachijima. Who knows who that is, though? Although the primary storyline is Earth battling the Doran Empire, there's some thing with lead pilot Jimmy Orion's past that was somewhat connected towards the entire storyline. How many people have Jimmy Orion as their favorite? No one! Hyogo Senshi Gosslugger. A cyborg warrior from an ancient Antarctic kingdom wakes 30,000 years later after an accidental hibernation to find the Earth changed into an old alien enemy on the verge of invasion. It's up to Guy Slanger to use his ancient technology to defeat the aliens. Cho Genji Machine Voltes V. Love that it's always the same letters. It's Z, X, V. Out of nowhere, mysterious alien race known as the Bonzon. That's not even different than the other Bozan Empire. Jesus Christ. These super robot shows were really just really repetitive garbage, weren't they? Has invaded Earth. A group of individuals specially trained to handle this kind of situation has been unleashed. Specially trained to handle these individuals has been unleashed. Kaichi Ippei, Daijiro, Hiyoshi and Megumi are pilots of the Chodenji Machine Voltes 5, the Earth defense against Bozan and their terrible beast warriors. The plot thickens as the Go brothers discover their true heritage and the truth behind their father's disappearance. Conflicts and mixed emotions hinder the Go brothers at times, but due to their unwavering desire to find their dad, they must go to the piece where it all started with the help of the rebels based on Earth and on the aliens' homeworld. The Voltes team has another mission: remove the tyrant Zu Zanbaji and liberate the people of Bozan. This was a mistake. I've never regretted a stream as hard as this one. Seton Dobotsuki Kuma no Kojaki, Monarch, the Big Bear of Talik. One day, a Native American boy named Lan meets 2 little bears at the foot of the Sierra Nevada, where he lives with his father. Lan names the brother bear Jackie and the sister Jill. As Lan plays with the 2 bears, they become good friends. However, their happiness doesn't last for long. Lan's father accidentally shoots the 2 little bears' mother to death. Feeling sorry for them, Lan decides to take Jackie and Jill back to the home live with him. Oh, look, another fucking Suba robot show. Chojin Sentai Bar Attack. Late at night, at the lake surrounded by peaceful forest, a mysterious spaceship landed on the water. The group emerged from that ship, kidnapped by the head of space engineering, Professor Koto, and his family. The professor's second son, American football player, Yuji, who had run away from home, was in the middle of a game and knew nothing what happened. The four young people watching him were Mark, Dicky, Franco, and Yuri. They were a team of 4 psychics who had been training in a secret base. They had seen the previous night's events and believed them to be an alien attack. Believing their only option to be transforming robot Barak, they used their psychic powers to kidnap Yuji. Baratrak could only move by combining the powers of Yuji and the other 4 acting as one. When all 5, including the astonished Yuji, cried, Pentagoras unite! Baratrak emerged. Yuji was overcome with violent rage, his fighting spirit burning to defeat the Goetheus reptile army. Did I miss anything of note? Just a lot of super robot anime, I think. I don't know. A lot of super robot anime. Nothing I've added to my watch list, I'll tell you that much right now. Space Battleship Yamato, the movie. I'm not going to read this, because this is just the plot of Space Battleship Yamato, the series. Okay. Wakusei Robo Dangard Ace Tai Konshu Robot Gandon. A new insect enemy that feeds off the energy of all living beings has set its eyes on Earth. Taekwon Donja Maruchi Arachi. The 2 children named Marachi and Arachi are found living in a cave in the mountains. They've been living there ever since their grandfather was killed by the villainous Blue Skull 13. The couple who discovers them take the children back to civilization to teach them Taekwondo, in which they excel. However, the evil Blue Skull 13 is not done with his plots against humanity, and soon Maruchi and Arachi are forced to confront his fiendish plans. I just noticed I have hair on my breast. Really not pleased with this revelation. I'm sorry to hear that. Robot Taekwon V3 Stan Sujen Taekwonde. It's pretty easy to shave there, so you know, don't worry about it too hard. Third movie in the popular Korean movie series Robot Taekwon V. Oh, 1977. Okay, we have Lupin the Third Part 2. I'm not reading that. It's Lupin. What do you want? You get the struggle sack, mister. I don't like hair. I do. Let's see. Mutoke Chojin Zanbot 3. Invincible Superman Zanbot. There once existed a planet named Ball until it was wiped out. That said, I actually haven't shaved in like a week because I haven't found time. But yes, I do shave everything. There once existed a planet named Ball until it was wiped out by the mysterious entity known as Gaizok. The few remaining survivors escaped to Earth and split into 3 families named Jin, Kami, and Kamakita, respectively. While attempting to start a new life, the collectively known Jin family prepared for the inevitable Gaizok invasion on Earth and its giant mechanical beasts known as Mecha Boosts. In order to defend their new home, they have built 3 vehicles in which the combined form the mighty Zambot 3. The Jin family must not only defend against Gizok attacks, but also harsh criticism from the very people they protect, who blame the Jin family for the invasion in the first place. Anyway, something I forgot to mention about Umezu, pretty much every horror manga author you can think of, Junji Ito, Shintaro Kago, Shuichi Maru. Yeah, odds are they were inspired by Umezu. Okay, so he's like the OG horror guy. Gotcha. I've still never heard of him, but I don't really have my finger on the pulse of horror series anyway. Arrow, Emblem, Grand Prix, no Taka. An anime with much of wheel actions. Takaya Todoroki, a young man who wants to become a famous driver and built a car to be able to participate in a race with a big prize. In the race, because of the poor quality of building, Takaya has a serious accident in which he wrecked his car. but he doesn't hurt himself. That's when a mysterious driver contacts Takaya to enter into some famous racing team. This mysterious man is a former driver, a very famous one who appears every now and then to help Takaya fight his own destiny, to set him on the right track, and most of all, prove himself, unlike him. One of these days, we'll get to an interesting sounding anime. I never edit anything I've read by him to my MAL because I sometimes forget they have a manga list as well. Yeah, my manga list isn't the most up to date. My name is Teipei. Teipei, brought up by his father in the mountains, is an energetic boy who is tough as weeds and acts as free as a bird. His life changes completely when he enrolls in high school, the first school he ever attended. Despite his eccentric behavior and being a constant source of troubles, he is soon recognized for his talent in sports, especially in kendo, the Japanese swordplay art, and becomes the school's hero. And I am definitely missing some of those habits. It's actually only half. It's only half hentai, to be honest with you. So. Kororyu Daisenso Isenborg. And it's also really easy to hide that. I made sure of it. Japan is besieged by evil dinosaurs that humanity have long thought extinct. They are back and creating disaster. To counter the threat, a special team of expert warriors called Isenberg were created. Lamis and Kamal use their special powers to combine into Super Eisenberg to battle the evil Satola and his dinosaur army. Chao Supercar Gittiger. A scientist invents 5 special solar-powered cars that can be joined into one supercar. The cars are given the scientist's son and his friends to compete in a racing circuit, but they're pursued by an evil organization that wants the secrets of solar power. I love how we've journeyed so far away to fucking Super Robo genre that it's become the Super Robo car genre. Like, we're just mixing dumb shit genres with Super Robo now. The 70s were pain, apparently. Shin Kyojin no Hoshi, a continuation of the popular baseball saga about the star pitcher of a professional baseball team. Gai Kiso Ruben Kaiser. Have you heard of Hidehe Hino? I don't even know at this point. My brain is disintegrating from the amount of Super Robo series I've looked at. Um. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he. Am I spelling it wrong? Hidehi Hino? I'm not getting anyone coming up with that name. Oh, Hideshi. Okay. Hino Hideshi, what did you do? Oh, a bunch of horror manga. Probably not. Maybe you heard of Panorama of Hell. And Circus Kitan. This I haven't heard of. I might have heard of some of the manga, but not the actual person. This is Gaikuso Ruben Kaiser, a race car driver competes around the world in a race car left to him by his father. Manga Nihon Emaki. Anime adaptations of traditional historical Japanese stories. Each episode features 2 different stories. Excuse me. Manga Ijin Monogatari. From Genghis Khan to Thomas Edison, each episode in the series focuses on the life and achievement of two of history's greatest and most important persons. Tobedase Machine Hiryu. The bosses of rival car companies decide to fight each other. Interesting way to start it. In a sporting event by backing different race car teams, Chairman Gapurin hires Okanebichi, the supreme racer, while Chairman Misaki hires Riki Kazuma, a relatively untrained diver for the flying car known as Machine Hiryu. Mixing elements of Speed Racer with Time Boken, this Totsunoko production ticks the same boxes, with Riki's cute girlfriend, Nana, Mini Mechanic Chuta, the cute ape and Pooch, and the comic and glamorous villains lurking in the background. Early work from many big names, including Yoshitaka Amano and Koinio Okawara, is strictly in the studio mold. Manga versions of the story ran in several magazines, such as Terebi Magazine and Terebi Land. Racing fever seemed to have struck the Japanese animation business at this time compared to the same year's Yellow Emblem. Boy, did it! Oh my god, it's just race-heated super robot stories. Gyoja Ingan 337. Professor Jang has spent fortune to create a robot that mimics the abilities of Maruchi and Arachi while possessing other powers such as super sensitive hearing, vision, and strength. However, even with all its powers, the Electric Man 337 still needs the help of Maruchi and Arachi to defeat a pair of robots bent on world conquest. This is a sequel to the Taekwondo show. Yoshitaka Amano is the Final Fantasy artist. Is it? Interesting. I didn't know that off the top of my head. Perrin Monogatari. Perrin travels across... I don't know anything at the anymore. I'm just reading non-stop race cars and super robot stories. We finally made it to 78. We're almost done with this pain. Perrine travels across Europe with her mother, a photographer, a cabin drawn by a donkey. They are heading to a small village in northern France, the home of Perrine's dead father. Perrine doesn't know that they are unwanted in the village. Perrine's father left the village after having quarreled with his father, Perrine's grandfather, and married in India against his father's will. After her mother falls ill, Perrine has to sell everything, including her beloved donkey, Palkira, to pay for medicine. Mother dies in Paris. Before dying, tells her mother to make her grandfather love her before he knows who she really is. After a journey full of hardships, Perrine finally arrives in the village where she learns that her grandfather is a rich owner of the factory that feeds all the villagers. Presenting herself under a false name, Perrine gets a job in the factory, searching for a way to the heart of her grandfather. That sounds like an interesting story that's too long for me to actually watch. Oh, they made a movie of it. It came out in 1990, and it's probably unfindable. Which do you prefer, nothing but race cars and robots, or nothing but isekai and harem? Maid, I think that would be obvious. I would much greatly prefer isekai and harem. This is torture to me, because I'm more likely to watch a show about an isekai or a harem than I am to watch a race car or robot show. By like a lot. Yakyukyo no Uta. Against her insistence, Yuki is drafted by the Tokyo Mets as the first one player in the baseball league. And here's part of the reason why. Because isekai and harem are like spices that you add on to an actual plot line. Like, you could have a plot line about intense political intrigue and, like, navigating the perils of, the perils of aristocratic life. And that could be an isekai series, or that could be a harem series, or it could be both a isekai and harem series. But if you make a giant robot show, right, your entire show is giant robots now. Like, there's no subgenre for that. Your show's genre is giant robot, whereas harem and isekai are subgenres, like, or like, yeah, they're like spices. Like, they're not the focus of the show. They're aspects of it. But you have a fucking big-ass robot. That's it. That's your fucking show. Your whole show is, I have to get to the point in the episode where a robot comes out. Honestly, I think cars, like, I think racing is a better genre than Super Robot. because at the very least you can mix things in with racing. Like, you could do like a dark, gritty, like sort of like Kaiji-esque gambling race car series, like where the characters are fucked and they have to win the race or the mafia will stab them. Or you could have like a romantic subplot where the main character's like, "When I win the race, I'll ask you to marry me," and then maybe he dies or something. Like racing is a just generally, I think, probably adds better stories than Super Robot, which is just like a doctor predicted an alien invasion and built a giant robot, and now 6 psychic children need to pilot the giant robot. Like, it's fucking mind-numbing. Whereas, at very least with harem and isekai, you can go any damn direction you feel like with them. Against her insistence, Yuki is drafted by the Tokyo Mets as the first woman player in the baseball league. That sounds literally fucking impossible. Hold on. Has a woman ever played for the Mets ever? Ever played in baseball? No, I'm talking like professional team. Has a woman ever played Major League Baseball? That doesn't sound like that's a thing that's ever happened. Apparently, there is a literal rule against it. So, women can't play Major League Baseball. In 1952, Major League actually banned women from playing any Major League or affiliated minor league team. The withdrawal was banned 40 years later. Wait. 40 years later, and Melissa Mayo became the first woman on MLB's international registration list. So that would be what, 1990? Miss Lissa Mayu was born in 1998. So this is the first woman to be in the MLB. And this came out in 78, which means the first MLB female player wasn't even born when this was made. Interesting. Ahead of its time, I guess. Chirin no Suzu. Ringing bell. Chichirin is a new lamb, and his mother lives a peaceful life in a meadow. As long stay inside the forest, inside the fence that protects them, the rest of the flock. They are free to frolic and gaze at the delicious clover leaves. However, their idyllic life is shattered when a wolf named War attacks them in the dead of night, killing Chirin's mother. Struggling to process his mother's death, Chirin swears to become a wolf himself in order to avenge his mother, unaware of what transformation would cost him. This is like a brutal, like it's got a cute little Disney art style, and it's just fucking bloody and gory, and it's about a lamb going on a fucking revenge mission. I already added it. Candy, Haru no Yuya, the Call of Spring. Candy returns to Pony Home, meets a girl who's lost her parents, and doesn't associate with the other kids. In order to cheer her up, she decides to tell her about herself from the moment she found this pony in Sister Lane, through decision to leave the boarding school in England and walk her own path. This is apparently a sequel to the original Candy. Wakusei Robo Danguard Ace Ucho Daikusen. Doppler has set a trap for the Josdom, and it is up to Danguard Ace to save it. My brain is just melting. There's so much of this. Hwangam Nalgia 123 Gold Swing. Released in Korea in 1978, Gold Wing 123 or Gold Wing 123 is an animated sci-fi superhero feature from King Chong-ki, who directed the classic Robot Taekwon V 1976 and created the popular Warhammer series. Like Robot Taekwon V, Gold Wing 123 draws from Japanese genre themes and character designs to create Koreans' very own world-saving superhero, a young man who attains superpowers and is tasked to defend the Earth from the evil plans of a galactic conqueror. Ugh. I see why the super robot genre died. It's like why the Western genre died over here. Kong Jui, then living alone with her father, welcomes a stepmother and stepsister called Pachui into her life. When her father is out, the stepmother, Pachui, make her do all the housework, and stepmother believes Pachui's lies and beats Kong Jui mercilessly. When talks of marriage between Kong Jui and the son of a respectable family come out one day, the stepmother does everything in her power to get Pachui married to the young man. Unaware of her stepmother's plans, Kong Jui runs into the young man in the woods, and the two fall in love. Mirai Shonen Conan? What the fuck is this, and why was this added to my list as a plan to watch? Conan was the only child born on Remnant Island, a place settled by a group of refugees while they fled a terrifying wave of magnetic bombs that wiped out most of humanity. After 20 years, most castaways have died, save for Conan and the wise old man that raised him. Believed in Remnant Island to be the last inhabited place on Earth, Conan's shocked when he discovers a young girl named Lana washed up on the beach one day. Though he is thrilled to learn that humanity has survived, Lana tells him that the nation of Dindustria wants her as a hostage to force her grandfather, Dr. Leo, to power their machinery. Their conversation is cut short when Industria's top pilot Munsley suddenly appears and seizes Lana. Determined to save her, Conan immediately sets from Remnant Island and begins a journey that will ultimately determine the fate of the world. Why the shit? What the shit is this, and why has this been added to my list? Oh, this is apparently directed by Miyazaki. That might have been the reason. 16-year-old Kazuya Saguchi is your normal everyday high school student. One day he gets sent to another post-apocalyptic world where a tyrannical leader rules the land, and most popular sport is death race, where racers race the most dangerous tracks. Each car is transforming robots. Fucking hell. The last stretch of the race is a jog and a fist fight between the robots. Kazuya tames the race car robot T-855, the secretly most powerful race car robot. After winning a few races with T-855, he gains the attention of lovely Satsuki, Mayuki, and Beth. However, Kazuya's heart is set on his rival Kaori. However, Kazuya's true goal is to defeat the evil director and save the world of the race car robot death races. So here's the thing. That sounds watchable. Okay. Uchi Kuzo. Oh, God. What was the previous, like, too much... Oh, yeah, in the 50s, there was a weird, like, the character is actually a space alien plot. Like, we're, like, watching trends happen. Although I have to say the super robot genre is way more annoying than from the... Because in the 50s and 60s, everything was like, alien from another planet comes down to Earth with superpowers. I can only imagine the trends we'll be seeing in the 80s and 90s. I pulled that out of my ass. I know, I could tell. Captain Harlock. Space Pirate Captain Harlock. This is a very famous anime series. In 2977 AD, mankind has become stagnant. Robots do all the work, the masses are kept tranquil by subliminal messages, and government officials are lazy, caring only about recreational activities like golf and horse racing. Oh no! Captain Herlock defied this insipid mentality, leading a group of like-minded rebels to a more adventurous life aboard the spaceship Arcadia. A mysterious force known as Mazone has invaded Earth, taking the form of a mysterious cloaked woman that kill anyone who suspect their nefarious doings, such as Tadashi Daiba, who is now on their hit list. After his scientist father ignored by the government and killed by Mazone, he joins Captain Herlock and his ragtag groups of pirates to assist them as they try to save humanity from the impending alien threat. I've been waiting for Captain Herlock to appear because it's like a classic that everyone references, and I was like, when the hell is Captain Herlock going to show up? Here's the thing about Captain Herlock. I've never seen it, but there is a movie, a Captain Herlock movie, that came out in 2013 and it is so fucking boring that I think it is to this day the only anime I have ever fallen asleep during. I like woke up and was like, ah shit, I need to back this up. What the fuck is happening in this dumpster fire? Yeah, I have no interest in Captain Herlock after that. Tosho Demos. The third of Tadawa Nagashima's Romance Super Robot Trilogy. After the destruction of their home world, the survivors of the planet Barm head towards Earth in the goal of negotiating purchases of land to immigrate to. Unfortunately, during the negotiations, Barman's leader, Leon, is assassinated by a second-in-command, Oban, and the delegation from Earth is framed for the murder. And in ensuing chaos, Dr. Ismu Ryuzaki of the Earth delegation is shot and killed. Shortly after the disastrous end of talks, Burmians, called Valerians and Starbirds, began a campaign of terror against Earth led by Leon's son, Admiral Richter, who deploys a variety of mecha soldiers against the planet's defenses. The only standing between the Earth Lane's annihilation is transforming karate using Super Robot Daimos and its pilot Kazuyuki Ryuzaki, but that changes when he meets and falls in love with a mysterious girl named Eriko, who turns out to be Richter's sister. Over the course of their struggles, reunite Kazuya and Erika and learn that the others' people are not all evil, and their own people are not all good. Dun 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 dun. Erika's design's kind of cute, I guess. SF Sayuyuki Starzinger. The great planet is dying. Since Queen is old and powerless and the universe will perish along with it, Princess Aurora of the Moon volunteers to become the new queen, so she must set out on dangerous travel with her friends and escorts, the powerful cyborgs Jan Kogo, Sa Jogo, and Dawn Haka. Hey, here's a fucking anime. Mojoko Tickle. On Shiko's 11th birthday, her father gives her a special book. Inside the book trapped which Mojoko Tickle. When Shoko frees Tickle from the book, she uses her magic to pass off as Chiko's twin sister. Okay, why not? That sounds like that could be watchable, but I'm not going to. EQ-san, 1978. High school student EQ knows nothing about baseball, but his talents are recognized by the manager of the baseball club. He takes up his enchanting sport. When ignorance of the game leads to him to make many mistakes, EQ, who is in fact a descendant of the ninja, displays his superhuman abilities and leads the team high school baseball championships. Manga Hajimate Monogatari, an educational program for children featuring various historical events showing both animation and live action footage. A reoccurring older sister and a pink mole, Mogutan, will take you on a journey through time. I've talked so much my ears are stopped up. Hikara-san Go Toru, Smart-san. Set in the 1920s, Hikaru-san Go Toru is a story of a high-spirited tomboy, Benio, and her relationship with a handsome half-German soldier named Shinobu. Benio... Oh, because he's half... Yeah, it said pink... Whatever. Mole. Sure. Benio is a very outgoing athletic girl with firm ideas about being able to live her life as she wants to. When she meets Shinobu, she dislikes him intensely, even though he manages to help her in a series of embarrassing mishaps. She's therefore surprised when she finds out that she's been forced into an arranged marriage and that her husband-to-be is none other than Shinobu. The story has many twists and turns as Shinobu has to fight in the war. Benio has to wrangle the idea of getting married and getting along with her future in-laws and employer. Meanwhile, the Great Kanto earthquake looms in the future. That actually sounds interesting, but rather than watching a 42-minute anime series with 24 minutes, there's also a movie that came out in 2017, and I could probably just watch the movie instead. And I'll do that. Muteke Kojin Daitarn 3. Sozo Haran was a brilliant scientist that was conducting research on Mars. He created a form of cyborg life with the ability to think for itself. These cyborgs, dubbed the Meganoids, soon ran out of control and killed Dr. Haran along with their whole family, save for his youngest son, the 16-year-old Banjo Haran. Banjo escapes on Mars in a rocket, and the solar-powered robot Daitarn 3 was built with the special metals of Mars. Now 18 years later, living on Earth in a luxurious mansion, Banjo fights against the Meganoids with the aids of his faithful butler, Garrison, and his two gorgeous companions, Rika and Beauty. Together they must stop the evil Meganoids, which aspire to turn all humans into cyborgs and thus improve the human race. Speaking of the Kanto earthquake. I love that this character's name is Beautiful Tachibana. Hoshi no Oji-sama Petit Prince, the Prince of the Stars, La Petite Ponce. The little prince lives on an asteroid B612, a tiny rock floating in space. He spends his days cleaning out 3 small volcanoes on an asteroid, which also uses to cook his breakfast, weeding out the baobab trees that threaten to take over, and caring for his friend Rose Girl, which is also a Yu-Gi-Oh card. When he gets lonely for company, he catches Comet his butterfly net and flies off Earth for all sorts of adventures. Valhalla, when Jill brings her cat to work, her boss thinks she says Kato and starts screaming about Yasunori Kato in the bar, and she's going to beat his ass for the Kanto earthquake. I think I actually remember that part of the game. Ucho Manjin Daikengo. Giant robot Daikengo flies through space to reestablish galactic peace on board Prince Riger, who ran away from his planet Imperius to defeat the menace out of his rain borders. In order to save his people, Cleo, a corrupted prime minister's daughter, help with 2 nice little robots, NK and Otake. They fight evil Lord Baracross, leading invasion forces with a resistant rebellion wearing Napoleon-style hat. Daikengo is the first robot with Skittles in his mouth. When he opens them, his vampire-style teeth are shown, and he can spit fighter. Fun fact about Valhalla, there is a Valhalla shirt that you can put on Travis and, I guess, Badman in No More Heroes, Travis Strikes Again. I pretty much wore it the whole game. We're still going. We're very close to 79, though. I can see 79 in the horizon. The story in Arcadia's Mystery, in which the 13th TV episode was based. Ucho, Kaizoko, Captain Harlock, Arcadia Go Naozo, Space Pirate Captain Harlock, Riddle of the Arcadia episode. Suraba, Ucho, Senkan Yamato, I know Senshitachi. Farewell to Spaceship Battleship Yamato in the Name of Love. Isn't this a sequel to the original Spaceship Yamato? Valhalla was a cult hit in Japan. The Japanese localization isn't great. Huh. Didn't know that. In the year 2201, 1 year after the Battleship Yamato, saved Earth from the radioactive contamination, a new threat emerged. Well, now great. Now I know about the radioactive threat. Thanks, description. The Yamato makes its final journey to save Earth from this new threat. Earth almost recovered from the battle against Gamulus, and the reconstruction is expanded to other planets. Wow, great. Now I know about the threat of Gamulus. When former Yamato crewmates discover a strange, garbled message that seems to be coming from the white comet headed towards Earth, they hijack their old space fortress and begin a new battle. Conflicting as to why the localizations aren't great? Probably multiple reasons. This dude's just a straight up chiss. Excuse me. Candy no Natsu Yusume. A continuation of the television series. Candy Summer Vacation. Okay. So this is the end of Candy, I guess. This is Kaguku Ninja Tai Gatchaman movie. This is the condensed theatrical adaptation of the original TV series' first season. 7-7 Danu Bielmil. A young man is looking for his kidnapped family. That's it. That's the whole movie. Go home. Love it. Perfect. Exactly what I want. Robot Taekwon V wa Hwangyum Nalgia. The 4th movie in the popular Korean movie series Robot Taekwon V. Oh my god, we've reached the first anime specials ever. Narara Wonder Gongju. This almost looks like it's a Wonder Woman thing. Like, that looks like Wonder Woman's old design. Oh, it is. Fly, Wonder Woman, Run, Wonder Princess. Interesting. So is this a ripoff of Wonder Woman? Or... This does not look Japanese. It almost looks... This looks Korean. So is this a Wonder Woman ripoff, or is this, Or is this an unofficially licensed Wonder Woman anime? Or Korean... I'm pretty sure it's Korean. 100-Man Nen Shikyo no Tabi Banderbook. 1 Million Year Trip Banderbook. Some people say it translated things loosely, so some of the words don't make sense in Japanese, but someone I know who's multilingual said the Japanese version awkwardly tries to work around all the swearing in the game, and that some of the more sexual lines were outright changed. You know, it very well could be both. This is a character design I've seen before. Oh, this is Blackjack! Is this what Blackjack originated? To escape from the explosion of their ship caused by a terrorist attack, the parents of a young boy put him inside an escape pod and send him out before dying. The pod ends up on a planet inhabited by beings able to transform themselves into animals by using a special ring. The young boy is rescued by the royal family and grows up to become the prince. When the plane is attacked by pirates, he'll be brought to Earth to discover everything about his own origins and his forgotten brother, Blackjack. Daisetsu-san no Yusha Kaibo, King Fang. The conflicting fates of humans, beings, and wild animals depicted in a naturalistic setting. The main character of the story, Fang, who was born to a hunting dog and a circus runaway European wolf. Although Fang was raised by a human family, he's a wild animal after all. He's destined to live amongst nature. The story reaches a climax when Fang returns from the circus and faces a foe, a giant brown bear, which killed his family. I just felt my eye pop. Ginga Tetsudan 999. This is Galaxy Express 999. This is pretty famous series right here. The distant future, humanity has found a way to live forever by purchasing mechanical bodies, but this way to immortality is extraordinarily expensive. An impoverished boy, Tetsuhiro Hoshino, desires to purchase a pass to the Galaxy Express 999, a train that travels throughout the universe, because it's said that at the end of the line, those aboard obtain a mechanical body for free. When Tetsuhiro's mother is gunned down by villainous machine man hybrid Count Mecha, however, all seems lost. Tetsuhiro is then saved from certain death by mysterious Mattel, a tall woman with blonde hair and striking resemblance to his mother. She gives him a pass aboard the Galaxy Express under one condition: they travel together. Thus, Tetsuhiro begins his journey across the universe to many unique planets and thrilling adventures in hopes of being able to attain that which he desires most: immortality. Bum, 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 bum. Very famous anime series right there. Takarajima. Jim Hawkins is a young boy led progressive events to embark on a search journey for the legendary treasure of once dreaded pirate Captain Flint. On their way to Treasure Island, John Silver, Jim's best friend, take command over the ship, revealing his true self as a ruthless pirate who was once right hand to Flint himself. Feeling betrayed, Jim has to deal with his mixed feelings and face Silver, who still consider himself Jim's friend. I've actually heard of this series before. We're getting into shit people know now. Let's see. Battleship Yamato 2. This is a sequel to Battleship Yamato. Star Blazers, the Comet Empire. Years pass since the Star Force returned to Earth, but another danger now approaches from steep space. A gigantic white comet hurtles towards our galaxy, bearing everything in its path. But no ordinary comet. The deadly Comet Empire, conqueror of worlds, and Earth is the next target. Against orders, the Star Force blasts off to investigate. But even if they can get past the flagship, Andromeda, they don't know the true nature of their enemy. Captain Future. Curtis Newton, aka Captain Future, is an orphan. His parents died in the artificial satellite while he was an infant. His father was a scientist who has abandoned Earth for the satellite to dedicate his future for science, along with his aging friend, genius actor Simon Wright. Wright senses his death and decides to implant his brain in a mechanical container. They both manufacture a spirit robot and an android. Captain Future dedicated his life to fighting evil, along with 3 men, the brain, android, and robot. Shin Ace Wo Norea. Captain Future is quite superior. New aim for the ace. Heroine Hiromi Oka just entered high school, famous for its tennis club. She started playing tennis, yearning after Madame Butterfly. She was expecting to enjoy playing tennis with her best friend Maki, but the situation changed. The new coach, Mr. Munakade, suddenly picks out Hirumi to be one of the players for the upcoming tournament and starts giving Hirumi tough lessons. She strives under any circumstances. The more the new coach gives her training, the better she seems to get. Finally, she becomes the representative in the junior match tournament. Nope, this is not a direct sequel to the first series. Due to an overwhelming success of the classic anime series Aim for the Best, Ace no Nore, this remake's been produced to retrace and flashback to the original series. Kagaku Ninja Tai Gatchaman 2. Fuck me. Alright. 2 years after the defeat of Galactor, the apparent death of Condor Joe, a cruise ship attacked by Leader X, killing nearly everyone on board. One of the survivors, a young girl, is captured by X and rapidly aged into a bizarre, masculine-voiced villainess, Gel Sadra. Though she has the appearance of an adult, Gel Sadra is not immune to throwing childish tantrums and behaving immaturely. In the midst of the revival, Galactor, the science ninja team, is called back into action when the shady man known as Hockey Getz, acting as the replacement for Joe. Getz is quickly revealed to be Galactor agent in disguise, and he'd killed the actual Getz who is to join, and winds up killed by a mysterious feather shuriken. After hints spread in the first 3 episodes, Joe reappears in the 4th episode, having somehow survived his fatal injuries at the end of the first series, and rejoins the team. It's later revealed he was rescued by the ex-Galactor scientist at the brink of his death, and was subject to various cybernetic augmentations. Later in the series, a female scientist known as Dr. Pandora is introduced, who lost her husband and daughter in the cruise ship disaster. Unbeknownst to her, her daughter, Sammy, survived. It is, in fact, Gal Sandor. Pink Lady Monogatari, Iko no Tenshitachi. Based on the real-life story of Pink Lady, a famous pop duo that rose to superstardom in the mid-1970s. I've never heard of them, but okay. Lupin the Third pilot film, 1978. A remastered version of the pilot film revealed in 1978, rephotographed in CinemaScope and redubbed for being screened in cinema before the first movie, Momo's first copy. In 1989, it was included on the Lupin the Third Secret File OVA. Lupin the Third. Lupin the Third versus Fukusei Ningen, The Secret of Momo. Lupin, the master thief slash spy slash jack of all trades, has been executed. I'm sure that for first time he's ever been. That's never happened to Lupin before, but he's still alive. Not even Lupin knows how that's possible. While trying to figure out, however, he and his gang are thrust into a conspiracy involving clones, Lupin's untrustworthy rival Fujiko, and a miniature madman's plot to take over the world. Obviously, I'll watch this at some point. Let's be honest. Maybe I'll watch it after this stream. I don't even fucking know. It's fucking Lupin. What do you expect me to not watch Lupin? It's Lupin. 70s anime be like, cute deer in this tale of despair, violence, and revenge. Captain Future, Kirinaru Taioke Race. This is a sequel to Captain Future. Machi Ichiban no Kachinbo. Based on a novel, A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. 1979! We're finally here! The end of this fucking stream. We're getting there. Winter 1979. We've only been going for 5.5 hours. This was a mistake. I should have stopped at the 70s. I knew the 70s was going to have anime in it. I should have stopped at this. Oh my god. This was such a bad choice I've made. Akage no Anne, Anne of Green Gables. Life isn't easy for Anne Shirley, an 11-year-old orphan with a vast imagination and a short temper. In the twist of fate, she gets taken in the Kubert house in Avalonia. The elderly occupants, Marilla and Matthew Kubert, were looking for a young boy to help in the fields, but they're in quite the shock when they realize Anne is a girl. Adapted from the acclaimed classic by L.M. Montgomery, Akage no Anne portrays Anne upbringing from 11 to 17 age and her encounters and separations with various people. Only time will tell the major decision Anne has to make that will change her life forever. I would just read the book. Zach, never doing this again. I am going to do this again, but I am not going to do as many decades as I thought. I was planning to like maybe try to do the 80s in one. That might not be possible. We might be able to get to 85. Because the 80s is going to have even more anime. Hana no Ko Lunlun. See, what I realized is that there was way more 70s anime than I was aware of. I thought the 70s was going to be pretty easy. Nope. Can't wait till we get to the late 80s, early 90s, and you have to sift through all the dollar bin ultraviolet OVH. I know once we get to like 2010, one stream is going to be 1 year. Like, in the early days, I can definitely do like a couple years in one stream, but once we get into the 2000, it's gonna be like, this is the 2010 episode, this is the 2011 episode, this is the 2012 episode. Lunlun Angel Flower. Let's see. I thought she looked familiar. What do I know her from? No idea. The king of Flower Planet is dying, but his heir can't take up the throne until the legendary 7-color flower, symbol of the king's power, is found. The angels, Kato and Novo, are sent to find the flower girl, a young female who descends from both humans and flower angels, who once inhabited Earth long ago. And they find Lunlun in France. They convince her to go to a long journey to find a flower. She'll know the good and the bad sides of human flower angels, incarnated in the ambiguous Togan Shia, and her sidekick Boris will fall in love with Serge Flora, a man who holds a great secret. I think I've heard of this before. No idea why, though. Time Boken series Zenderman. Dr. Monjo is a scientist who's curious about the nature of the legendary elixir of life, which grants him the eternal drink lifetimes and forever youth. He built a device called Time Tunnel in order to team youngsters to start a quest down the timeline, various spaces, to find an exact answer. A trio of villains, however, is also seemingly after the exact same thing. Well, what makes them villains? Nobari no Julie. Julie the Wild Rose. 11-year-old Julie Braun lives in the lush green mountain pastures of Austria's southern Tyrol. Her parents are killed by Italian soldiers, and she's sent to Vienna to live with her relatives, the Clements. She befriends cousins Johann and Tanya, but has trouble adjusting to her life when Uncle Carl and Aunt Clara. As an Austrian plunged into World War I, Carl is fired from his job at a glass factory, and Julie's new family is forced into a life of hardship. That sounds awful. Look how cheerful this image is. This is the story about a girl who lives in Austria, and her entire family dies, and then she moves in with other people who become miserable because World War I sucked. At the end, they're gassed by mustard gas. It was really bad. Alps no Shouju Heidi. Oh, cool. We're back to here. Condensed version of the entire TV series where all the voice actors except for Heidi and her grandfather get fucked original voice cast. Tetsuno Koto Taro. A patent after Japanese and silkscreen's Taro the Dragon Boy is an animated feature about a Japanese mythology and cultures focusing on Taro, a young boy who has to make a voyage to a distant lake to save his mother who's been turned into a dragon. This is creepy looking. Look at that. Wow, that's discomforting. Kurumawari Ningyo, Nutcracker Fantasy. The young girl Clara visits her aunt Gerda and uncle Drolsimir Her aunt tells her scary stories about Ragman, a creepy and mysterious man who turns children into mice if they don't go to bed on time. The Ragman is always spying on sleeping children, searching for more victims. Just before Clara goes to bed, her eccentric uncle gives her a wooden nutcracker doll. He's been embarrassed because the only part of the doll that's perfect is the heart. But Clara loves her new doll. She falls asleep, but wakes up hearing mice squeaking. SF Sayayuki Star Gingzer movie. Fucking more super robot bullshit. At least we're getting the end of it. Princess Aurora, the only survivor of a planet destroyed by evil mutants, is resolved to put an end to the mutant menace in the galaxy, along with 3 enhanced cyborgs, Jesse Dart, Porcos, and Porcos and Aramus. She travels to space in the Cosmo Queen to the Deco system to fight the final battle. Ashita no 11 Tachi. A boy from a farm with amazing running speed is asked to join a newly formed national soccer team and discovers a new talent for the game. The movie is inspired by Japan's hosting the World Soccer Championships last year. Oh, that year. Ganbare Bokura no Hit and Run. Inaba Junior High baseball team has been defeated miserably since the member has left. Because of their poor results, the players are suspended from games and are forced to break up. Ironically, however, the hardships make them band together tighter and intensifies that desire to play. They practice hard in the hopes of regaining the respect of the other students and teachers. Soon their willpower leads them to unbelievable victories. The story portrays the boys' dreams and friendship through baseball. Spring! Mobile Suit Gundam! It is the year 0079 of the Universal Century. Mankind has moved to space, living in colony clusters known as sides. One of these sides declares itself the Principality of Zeon, and declares war on Earth Federation, the governmental body currently ruling Earth, using powerful humanoid robots known as mobile suits. Zeon quickly gains the upper hand. 9 months into the conflict, the Earth Federation developed its own powerful mobile suit called the Gundam. When Zeon launches an attack on the colony holding the Gundam, a 15-year-old civilian named Amuro Ray suddenly finds himself thrown into a conflict that will take him across Earth and space, putting him against the enemy pilot, Char Aznable. Kido Senshi Gundam was not popular when it first aired and came close to being canceled. The series was originally set to run for 52 episodes, but was cut down to 39 by the show sponsors. But the staff was able to negotiate an extension to the end of the series with 43 episodes when Bandai bought the rights to build plastic models for the show's mecha. Things changed and the show became popular. It revolutionized the genre by portraying mecha as a pilot and military weapon with real-world scientific basis instead of superheroes giant robots. Often referred to as the real robot genre, it became the norm for mecha anime following years after its release. The series is the first winner of the Animage Anime Grand Prix Prize in 1979 in the first half of 1980. Finally, we get to the real shit. Gundam not being popular is fucking baffling. I didn't know that Gundam was on the verge of being canceled. That's actually really interesting. And now, look at this shit. Cyborg 009 1979. Joe Shinamura and his companions may seem like regular men, but they are anything but. Joe is actually Cyborg 009, a member of the team of cyborgs who fight for the greater purpose. Each cyborg is outfitted with special power from the ability to melt enemy material to underwater breathing and flight. He and the other cyborgs were modified against their will by the Neo-Black Ghosts, an organization in order to further their own interests, but instead they decided to band together and use their powers to fight against their former captors and all forces of evil. There's probably an even more modern version of Cyborg 009 that I can watch other than this one. And I should watch that one instead. '67, 2012, the movie. '80. The original Call of Justice. Call of Justice. No. Yeah, there was one in 2003. That's exactly as old as this one, and it's better regarded and has more people seen it. So I'll probably watch this instead if I were to watch Cyborg 009. Okay. The Ultraman. The first animated Ultraman series. Mirai Robo Daltenius. Do I really care about Cyborg 009? Or am I just adding... You know what? I don't really care about Cyborg 009. You know what? Maybe I do care about Cyborg 009 because I feel like it's more of a pain in the ass to remove it than it is to leave it on. Alright, let's see. Mirai Robo Deltenius. It's the far future of 1995. Earth has been conquered by an alien army from the SAR cluster known as Akron. The cities of Earth have been destroyed. The remaining survivors live in harsh shanty towns and villages. Kento, a war orphan, hides in a cave along his destroyed. Remaining survivors live in harsh with his planet conquered by Akron. Dr. Earl then fled. In the cave, they find the secret base of Dr. Earl, who is an inhabitant on planet Helios. Planet conquered by Akron. Dr. Earl then fled to Earth, bringing with him the greatest achievement in Hellenian technology, a super robot Daltenius, whose power is increased when combined with the hyper-intelligent lion robot Barolis. Dr. Earl entrusts his fight for Earth to Kenta, who happens to be a descendant of the long-disappeared Hellenian royal blood. Once you get to the 80s, you'll be like, what the fuck is Debo City Shinjuku, and why is it on my plan to watch list? Oh, this is some bullshit making... No, I know what Demon City Shinjuku is. But I'm sure that'll come up at some point. Paris no Isabelle. The principal character is a 15-year-old Isabelle Loston, other characters being her parents, Leon and Marie, Isabelle's friends, Jean and her sister Marie, and Isabelle's suitor, Captain Victor. When Paris is besieged and Napoleon III's army is defeated, Isabelle escapes to London disguised as a boy, engaged in secret agent stuff. Why do you want to watch it? I believe it's because you convinced me to watch it. I think that's the only reason it's on there. The difference is that I remember why it was on there, though. Um, this is like a short anime series about a secret agent. That could be good, but I'm not going to put in the effort to track it down. Animation Kiko Marco Polo no Boken. Marco Polo's Adventures. 17-year-old Marco Polo leaves his home in Venice on a trip to the little-known country of Yuan. In the company of his father Niccolo and his uncle Matteo. Their mission is to deliver the sacred oil from the tomb of Christ in a letter from Pope to Kublai. It was inspiration for Shin Megami Tensei, so there's a reason to watch it. Okay, well that's interesting. This was an animated documentary on Marco Polo mixed in with live-action footage. 43 episodes were broadcast on NHK from 1979 to 1980, but was the first and last episode to survive. While the Sen animation was shot on film, post-production and editing were done in videotapes, normal for NHK programs, which have since been wiped. Oh shit! So this whole show is gone. Wow. Kujira no Josephine. Santi is a shy Spanish boy who keeps a tiny whale in a bowl, invisible to everyone but him. Then are we sure it's in the bowl? The whale named Josephina is able to alter her size and fly. She takes Santi on many dreamlike adventures and helps him confront challenges during his childhood. However, things change as Santi starts to taking an interest in the outside world and gets to know his distant father. Are we sure that this is a real whale and not a kid just having dreams? This is Shen Kyojin no Hoshi 2. A continuation of the popular baseball saga about a star pitcher of a professional baseball team. This is Umi no Triton 1979, not to be confused with the original. Recap of the TV series. While 2 parts were made, only the first one was shown in theaters during Uchu Senken Yamato Festival. The second part was released half a decade later to direct-to-home video by Nippon Columbia. Later releases on DVD in 1999 and 2002 put both halves of the recap together for sale. This is Kaito Lupin 1813, based on the 1813 by Maurice Leblanc. So this is like actual Lupin, not Lupin the Third. Toindemo Nezumi Daiku Tsuyaku. This animated story features Manix Mouse, the mouse that looks like a rabbit, all because of his ears. Join in the adventures of this delightful story. Megami Taro. This folktale-like adventure, a story of an active boy on a quest for the water of life. The boy sets out on the quest after learning that the water of life is needed to make his village happy. On the way, he meets gods, demons, soon discovers the evil snake has stolen the water as he heads for the snake's palace. Defeating the snake is not easy, since it has the water of life to revive itself. This boy, Megami Taro, continues his courageous quest in cooperation with various creatures and gods. That actually sounds completely decent. That could be worth watching. Although, no one has seen this, so it might not be findable. Ah, fuck it, I'll add it. I'd watch that. Pink Lady Monogatari Ikkyo no Taishi Tachi recaps. This is an omnibus compilation episode of the main series that aired on TV right after the main series finished broadcasting, sometime known as episode 34 and 35. Only 2 more seasons left. Kenpatsu no Genie. During the Civil War, a girl living in Virginia named Jeannie waits for her old boyfriend Robert to marry him according to a childless promise, but the war makes things complicated, and Robert comes back as a Northerner soldier. Only with the conflict's end and many misadventures, their dreams will become true. I'm going to be honest, I'm glad it mentioned that, because I actually didn't remember what side of the conflict Virginia was on. Kengaku Bokentai Tonsur 5. In 1999, the far future of 1999, a special mystery paranormal investigative unit consisting of 5 youths is formed. The series uses a mix of real tokusatsu footage, vehicle scenes, and animation character drama. Movie! Galaxy Express 1999, the movie! This is a movie version of Galaxy Express 1999. I'm not going to read anything else about it. Figure it out yourself. Okay. Ace, Wo, Naroe, 1979. This is probably a movie adaptation of the original Aim for the Ace series. High school freshman Hiromi joins the tennis club because of her admiration for Ryuzaki. Ryuzaki is a senior who's the best tennis player in the old team, nicknamed Ojifune, Madame Butterfly, because of her elegance on the tennis court. However, new to the... Yeah, okay, this is just a movie adaptation of Aim for the Ace. We're moving on. Mirai Shonen Conan. This is a movie version of fucking fucking Miyazaki's Future Boy Conan. I'm not reading it. We already read Future Boy Conan. What more do you want from me? Captain of the Cosmos, Uji Huigasa. There exists Cosmo Warriors, a team tasked with the duty of protecting freedom, justice, and peace in the universe. One master of the Cosmos Warriors were killed on board traveling spaceship. The rest of the passengers were kidnapped by the sinister green people. Captain Leo soon uncovers a malicious plan that would put the fate of the people of Earth on balance. This looks like Captain Falcon. Like, this just straight up looks like Captain Falcon. Daiki Yoru Yo Jidai. June, his female companion Remi, and her little brother Chobi are taken to the Cretaceous period by a flying saucer. That can apparently fly through time also. This is Hokuyoku no Mukushika Miyoshikia. Adventures of Polar Cubs. Adventures of the Polar Cubs is a delightful story of the Mushika and Mishika, two polar bear cubs who set out on a series of adventures in the North Pole. Mushika is thoughtful, Mishika is daring. While out on their own, Mishika befriends Ora, a pink playing seal, and Mushika stumbles over swan eggs, breaks them, and creates havoc in the bird village. The cubs' father is Scholar Mu, voice of Joseph Campanella, who is the wise leader of the great northern animal kingdom and is in charge of their annual summer festival. When Mu injured by a man, the cubs must take on the responsibilities of their father and save the other animals from the hunters. I think we've added like 8 things in the entirety of like 17 to 79. Bayanola Samachingasa. 3 Earth boys did aid a space princess to protect her giggly planet of happiness from evil, grim space pirates. They travel to her planet, storm the enemy base, and then get chased in space. This is Yakuyuko Kyo no Uta Kita no Okami Minami no Tora. This is a re-edited version of episode 13-14 of the series, double billed with the Mirai Shonen Conan movie and cinema. This is Norara Uji Jioanham Goe Buko Sion, which is something in Korean, I think. Korean animated film taking place in the same universe as Robot Taekwon V. It tells the story of a long spaceship and its mission to save the Earth. I like how everything from Korean is just the same fucking universe. The world's first cinematic universe. That's not true. We've already passed Moizinger. Dokabe Gamtu. This is a 1979 Korean film about a boy dealing with demons. This is Gan Shaopa Jaminuen Tatori Jingun. This is a Korean jungle hero movie. This is Uchu Senken Yamato Ara Tenaru Taibidachi Spaceship Yamato The New Voyage. It's the year 2021. The Yamato's they've returned from the battle against Emperor Zodar and the Comet Empire. Sanada, Arihara, and Shima are released from the hospital, go to pay their respects to the fallen crewmates at the Okuden Memorial. They meet Tokugawa's son, Tasuke, who says that they will be joining the crew once he graduates from cadet school. The next day at his graduation, he ends up capsizing a boat full of new cadets because they're all too busy staring at the Yamato to watch what they are going. After some problems during the launch, the new engine's hitting the wrong switches, installing the ship, Yamato departs on what should be a simple training mission. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Katei Chotokyo Marine Express, Undersea Super Train Marine Express. The year is 2002, and the Marine Express, the first underwater train between the America and Japan, is ready for its maiden voyage. Also the only one. The chief engineer suspects that the train's test run will be used for illicit purposes and hires private detectives Bon Shukusaku. He arrives to his clientele mansion only to find that he has just been murdered. Armed with a glimpse of murder's face, Shinsaku boards the Marine Express to get to the bottom of this mystery. This job, however, is much more than what he bargained for. The train holds secrets beyond anyone's imagination. That actually sounds interesting. I'd watch that. Why the fuck is Astro Boy in this? Hold up. I think I just lost interest. Wait. Blackjack, Astro Boy. What the shit? The fucking main character of like Kimba is in. What is this movie? Wait a minute. This has a crossover with Astro Boy, Kimba, Blackjack. What the fuck? Also, we somehow didn't read Blackjack at all. Oh, Blackjack was a manga and they didn't have an anime adaptation for like 7 billion years, apparently. That's why we keep running into Blackjack, but we haven't read about a Blackjack anime. Um, what the fuck? Alright, fine. Color me interested, I guess. Annie no Niki and Frank Monogat. Oh, this sounds like this could be in poor taste. This is the true story of Anne Brake, a Jewish girl living in Amsterdam during World War II. Anne's father realizes on time the dangers the Jew face and hides his family, his wife Edith, and two daughters, Margot, 16, and Anne, 13, along with 4 more people in the house behind. For 2 years, the 8 people live in darkness and whispers in fear to be discovered and sent to German crematories. During that time, young Anne writes a diary describing day-to-day life by the cellar, her complicated relationship with her mother, and the story of her first love, Peter, the young boy in the hiding place. Anne writes down her wishes to be out free and breathe air and flowers, her dreams to be free at last. Then they're discovered, and they're all sent to death. Yeah, wow, okay. Staff Anne Frank, original creator? What the shit? Apparently you can add Anne Frank as one of your favorite people on MAL. Jean Valjean Monogatari, animated adaptation of Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. Apparently there was an actual 2007 52 episode anime of Les Mis. How the fuck do you stretch Les Mis to 52 episodes? Alright, whatever. Rose of Versailles, which is an absolutely fucking amazing anime. Let's see. Kagaku Ninja Tai Gatchaman F. After Leader X is seemingly destroyed for the good of the end of Gatchaman's 2, a fragment of him that survives grows and mutates into Z, with the head of Ego Bosier family, Count Ego Bosier, and his 2 subordinates, Machendal and Kempler. Z is bent on destroying Earth and the science team once more. In the wake of Anderson's death, Dr. Inamdu has become the new head of the ISO, while the team is now confined to Galtown, aka G-Town, underwater base. Engineer Kamu is introduced after the new God Phoenix is destroyed early on. The team receives new Gotcha Spartan as their mecha. The Gotcha Spartan has a special mode as well called Hypershoot. They can only utilize by Ken with his new Gotcha Fencer sword. As the series progresses, it's learned that the radiation exposure from constant use of Hypershoot is slowly killing Ken. That continued use would mean death. Meanwhile, Z plans to destroy the Earth with the antimatter asteroid codenamed Poison Apple. I don't think an antimatter asteroid would be described as poison. I think it would be described as fucking explosive. Uchu Kubo Blue Noah. Space carrier Blue Noah. Set in the year 2052, Earth has managed to find peace with the arrival of the Death Force, ruthless aliens from a dying solar system who are desperately searching for a new home, attacking Earth with a massive satellite ship called Terror Star. The aliens produced to terraform the planet to make it their own. For mankind, there is one hope. It's up to Colin Collins and a small band of his fellow surviving students to crew a top-secret submersible vehicle that can fight the invaders at sea or in space, but not in the air or on land. If they hit the air or land, we're fucked. Entaku no Kishi Monogatari Marero Arthur. What? After his parents are killed by the evil Lavak, Arthur is a contender to become king of all Britain. Arthur and his brave knights embark on a quest for the Holy Shield, the only hope to beat Lavak and unify. I love how this has nothing to do. I don't remember a fucking magic shield in the King Arthur legends. Okay, this is manga Sarutobi Sasuke. Sasuke is the story of a ninja child that starts right after the Battle of Sekigahara, where Tokugawa Ieyasu becomes shogun of Japan. Sarutobi Sasuke, Jump Like Monkey Sasuke, was a famous ninja in the employ of Sanada Daisuke, who fought for the losing side against Ieyasu. He was believed to have committed suicide when he was trapped in a castle, but the story takes off that he really escaped, and Sarutobi is not the name of a ninja, but a whole ninja clan. Sasurai no Shoujo Nell. Nell is a young girl living with her grandfather, Mr. Trent, the owner of a shop in London. As he couldn't pay back a loan he made, he has to flee with Nell. They decide to search for Nell's mother, who's living somewhere in Great Britain. Sasuroso Shoujo Nell is based on the Old Curiosity Shop, a novel by Charles Dickens. Many of the plot points were altered, and the overall tone of the series is notably more positive. It's the last show of the Kirin Mayokyo Roman Gekyoji programming block dedicated to stories taking place in foreign countries, and the only one to feature 26 episodes instead of 13. Toshi Gordian. We're getting to Castle of Cagliostro. Gordian warrior. The earth had become a wasteland of deserts as the survivors worked to rebuild communities. Daigo Otaki is an orphan raised by his uncle, becoming an adult. Daigo discovers that Victor City was in fact planned by his father, who was a genius scientist. Daigo's sister Sora had been managing it. She pled with Daigo to take on the inheritance that Daigo's father left him, a super robot system known as Gordian. Daigo would join the Mechacon Mechanic Combat 18th Regiment Unit, an organization of law enforcers that defend Victor City against attacks from the Moto. This sounds like a weird hybrid between Super Robot and Real Robo. It even has a sort of Gundam. Actually, this is a box set. I bet this art style was redone to be more Gundam-esque in the future. I'm betting this is like... This is closer to the original art style. Lupin III, Castle of Cagliostro. This, I believe, is the first Hayao Miyazaki movie. Yep. This one's very easy to get a hold of, by the way. I think it's just on Netflix. Arsène Lupin III discovers that the spoils from his latest casino robbery are actually Gothic bills, legendary counterfeits that are nigh impossible to distinguish from genuine bills. Together, colleague Daisuke Jigen, he heads to the small nation Cagliostro to investigate the origin of these counterfeits. Upon arrival, they save a girl from a high-speed chase who turns out to be Clarissa di Cagliostro, the daughter of the late Duke Cagliostro. She's running from a sinister plot by Count Cagliostro to steal her family's treasure through forced marriage. Natural Lupin Lupin dislikes seeing a girl distress and seeks to remedy the situation. Goemon Ishikawa the 13th, Fujiko Mine, and Koichi Zenigata also join in the fray, each with their own motives, and everyone converges at Cagliostro Castle. Lupin reminisces about his visit there 10 years ago, and the castle's secrets emerge from the... Ah, yes, Lupin. A character of an ambiguous age. Cagliostro is the winner of the 1979 Oyofuji Noboro Award, who I feel like we kind of know who that is now. The main character of this film claims to be the grandson of the infamous gentleman thief Arsène Lupin. Arsène Lupin is a fictional character created in 1905 by French writer Maurice Leblanc. Lupin was featured in 17 movies, 39 novellas written by Leblanc. 17 novels, sorry. Countless other creators have featured Lupin in various media adaptations. There is a point in the original Lupin the Third anime from 73 where Lupin goes up against famous detectives from the past, but they're like the grandchildren of famous detectives, like Sherlock Holmes the like fourth or some shit. It's funny. Oh, fun fact about Sherlock Holmes, speaking of which, going up against Lupin. In one of the Lupin novels, the creator LeBlanc had Sherlock Holmes appear in it and did not ask for Arthur Conan Doyle's fucking permission. He just straight up jacked the character. A fact I know only because it's mentioned in Persona 5. Ganbare Tobuchi-kun. The Seibu Lions baseball team makes it to the next round of the baseball tournament thanks to the heroic efforts of its star player, Tabuchi. But the next stage will involve hard work and cooperation. Alright. Galaxy Express 999, Can You Live Like a Warrior? Remake of episodes 12 and 13 of the TV version. I don't know why they were made, but here we go. Here it is. The final anime of the stream. Ashinaga Oji-san. Daddy Longlegs. Oh, I've heard of this. An orphan girl receives a scholarship for a prestigious girl from an anonymous benefactor who refers to as Daddy Longlegs. No, this TV special was not released in 1990's series directly. There we go, and I'm gonna skip it. That brings us to winter 1980, which I will fucking watch, which we will do some other day. But there we go. We made it to the 80s. That was a journey and a half. I feel like I have seen more Super Robot shows than any one person should have to read the descriptions of. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. The next thing we stream is going to be Pokemon X. Look forward to that. I can't talk anymore. I'm surprised my voice hasn't given out already. And I heard a weird pop from my eye, and I want to make sure a blood vessel didn't burst in it. All right, I've been Sacrobolic. You're on Voice Hope. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Boop, boop.